is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
A 20-meter cliff, a couple of ropes, freezing cold water, and me trying to cope with all of that. I did make it down in the end, but this outing with a couple of guys really had me testing my limits. And that's precisely our topic this week on Made, leaving the comfort zone. I'm Chris Kober, welcome. We don't want to be bogged down with details, do we? It is the result that counts. Well, sometimes it's the details that unveil an inconvenient truth. Take meat production. We know that for us to be able to slap that steak on our grill, an animal needs to die. Often enough in anything but a gentle or respectful way. Our reporter Kai Steinecke, an avid meat lover, decided he wants to leave his comfort zone and does want to know how the sausage gets made, literally. A word of warning, the report contains scenes some viewers may find disturbing.
Hello. I am going to slaughter one of these animals. They belong to Wendelin Schmucke. He farms sheep the traditional way. His family has been doing this since 1750. His sheep are out to pasture for most of the year. But it's hard to find enough grazing land.
The sheep need about a hectare a day, that is.
A hectare every day?
Yes, a hectare for 700 sheep.
So this whole field is only enough for today. When they've had their fill, the flock will go home to the farm.
I hope the ones that I'm gonna slaughter are going to be bigger.
Oh yes, this one is bigger. It's 6 months old and weighs about 40 kilos.
That's huge.
I had no idea how quickly they grow.
I really don't know if I can do this.
I'm grappling with the fact that we kill animals so we can eat meat, and that I'm going to kill this lamb. First, we have to take it to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah, you really can feel the 40 kilograms.
It's a 10-minute drive, nothing in comparison to the lengthy journeys to the slaughterhouse that livestock often face. Marco Kerr will be by my side throughout the process. He's been a butcher for more than 10 years, and he only slaughters what people bring him for their own consumption, like this lamb that I've bought. What was it like for you the first time?
Yeah, you don't forget the first time. I had to leave the room. It was all a bit much. Not because of the blood, but the fact that an animal is dying. You don't really grasp that until you see it. And when it's done, you can't undo it. But we'll manage.
Oh God.
Marco shows me how to use a bolt gun. It destroys the sheep's brain, and it won't feel anything
Hold it loosely and then press once.
Einfach trauen.
That was it.
Oh!
Ja.
That's like a real gun.
Ja.
And now the lamb's head is in the firing line.
All is good, all is good. Oh my God.
Höchster Punkt.
Ja.
Highest point, draw a line. There.
Finger weg.
Take your fingers away.
Immer den Finger weg.
Ja.
So. Auf.
On the head and pull the trigger.
Messer.
Knife, slice it through, all the way.
Durchstechen, richtig. Durch.
And again.
Muss man einmal.
Oh God, Jesus. That's a lot of blood. That's a lot of blood.
Das war's.
That was it. It's over.
Hat er's geschafft.
So, how was it?
It's all happening so fast. I think I'll need time to process that. I've killed an animal.
Super geschossen, wirklich.
Great shot, really.
Ich hab das noch nie gemacht, das ist wirklich sehr gut.
But that was just the first step. We're still a long way from having any chops or sausages. First, cut off the head, then the legs and the pelt. That's easier than I'd expected.
Das bedeutet dann aber auch
This
so,
isn't mass production.
also dann, das kann ja nicht
Not everybody can get a lamb like this.
mehr oder weniger.
Das ist so. Das ist so.
That's
Aber
true.
Das macht's auch wieder besonders.
But that's
Und
what
das
makes
ist
it
auch wieder das,
special.
da haben wir die Nachhaltigkeits-
And it's what makes it sustainable. People approach the whole thing in a different way, especially with an animal like this.
Essen, gerade bei so einem Tier. Genau.
We still need to get rid of the guts.
Genau. Einmal über Nacht in die Kühlung. Kann's abtropfen.
Now it's left to hang overnight. That makes it easier to process.
I think what happened back in that slaughterhouse will forever be burned into my mind. The noises, the sounds, the smells, but it's the only way that sustainably eating meat is actually possible, because doing this in the masses of meat we eat today is absolutely impossible. But still, for me, I don't really know if I'm ever gonna walk into a supermarket again and be like, yeah, I'm gonna eat that meat.
The next morning, it's time to harvest the meat we've worked so hard for. Taking the carcass apart isn't any easier, it turns out.
And there goes the shoulder.
About 20 kilograms of the lamb are lost in the process, mainly the pelt and the guts.
Da hinsetzen kann.
That looks great.
Da haben wir's. Dann Bratwurst. Als
How about a sausage for starters?
Dann
I'm not going to lie, this tastes really, really good. And I don't feel guilty about it because the lamb had a good life and a good death. And I'm not turning vegetarian, but it's only for special occasions, really. When you slaughter animals like we used to do 100 or 150 years ago, and like we just did, you also need to eat meat like we used to 100 or 150 years ago. That means only a steak a week, and that's it.
Oh my, what a day for a reporter. Leaving your comfort zone doesn't always happen voluntarily. People losing their jobs because businesses are suffering under pandemic restrictions. Now, that's a real problem. But maybe this crisis can also offer opportunities. Entrepreneur Ernest Darko might have some advice for you, even if you're not into large-scale health systems development like he is.
The COVID pandemic has really turned the world upside down. So here are the 5 tips to boost your career in the context of a pandemic. It's really important to focus on things that you're passionate about. Even if in the overall sense of your career, it's hard to find, the thing to be passionate about. I grew up in a situation where healthcare was always poor, clinics were always overcrowded. Halfway through my medical career, I realized that if I really want to make a difference in these types of environments, I needed to be a doctor of systems, not just of people. Many years later, here I am basically running a company that is focused on helping countries fix their systems at large scale. If it's not easy to get out of bed to go to that job or to go do that particular thing I've chosen to do, then I know I'm probably doing the wrong thing.
Lift off.
If in particular you're in a career that's very much dependent, for example, on seeing people, and we know that going into lockdown and isolation is the norm, it's definitely going to impact your career or your profession negatively. So do that assessment really quickly to understand whether it's going to diminish or create opportunities for you.
Lift off.
If there is an opportunity, try and figure out how am I going to work myself into that opportunity. So if I can now innovate in order to now meet this new demand, yes, I cannot see people in person, but there's this huge demand now. How can I innovate basically to meet this new opportunity? So we developed a screening app, for example, that community workers who are going to do the door-to-door COVID screening could use to capture the screening and the result of the screening in real time.
Lift off.
Look at tech enabling yourself, using technology to allow you to innovate, using technology to allow you to meet the new opportunities that are presented by COVID, as opposed to purely being a victim to what COVID has done. So technology can be a game changer in many cases. It allows you to scale yourself up. It allows you to be accessible by your clients in ways that probably might actually be better than pre-COVID.
Lift off.
As we've seen with COVID, things keep changing, right? Everything from having first wave to second wave to learning new things about the disease that then changes the policy environment, that then changes the rules. You'll know you're adapting in the right way if you're maintaining your clients, if you're maintaining quality and you're maintaining satisfaction with what you're doing. I know it may sound like a bit of a luxury to be in a position where you can do all of these things because some people may not actually have these options. But to the extent that you can, I think it's important that you do so. And I've seen some amazing examples of people doing this and in fact, not only surviving the pandemic, but actually thriving in the context of all of the challenges that COVID-19 has brought.
Readjusting your career can be difficult, no doubt, particularly if your plan was to have one of the coolest jobs ever, flying a plane. But we know the pandemic has been an utter nightmare for the travel business. The global airline body IATA says air traffic this year is expected to be 66% lower than last. So it's been a huge mess for the sector up to this point, and even with bookings slowly recovering, German flagship carrier Lufthansa has suggested that would-be pilots in its prestigious Flight Academy might have to rethink their plans.
Flying free as a bird over majestic landscapes, it's an appealing prospect for many. The videos about Lufthansa's pilot training program in the United States are a favorite with Lukas Heim. The 22-year-old moved to Bremen a year ago with his girlfriend to start his training at the European Flight Academy, the Lufthansa Group's training school in Germany. Now they're packing up and leaving Bremen. In March, the course was suspended. 700 would-be pilots were left hanging. For Lukas, it's been a very trying time.
They just kept stalling and putting us off. First they said the course would start up again in May, then in September, then next January. Since it's also unclear, it's time for us to leave. We can't keep paying rent for this flat. We came to Bremen so that I could become a pilot and Svea could go to university. But our time here is now over.
After many months in a kind of suspended animation, would the training resume or wouldn't it, Lukas and Svea made the difficult decision to give up and go home.
We had a plan when we moved here. Lukas was going to complete his training. And now we're leaving again, and he hasn't completed it. It's like running in a marathon and turning back halfway and never reaching the finish line.
Lufthansa, Germany's biggest airline, was brought to its knees by the collapse in air travel caused by the pandemic. It was saved from bankruptcy by a €9 billion bailout. Half its fleet remains grounded. The head of Lufthansa Aviation Training, Stefan Kenan-Scheib, says the airline has 1,000 pilots more than it needs.
We tell our student pilots quite candidly that the prospects for becoming a pilot are very, very bad right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the financial situation of the Lufthansa Group. We're losing €500 million every month. It's our duty to be open to the students and tell it like it is.
Most aviation industry analysts say the demand for pilots after the pandemic is hardly likely to soar. They don't see air travel picking up significantly until 2025. Most of the youngsters who have had to halt their training need a job to get by. Caroline Bösner was in the United States when she heard the course had been suspended. Now she's back living with her parents in Leipzig and working at an Amazon logistics center.
It wasn't easy, but I had to take a pragmatic approach. I knew I couldn't just sit around at home, but had to do something. And it wouldn't be a bad thing to make some money. You don't earn anything as a student pilot. On the contrary, it's more like burning money.
Many student pilots now find themselves in a precarious financial situation. They are by far not the only group of people in need of work, as the pandemic and ensuing lockdown measures shuttered entire industries.
People who worked in tourism or food service are coming to us. They say either they need a job as a stopgap measure or they want to change careers entirely.
Caroline Bösner says for her, working at Amazon is temporary. She's not given up her long-standing dream of becoming a pilot. She remains as committed as ever.
I absolutely still want to fly. I'm not going to give up on my dream. It's anchored within me and it's not going to go away. I flew all over Florida. It was fantastic. And then suddenly I was back in cold Germany. I can't imagine doing anything else. So I have to find a way to finish my training. If need be, without Lufthansa.
200 minimum.
The enthusiasm may be great, but facts on the ground are not encouraging. Lufthansa has recommended its students actually give up rather than wait for the course to restart. If they complete the programme, they're going to be charged 80,000 euros, and they won't have the guarantee of a job, as used to be the case. Lucas's father, Christopher Heim, is appalled. He's been a pilot at Lufthansa for 32 years.
This sounds to me rather like coercion. If I agree to terminate the training contract, everything will be fine. If I don't and want to fulfill my dream, then a huge sum of money comes due. I don't like that. I think it's dishonorable.
It's quiet and empty at the European Flight Academy in Bremen. This is the first time Lukas Heim has been inside since March. He too remains determined to become a pilot, despite the difficult conditions prevailing right now. Though he says he doesn't yet know how he's going to do that.
What I would like is for them to say, when we restart pilot training, we'll take you guys first. Or that they at least certify our test results.
But Lufthansa has not made any such commitment. Nor does CEO Carsten Spohr have any words of encouragement for the students. He's already indicated that Lufthansa will have no more work for tens of thousands of its employees.
As with all professions and at all German universities, there are no guarantees of jobs in the future. And that is the case here too. Aviation remains a fascinating industry for young people too. But I think we have to face reality. In the years ahead, there are going to be too many people for the jobs available. Anybody planning a career in aviation has to take this into account.
The pandemic could end the dreams of an entire generation of would-be pilots.
"2020 has brought dread, distress and disappointment, sure, but there are exceptions. E-commerce has seen an unprecedented boom. And with people having second thoughts about standing in line at crowded malls, trade experts believe online shopping revenue in Germany will be up almost 20% this year. But my colleague Olaf Krieger feels Christmas is not about the presents. It's what we make of it, now more than ever.
Christmas is what we make of it.
Oh, how joyfully, oh, how merrily, Christmas comes with its grace divine.
Christmas comes with grace in this of all years? Really?
Krieger, is that you? What are you doing here?
How about a bit of Christmas in these troubled times?
Come on in, we can decorate and we can chat.
You have children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren. How many altogether?
I have 3 kids of my own, 2 girls and a boy, 5 grandchildren and 4 great-grandchildren.
What's your favorite Christmas memory?
My childhood, with my parents and grandparents and with my kids when they were little, in the Ore Mountains.
And who helped decorate?
Just me.
Alone?
Yes, I start putting up the decorations in early December, but I wait until the 23rd to get the tree ready. Not a day earlier.
No one helps?
I don't want any help.
How about the food?
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Christmas Eve is lentils with sausages. The next day, potato salad and maybe roast goose with red cabbage and kale from this garden.
From your garden?
Yes. So tell me, Krieger, how is Christmas with your family? Do you spend Christmas at home or do you go somewhere?
I'm going to try to be with my mother, but it might not be possible. She's in a home, and I may not be allowed in. But we hope that whatever the conditions, we can celebrate Christmas and be together. We can make that happen somehow. I hope. But suppose we can't meet up the way we used to at Christmas.
Yeah, if my son comes, we'll sit together with him and my daughter-in-law and my grandchild. And for everyone else, we have the phone.
Our Christmas lights. Suddenly people are so important again. Forget about the presents. Christmas won't be cancelled. It'll just be different. Let's have more light.
Let's have more light. What a splendid idea. That's our show. Thanks for watching. See you back here next week.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya, which America?
As it then to mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Many thanks for joining us on Plus News Update. I am Justin Akadonye. Nigeria has received its first batch of COVID-19 vaccines. The NAFDAC-approved Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, around noon on Tuesday via an Emirates airline. Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Boss Mustafa, had said on Saturday that Nigeria will receive its first tranche of about 4 million doses of the coronavirus vaccines. Top government officials were on the ground to take delivery of the vaccines. They include the PTF chairman, Boss Mustafa, Minister of Health, Osagi Ehaniwe, Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, and the Director General of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, Chikwe Ihekwazu.
We have been working around the clock until even while I was coming. We're still working around the clock to make sure that when the vaccines arrive, we're able to test it very well. Once it gets to the warehouse, we're going to sample to be sure that what is coming from India is of quality, that what came from India is what our own people will be getting.
As you must have heard, 92 countries are participating in this particular deployment. Unfortunately, Nigeria has successfully received 3,924,000 doses this morning. We will begin the processes after the test by NAFDAC of deploying these vaccines for the vaccination exercise. And it's going to be in 4 phases. And the objective is that by the time we get to the 4th phase, 70% of our population would have been vaccinated. And that would take us near herd immunity. That way we can say we would have succeeded sufficiently in taming the virus and begin to return to what will be our new normal.
We have a country of 200 million people. We've gotten our first 4 million. We have a commitment of 16 from COVAX and another similar amount from the African Union. It takes some time to get this into the hands of people in our big and complex country. So our work is cut out for us. However, having said that, we have to try and hold on to the small wins we've had, the masks, the physical distancing. But the difference now is that the end is in sight. So we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It gives all of us healthcare workers the hope, inspiration to do more. But to be honest, we need to be patient with ourselves and continue these public health measures.
The Senate has confirmed the appointment of the new service chiefs. They are Major General Lucky Irabo, Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Ibrahim Atahiro, Chief of Army Staff, Rear Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, Chief of Naval Staff, and Air Vice Marshal Isiaka O. Amao, Chief of Air Staff. The Senate President, in his remarks, urged the new service chiefs to take to word to the bandits and insurgents and dislodge them in the strongholds.
Mr. President, speaking for myself, because of the personal relationship I share with some of these nominees, Mr. President, I have no doubt that Mr. President has selected the very best team to pilot the affairs of the military establishment for the next how many years, as the case might be.
That the committee did not receive any petition on the nominees. 3, that the nominees have been cleared by the Department of State Security Service. 4, that the nominees have presented their code of conduct acknowledgement slip. 5, the nominees possess the required academic qualifications as well as wide range experiences to be the Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. 6, that they have experiences as seasoned public servants where they rose to the ranks of Major General, Rear Admiral, Air Vice Marshal that qualifies them for the positions of Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chief, respectively.
We expect them, our armed forces, to take the fight to the insurgents, to take the fight to the bandits. In a situation where bandits will come to a school, take over 300 students on motorcycles and disappear into the thin air without any trace, it's not acceptable. Something has to give, because apparently this is becoming an industry. Some people are benefiting from this, and we have to unravel who these people are and fight bandits and insurgents until we rescue our country. Let me also advise the service chiefs that there must be interagency cooperation.
Now, Governor Bello Matawalle of Zamfara State says repentant bandits assisted security agencies in the operation that led to the rescue of Janga-based schoolgirls. The governor said the government has been discussing with the abductors since Friday and reached an agreement on Monday by 4 p.m. And about 4 or 5 a.m. on Tuesday, the girls were released safely without paying any ransom. Matawalle said the girls will undergo medical checks and be given nutritional meals to recuperate before they are handed back to their respective families.
Mun jijji mu a kafa mun ce musu mun ji ciwo suka ce duk wanda ba za ta iya tafiya ba harbin ta za su yi shine nan muka ci gaba da tafiya har mun ƙara nisa mu shiga can cikin wani daji mu haye wani rafi su samu wani kalugo nan suka sassaka mu a gurin.
They are here who went there, about 32 of them. They go and engage those bandits, and today you see all of them. And despite the fact that other media has said it's 317, it is not correct. It is 279 children, and all of them are here. They are healthy, and we are going to take them to some medical facilities so that to examine their status of their health.
In other parts of Africa, the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases in the African Republic, or continent rather, reached over 3 million on Tuesday, according to the Continental Disease Control and Prevention Agency's Africa COVID-19 dashboard. The death toll related to the pandemic stood at 104,012 as of Tuesday at noon. A total of 3.48 million people infected with COVID-19 have recovered across the continent so far, the agency disclosed. The Southern African region is the most COVID-19 affected in the continent in terms of the number of confirmed positive cases, followed by the Northern African region. The most affected African countries in terms of the number of positive cases include South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, and Ethiopia, it was noted. In outside Africa, the Armed Forces of the Philippines has launched its COVID-19 inoculation drive, a day after healthcare workers received China's Sinovac COVID-19 doses. An initial batch of 600,000 doses of Sinovac vaccines donated by China arrived in the country on Sunday, 100,000 of which were donated to the Philippines military. Now, Philippine military personnel are required to get vaccinated and may face disciplinary actions if refused, said Armed Forces of the Philippines spokesperson, Major General Edgar Arevalo, in a statement. He also added that they may choose a different brand, but at their own expense.
To this symbolic vaccination, one of the COVID vaccines, the Sinovac, and the vaccination rollout across the country, we are now finally taking a historic step towards conquering this pandemic.
Ang pinaka-importanting mga Pilipino dito sa laban na ito ay ang ating mga frontliners.
ang ating medical frontliners and our uniformed personnel.
Well, let's talk business now. Chairman of the Ekiti State Emergency Management Agency, Sunday Adebumi, has promised farmers who lost their farms to fire in Ikoro that the state and federal governments will investigate the degree of cash crops lost and come up with how the affected farmers will be adequately compensated. The SEMA chairman made the vow while inspecting and ascertaining the level of damage or caused by the fire on the farms, lamenting the enormous losses the farmers had suffered as a result of the inferno. Adebumi assured that government will investigate and put up measures to avoid future recurrence.
Not less than 100 to 200 hectares of land, farmland, had been gutted here. So it's a serious issue. And there is nothing we can do to really assuage the feelings of the people here, because I can assure you this year, there will be so much economic hardship for our people here, because we are mostly farmers here.
A former commissioner for health in the state, Femi Thomas, said farm produce was over 50 million naira were destroyed by the fire.
This is government. It is a process, and we have to follow that process. So it is hard for me to say specifically when exactly the relief or the help may come, but we will definitely work on each and everything that we are going to do to make sure they get the necessary help.
Welcome to Entertainment News Now. A painting by former British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill, which was owned by Angelina Jolie, has sold for £7 million at an auction in London. The sale price was almost 4 times the top pre-sale estimate and beat the previous record for a Churchill painting, which was just under £1.8 million. The Tower of the Kutubia Mosque, painted in Marrakesh during World War II, was sold to an anonymous buyer. A Christian spokesperson called it Churchill's most important work. Sports news now. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says it is the right time for the United Kingdom and Ireland to launch a bid to host the 2030 Soccer World Cup. He said his government was keen on bringing football home in 2030 and that it would be a wonderful thing for the country. Chancellor Rishi Sunak will set aside £2.8 million in his budget on Tuesday to promote a bid for FIFA's World Cup tournament, along with £25 million of fresh funding for the grassroots game. The Euros were postponed by a year due to the novel coronavirus pandemic and are now set to take place across 12 different host cities from the 11th of June to July 11th this year. Now, Lewis Hamilton has made delivering on diversity a priority and was gathered about his future beyond 2021 as Mercedes showed off the car that could power him to a record 8 Formula One title this season. The 36-year-old Briton has a contract only to the end of 2021, raising speculation about what happens after that. The W12 car retains the black livery introduced last year to reinforce the team's commitment to improving diversity with elements of silver, burgundy, and green. Hamilton, the sport-only black driver and most successful of all time, took a knee before every race last year and used his platform to speak out on issues of racial justice. He also set up a commission to help increase the representation of black people in British motorsport, and he and Mercedes have announced a foundation dedicated to diversity and inclusion in the sport.
The main priority for 2021, in the past it was about just winning championships, but now it's really pushing for make real. Last year there was a lot of discussion about equality and inclusion, and I think there was a lot of talk. This year it's all about pushing for diversity and really making sure that action is taken. So that's kind of at the core of the drive for me. But of course, we exist to win. So that's what all these guys here, guys and girls here, are working towards. And so that's my goal, is to deliver that for them.
So doing what kind of cars they're bringing for this season, and yeah, of course you can't avoid seeing how they
other new teammate pairs, combinations, how they go against and etc. But yeah, I try to focus on my energy really for the performance and my things and people around me.
All year long. This is going to be our home. This is going to be with us, connected to us on this crazy journey that we have no idea what's up ahead of us. And yes, so it's the most exciting. It's like going to the fun fair knowing you're going to ride a roller coaster, but we get to do that all year long. So.
We're so lucky.
Yeah, very lucky.
And sports news wraps it for us on Plus News Update. For more update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back again at 9:30 with a comprehensive package. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Sights like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So they buy rice for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in me. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagale precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come the begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shi ne yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shi ne ya zo shi ya ce in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta. Yawa.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Lagos. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce iya. Sai na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. Sai ya ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi, a ƙasar Bauchi muke, kuma garinmu Jama'are local. Jama'are local garinmu shekara ta 55. Yawwa. To yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan. Kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari. Ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Made them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
A ba mu moni mu tafi arewa. Gwamnati ta ce za ta iya mana, kuma gwamnati ba ta iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala, ga rana, ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da babanmu ya yi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, I know the best. I know go beg. I know go beg. I will give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa, wahala ce ta kawo mu, mijina ne ya mutu. Mijina ne ya mutu. Shi ne ya sa na zo ni. Ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba. Nema na zo ni ci da bakina.
Diba fa kaina. Wai diba kaina. Ba moni yunwa. Karata guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road. Okay. Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it. Okay. So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environments where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms, and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the Governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos state government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution. And if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. Or if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. You see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to work. If you've got the capacity to work, go and work.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work, and it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Welcome on the show. It's Tuesday morning. It's Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Wow. Welcome on the show. Now, I have a guest on the show today, and I'm going to put him on the burner this morning. Burner in the sense that he is the head of the Barcelona Fans Club. He was also a publisher of the defunct Barcelona magazine. And Barcelona were busted yesterday by the financial police, and he'll have to explain to us what happened. How did that happen? I've got Seun Ajidegba. Seun Ajidegba is the cricket go-to man, and he would always tell you his mind. Love it or leave it. And I will start with Seun. If I have anyone on the show first, I will start with them on this particular topic. Now, some Super Eagles players have expressed concern over the team's proposed trip by sea to Benin Republic for this month's 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifiers against the Squirrels. Now, the Eagles would travel to Cotonou across the Gulf of Guinea for the game, scheduled for Stade de l'Amitié on March 27th, due to the bad road from Lagos, neighboring Benin Republic. Eagles coach Gernot Rohr explained that the poor road network was the major reason for the decision to travel by sea. One of the Eagles stars, who is based in Turkey, said the arrangement was weird, but hoped it was safe to sail to Cotonou by sea. A team official who also spoke on the matter said the decision was not cast in stone yet. Okay. I don't know if Oga Onoje has any of my calls and my guests on the show ready yet, but I think it's the shame of a nation when you say that when you say that the roads are very bad and we have to go to Cotonou. Cotonou is near us here now, by sea. And I think that's sad. And some of the players are saying, listen, we're not going by road, by sea. We are not. Okay. Hello, good morning. Who do I have this morning yet?
Hello.
Hello, Soji, good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Wale Scott. How are you?
It's good to have you on the show, sir. Good morning. How are you, sir?
Yeah, good to be with you again.
Yes, good to be here. Seun Ajidegba, I think I have you on the show too. On the show too already.
Oh, do we have Seun Ajidegba with me?
Yes, he's with you. Okay, but Soji, let me stay with you now. Some players in the Nigerian Professional League or Super Eagles players are saying, listen, we don't want to travel by sea to Cotonou. We prefer to go by road. But Gernot Rohr says the roads are bad. Is this what we call the shame of a nation now?
Yeah, well, vintage you.
Yes, vintage me, yes.
The manager of the team. And I'm very sure that information at his disposal must have, told him that the best way to travel to Cotonou is by water. I just hope the players will trust their manager. Trust his sense of reasoning, his sense of reckoning, his sense of judgment. I'm very sure he has put in so much into this before coming out, to make that declaration. I know these are big boys. They want to travel in convenience. They don't probably trust the system. But I want to reiterate again that as the manager of the team, he's not only the coach, remember, he's also the manager. So they should allow him make the judgment and, just travel down and, execute the game.
Okay, now Shehu Ajidagba, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. What is called?
Now,
Pleasure joining you.
Now, Shehu, it's sad to note that our Super Eagles don't even know their travel plans to go for their match against Benin Republic. They plan to go by sea. They say it's not cast by stone yet. Different things. Shehu, I asked Soji a few minutes ago, is this the shame of a nation?
Well, some of the players have allayed their fears over traveling by sea. Some of them have said it's better for us to go by road and go early than to go by sea. That some of them have this phobia. They can't travel on the sea. Let me cast your mind back to a player like Dennis Beckham. All through his stay at Arsenal, he never traveled by air. Even when he was playing for the Dutch national team, he always go by road or go by train. So the NFF are saying it's not cast in stone yet what kind of mode of transportation they want to employ. But I think they need to cross their T's and dot their I's on time. But it was the coach, General, that made that statement, and it was confirmed by a member of the Nigeria Football Federation who decided to be anonymous. But NFF have now come out again to say, we have not decided on what mode of transportation we want to employ.
Okay, let me come to my second story, and this is where Soji Dosunmu gets into trouble this morning. Now, former Barcelona president Josep Maria Bartomeu was arrested on Monday after Catalan police officers searched the La Liga's club's offices. In a written statement, Catalan police said that members of the Control Central Economic Crimes Area of the Criminal Investigation Division have carried out actions under an investigation into alleged crimes related to property and socio-economic order. In total, there were 4 arrests and 5 entries and searches in different spaces, both companies and individuals. One of these entries have been made in some specific departments of the FC Barcelona offices. Now, Spanish radio station Cadena Ser said Bartomeu, the club's president between 2014 and 2020, was among those arrested. The other 3 will be former director of presidency, Jean Masfer, head of legal services, Roman Gomez Ponti, and club CEO, Oscar Grau. The revelations led to protests from supporters and to several board members resigning while increasing the pressure on Bartomeu, who eventually stepped down in October after facing a vote of no confidence. The club's members will vote to elect a new president in next Sunday's elections, which was postponed from January due to COVID-19 restrictions in Catalonia. Soji, you are the head of the Barcelona fans in Nigeria. You also used to own a publication, a Barcelona publication. What is this about? This is shameful, really.
Well, it is part of police investigation into Barcagate. You remember Barcagate last year, when the club was accused of paying I3 Ventures, some humongous amount of money to discredit some former Barcelona players and some current Barcelona players. It is one of the many things of Joseph Bartomeu. I have always maintained that Joseph Bartomeu recently has been the worst president Barcelona ever had. And I think he is the last of such that Barcelona we have. It is good that this has happened. Yesterday we heard that
the three people you mentioned alongside him, Roman Pestonki, Joan Macera, and Oscar Guerrero were allowed to go home. But he, take the night over in police custody. This morning, he will be facing a magistrate, to try to wriggle himself out of this. But little chances are that he's going to get out of this, and potentially it could be jailed for 6 months to 4 years. Wale, I tell you, for everything Bartomeu has done, from sporting to economic, everything has been on the negative side for Barcelona.
Now, Soji, would you agree with me that the monies Barcelona are spending on their players is too much? Let's imagine what Lionel Messi gets, for example. It's too much money spent. But,
Wale, please, don't join people to say that what Messi is earning is too much. Whatever Messi is earning, Messi is deserving of it. We talk so much about what Messi is earning, but you forget to mention what Messi is bringing out into the club. It is unfortunate that the situation right now does not allow for fans to come. But I tell you, one of the major areas for Barcelona revenue, is when people come to the Camp Nou, to see things, to see football games, and I tell you, Messi's kits and everything that has Messi on it sells more than any other player. I mean, in the world, not only Barcelona.
Okay, Soji, let me go to Seun Ajidagba. Let's continue from here. Soji is sounding like football is now more about money than about the technical abilities of the players on the field of play. He says Messi brings too much, so the money is not too much they are paying him. Now it has caused problem now, Abi?
If Messi is bringing so much, Messi should play the whole field then now. Because these are all the things that people like Soji will always be bandishing up and down. Either you like it or not. In the history of Barcelona, the most successful president is Juan Laporta. The next person you look up to is Jose Mario Bartomeu. You can't take that away. He did it, and he did it successfully. He might have had this issue of employing a private company to tarnish the image of ex-players and current players, in which Messi is also part of. But I always try to understand all the agitations of Barcelona players and fans during the period of Bartomeu. That is the reason they are not playing good football, is the reason they are not playing tiki-taka. And I said, tell me any player that they signed that was not a good player where he was coming from. How did he suddenly become a bad player when he got to Barcelona? Because all they do is no disrespect to Lionel Andres Messi. He's one of the biggest problems in the club. I give you instances. They brought in Alex Vidal. Alex Vidal those days was the best right back in Sevilla. Antoine Griezmann is arguably one of the best players in Atletico Madrid. All of a sudden, he got to Barcelona and he didn't know how to play football again. Ada Turan was brought in from Atletico. Look at what is happening to him. Braithwaite that was brought from Leganes was the top scorer for Kenneth Omero's Leganes when he was brought. So we can continue to mention all these players.
I think Soji has something to just say.
Let's talk about what happened by employing.
Seun, I think Soji has something to say. Soji, let me hear. What do you have to say here?
Seun and Wale.
Yeah.
I want us to remember that Lionel Messi played alongside players like Xavi and Iniesta.
Okay.
And these were highly successful players. I will not take it from anybody that Lionel Messi is part of the problem for the type of players that Seun just mentioned.
Okay.
Is it Messi's fault that they cannot measure up to his standard? Neymar came into Barca and Neymar performed.
I think Seun, I think Soji is asking a question here. Okay. Soji said that is it Messi's fault they are not doing well, Seun? And I say if Messi gets so much money, he must step up his game.
You see, what I'm
Sorry, I
trying
didn't
to
get
say
my
is,
question.
the crux of this matter, Wale,
Yeah.
is that there is financial misappropriation.
Okay.
And so we can't take that away. He has to face the wrath of the law.
Okay.
But don't forget that this is also timely. Again, Wale, election is this weekend. So
yes, Sunday.
They want to get the man out of the way so that they can have what looks more like a free and fair election. Yes, issue is on ground. What happened shouldn't have happened. But
True.
I tell you today, if they want to do an inquest about Juan Laporta, the most successful president in Barcelona history, you will find out that he's also culpable. Like they say, any leba moba ni barao.
True.
It's someone that is found stealing that they will catch. But
now, Soji, do you agree with Soji? What do we expect at the elections on Sunday?
Well, Laporta will win.
It is unfortunate that I cannot respond to what she just said, but let us move on. Concerning the election on Sunday, it has been narrowed down to 3 candidates.
Okay.
Joan Laporta, Victor Font, and Tony Flegler. I can confirm to you that Joan Laporta, happens to be the top dog. He's gotten more appellation from the socials. But I will want to be pleasantly surprised, to see a Tony Flegler emerge as the next president of Barcelona. Remember that when Joan Laporta was first elected in 2003, he was the underdog. But he clinched the ticket based on the failure of the former president, who promised to bring in David Beckham to the club at the time, but he was not able to bring in David Beckham. But with somebody like Tony Flegler saying that he's going to bring players like Mbappe, Haaland into Barcelona, I think it's a project that any Barcelona fan around the world will welcome. So, what to welcome with such players like this? If you have led it to Tony Flegler, they have brought in Garcia from Man City in January. When the likes of Victor Font and Joan Laporta were saying that it is practically impossible to bring Garcia, he saw the negative, saw the positive angle from bringing Garcia. He was not allowed to do it. So I will want to see someone like Tony Flegler clinch the presidency, but the report from Catalonia is telling us now that Joan Laporta may be the next president of Barcelona.
Olusoji Dosunmu, thank you very much for coming on the show this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But, very quickly, whatever Messi is earning, Messi is deserving of it. That is why even the La Liga does not want Messi to leave the La Liga. The revenue it brings on not only Barcelona but La Liga is so big that if you have him in your club, if you have it in Man U that say we support him, they don't want him to go.
Okay, Soji, please don't go yet. Stay on the show. Everton boss Carlo Ancelotti insisted that Richarlison is doing his job rather than something extraordinary after the forward scored the winner in their 1-0 victory over Southampton. The Brazil international Richarlison bagged his 5th goal in as many games in all competitions after a goal-shy start to the campaign. The Toffees are 2 points behind 4th place West Ham in the Premier League table, further fueling dreams of taking part in next season's UEFA Champions League.
It's true, but well, what can I say? Richarlison is this. I think he is not doing something extraordinary now. In my opinion, he's doing his job because he is a player with this kind of quality. And so I hope and I'm sure he is going to continue.
I remember when I saw an interview of a player, a striker, and Mario Balotelli, his name, and he said, I don't jubilate when I score goals. And they asked him why, and he said, does a postman jubilate every time he posts a letter? I'm doing my job. And Carlo Ancelotti says, Richarlison, he's always doing his job. Why are we praising him? Sheon Wajidagba, what's your take? I don't know if you saw that. Sheun Ajidagba, I can hear you. Sheun, good morning.
Yeah, I can hear
Go
you.
on. As in, Ancelotti says, why are we praising Richarlison? He's only doing his job.
For me, fantastic from the Brazilian. But there is going to be an issue. And the issue will be when Olympics.
Okay, there's a problem with the... Okay.
To play for them. But as regards what they are doing presently, he has an opportunity to get back into the top 4. Don't forget that this midweek, they will travel to face West Bromwich Albion, while Liverpool and Chelsea will slug it out. So there might be an opening for them to get back into the top 4. They've once stopped the English Premier League before, and Carlo Ancelotti is the proven manager, one of the few managers to have won the UEFA Champions League as a player and as a coach. Respected AC Milan, Real Madrid, Chelsea. So it's back to experience.
Now, Sheun, Manchester City defender Nathan Ake is supposed to return to training after Tuesday night's Premier League game at home to Wolves. The Dutch international has been dealing with a muscular issue that has seen him make only 6 Premier League appearances this season after his move from relegated Bournemouth. Now, despite a winning run that now extends to 20 matches, Guardiola expects his side to find ways to improve. Stay with us, Sheun.
That's right, that's right. Now, I start to come back to the training session tomorrow. But tomorrow's the game, but already is coming back. But it was long. He struggled to make a good recover. The process to recover was slower than expected. So some players is like this, but he did everything. The physios work incredible, good, hard. But we are happy that he's coming back. The day after the game, or when the next day we're going to train together, will be with us.
And it was just hamstring.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, hamstring or groin, I don't know exactly, but it was muscular. That's the truth. Yeah, it was muscular.
Pep Guardiola, Sheun Ajidagba, before you go on the show today, has Man City won this league already?
Because the chasing pack are not giving their best. Leicester City are stumbling. Manchester United are not doing well. Liverpool are wobbling. Chelsea are not getting the desired results. So all of them are just giving them that opportunity. They have a 12 lead over Manchester United by second place. And tonight they face a Wolverhampton Wanderers, who is like a boogie team to them. But in recent times, Nuno Espirito Santos' team have not really done well like we expect of them. Maybe the injury to Raul Jimenez is causing them problems. But as for Nathan Ake, anytime he's going to the field, he should carry ice block and put on his butt because he will sit on the bench tire. Who does he want to displace? Is it the perfect defender that they've gotten in the relationship between Diaz and John Stones? Even the Emerick Laporte is not getting game time. So how does it come in? And in the right back that he will have also played, they have 2 guys there, Kai Walker and João Cancelo.
Yeah, true.
In the left back, they have Benjamin Mendy and Zinchenko. So where does he want to play? And like they say, Mr. Wale, if it's not broken, you don't fix it.
Yeah,
he has found a defensive solidity in John Stones and Diaz. So where does Ake want to come in? Maybe if those 2 get injured, though, I don't know. But up until now, he doesn't have a chance.
Sheun, I want to thank you very much for coming on the show this morning. And of course, we will be hearing from you again very soon. Very, very soon. We'll be hearing from you again. Don't worry.
Yes.
Thank you very much, bro. Now, Los Angeles Lakers star is injured. Anthony Davis insists theories no need for his team to be rattled by their recent form. Now, the 2020 NBA champions recently slumped to 5 defeats in 6 before registering back-to-back wins against the Portland Trail Blazers and the Golden Stars Warriors. Davis, who is currently nursing a calf injury, believes it's a lot harder to defend a championship than actually winning the first one. The forward hopes to return to action after this month's All-Star break with the Lakers 17-6 in the Western Conference. Anthony Davis.
We're missing 2 key players on our team, myself and Dennis. And guys are fighting, guys are competing, but we're, how I know that we can, surpass this is that we're still the world champions. We're still the champs. So there's nothing that we need to be rattled by. Obviously it's frustrating that we're losing and we want to win. You want to win every game, but it's a time for us to get better and fix the things we need to fix. So we're not at all rattled or worried about what everyone is saying and the Lakers are this and that and the third. For sure, you have the biggest target on your back. We've had games this year where we play a team and they shoot lights out, don't miss a shot, and then the following game they don't make a shot. So I mean, it comes with the territory. When you're a defending champion, it's a lot harder to repeat. The target on your back is a lot bigger, and every team wants to beat the champs. So I agree with that statement. It is a lot harder to defend a championship than actually winning the first one. You want to be out there and help your team, and I feel like I help my team more on the floor than off the floor. But injuries are a part of the game, so I have to do the best I can to help the team off the floor this time. And but it's tough. You want to be in the fight with your guys, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure this out and get back on the path that everyone is used to with the Lakers.
That's all we can take on the show today. Thank you very much, Shenwa Jidagba, sports journalist of repute. Thank you very much, Soji Dosumu, who is the head of the Barcelona fan club, and we spoke about the financial arrests in Barcelona. I think they've been billed now, but top guys in Barcelona have been arrested, and I think have been billed too. Sunday Binibo, you're a champion, if you ask my opinion. My name is Wally Scott. Join us same time tomorrow for another edition, same time. Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. Like I always advise you at the end of every show, if not for anything, at least for your heart, do some sports.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you don't talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Our focus on one-on-one today is mental health, and my guest is Bukola Lamid, fondly called the therapy queen.
Most times when people have issues surrounding their emotions and mental health, the next place they go to is to seek spiritual. There is no good or bad emotion. We are the one that gives interpretation to emotions. It is okay to be sad. What is not okay is to stay sad. They're two different things. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Everybody have their strengths. Focus more on your strengths. Repressed emotion becomes toxic. So it is even more about you than whatever anybody wants to do or want to say about your issues. Most of the time, people who are depressed don't say it. Men are more emotional than women, but they don't show it. Always make sure that whatever you feel, however you feel, you let it out.
One-on-one with Bukola Lamid, airing on Plus TV Africa at 9 p.m. this Tuesday.
As public outrage greets the blockage of food to the south, some governments say it is an opportunity for the southern region to increase its food production capacity. And the Jangere girls were freed with the help of repentant bandits. And no ransom was paid, so says Governor Matawale of Zamfara State. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Marianne Okon. Several organizations such as the Afenifere, Ohanaeze Ndigbo, and Pan Niger Delta Forum, PANDEF, among others, have condemned the halting of food and cattle supply to the south from the north by the Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. Some southern state governments and farmers have, however, said it is an opportunity for the south to boost its food production capacity. However, the Arewa Consultative Forum has advised the federal government to address the complaints of their union. To discuss this, I have Alester Wilcox, who's a public affairs analyst, and Bola Oba, also a public affairs analyst. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity to be on your set virtually.
Thank you for having me.
All right, great.
It's my pleasure.
Interesting. I'm going to go straight to the point. Mr. Oba, I'll start with you. These reactions that we're getting from all of these regional forums or groups and associations obviously is a form of displeasure that has been registered from both sides, including the ACF. What do you think the reason is? I mean, of course, they have said that they've stated their reason. In fact, let me just go straight to the reason. They're asking for compensation for their people and the businesses that were destroyed during the NSAS protest and, of course, during this Shasha violence. And they're asking for some form of compensation to the tune of 4.75 billion naira for members of their association or people from their region that were attacked. What are your thoughts on these reasons? Is this good enough a reason for them to totally shut themselves down from bringing their wares to the south?
I would ordinarily have had no problem with their reason to seek a form of recompense or a form of help from the government, because ordinarily insurance seldom covers rioting and damages from riots. I would ordinarily have had no problem with that if the unnecessary ban had not come into play. And we must say at this juncture that as unfortunate as the damages to their goods and their articles were during the Shasha riot, they must also remember that Southerners too, indigenous of Ibadan, lost real estate assets. I wonder who could have lost the most, if the person who lost food items or goods in food items, if that person is calculating 4-something billion, one could imagine the magnitude of the loss of those who lost houses to the riot. I would have thought that if they were a bit more mature, if they were a bit more strategic, they would have joined forces with the other elements in the market
to have a joint force to placate or indeed implore the federal and the state governments. I remember that when some northern governors with some southwest governors visited, the Nigerian Governors Forum said they were going to do something to alleviate the unfortunate circumstance of the traders. They should have been chasing that angle, but to just wake up one day and say you are placing a total ban of supply of perishable goods to the most economically and commercially viable market for those goods unilaterally, because you said the federal government has not responded to your demands, that ordinarily should be a wake-up call to those of us in the South that we are living at the mercy of a neighbor who is ready to use hunger to fight us. And I see no reason why state governments and indeed people in leadership like myself should not encourage our youths, should not incentivize people to take to farming now.
Interesting. I will come back to you because I want to push you further on that issue of farming. But let's go to Alesta Wilcox. Alesta, a lot of people are saying that this was a long time coming. People had envisaged that this would happen, maybe not under these circumstances, but they had always said that there will come a time when, you know, the issue of food coming from the north to the south will be somewhat weaponized or withheld to send a message across. For you, what does this reek of?
Thank you very much for having me. Sorry, unfortunately, my Zoom network is a bit drabby, so let's manage the phone network, the phone architecture here.
Very well.
Some of us have talked about this long time ago. I have on various fora, I'm sure my brother Bologba will bear witness. We have met on various fora when this ethnic profiling and hatred against a section of the country and direct insults and abuse of a section of the country, calling them parasites, contributing nothing to the nation, and feeding fat on the South. When those narrative was going on, I was one of the few voices that have called out and be saying this, that look, let us not push this narrative too far. It will come to a point when those you are pushing, I mean, if you push a goat to the wall, he will always react. So when you call people parasites, you say, oh, the South has the oil, the South feeds the North. You forgot also that the North hold the food basket of the country. And then you think that one day, these persons you are pushing and you are insulting and you are calling will not one day react. I think that was being uncharitable with the situation. So that's where we find ourselves now. And how did we get to this level? We got to this level because leaders of thoughts that were supposed to have pushed the national narrative, the national question and cohesion has continued. And that's why I'm surprised that a boy like Afenifere, Pandef or South is coming up to talk. Because they are one of the people that have pushed this narrative to this level. They're one of the people that have expanded whatever divisions we have today into these bodies, and I'm unapologetic about it.
What do you mean what do you mean by Afenifere, Pandef, and the Ohanaeze pushing or bringing us to this point?
Yes.
Were they the ones who went to destroy the things in Shasha? Were they the ones who were looting? Were they the hoodlums who looted things from stores and shops across the country? Were they the ones?
I think each time I come to this station, you don't want me to express my view.
Well, I'm just asking you a simple question. You can actually answer me. You can actually answer the question, Mr. Lester.
Allow me to make my points. And I'm sure if you're open-minded, you will follow my line of thought. I'm talking about how we push the narrative. I didn't say how did we get to Shasha. I mean, how in every circumstances, especially since 2015, it has been the North against the South. Though the South will succeed, the South feeds the North. And Afenifere has been the one issuing this thing. Oh, if we do not restructure, this country will finish. Pandef, they now have
But what is wrong with what is wrong? What is the evil in asking for restructuring? If
there
you
is no
think,
ego.
So,
There
so,
is no ego.
so why
There
are
is
you
no
saying
ego.
that an Afeni-Ferre's push for restructuring is why we're here today?
There is no ego in asking for restructuring.
So?
But when you start to profile a people, when you start to openly insult a people's sensibility, when you start to call people names that they do not deserve, when you begin to undermine the contribution of this set of people, I'm from South-South. Don't think I'm a Northerner. I'm from South-South. I'm a Nigerian, and I believe in the entity called Nigeria. But when you begin to insult a particular people, you call them names, you abuse them, you say they don't contribute anything, you call them parasites, and because of that, you want to restructure. The South has the oil, the South feed the country. You are sowing the seed of what happened in Shasha and the reaction. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say Afeni-Ferre went to Shasha to cause trouble. But I said when you sow those seeds, it will germinate. Because the okra you sow today will throw to an oak tree if not checked. And that's what we're having today.
Okay. Let me come back to you, Mr. Oba. The Afeni-Ferre, Ohanaeze, Pandef have called on the northern groups and, of course, the association that was as the Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria. They have asked that they try to prove their point in a different way instead of towing this line. They're saying that this is a pointless move and that it would not necessarily yield anything. So, but I want to ask, what point do you think that these dealers are trying to prove? You know, again, let's not forget that they're not necessarily the people who are farming in the north. They're not the ones who rear the cattle. They're just dealers. These are people who have their wares come into this part of the country, and then they make money from it. Do you think they're trying to make a point on behalf of their people, especially buying into what Alester has said, that there might have been some form of profiling that has led to these people reacting in the way that they have reacted? Could they be trying to prove a point to us with this action?
They never said it was the profiling that culminated in their blockade. They never said so. They specifically lasered in on the losses they suffered in the Shasha riots. And I must say at this juncture that my friend and brother, Alester, should realize that one of the unfortunate faces of rabid partisanship in Nigeria at this juncture is that we all profile each other. It's not only the people in the north that are being profiled. And the north is not a monolithic the north is not a monolithic polity. In the north, you have the North Central. And to be honest with you, at the last national conference, the North Central essentially voted for the same provisions for amendments of our constitution in the same direction as the South-South, the Southwest, and the Southeast. So when we are talking about the North, we should not be given an impression that we are talking about a monolithic polity. Indeed, the North Central is the tuber capital of Nigeria. Yams, potatoes, and all the tuberous food items are more in the North Central. So we need to be careful. I want to agree with Alester on the fact that we need to be a bit more sober the way we portray ourselves. The portraiture has become so ugly. Unfortunately so, under a president that seems to be somnolent, that seems to have gone asleep. This presidency has so gone asleep that the prisoners are now controlling the prison, the prison warders. It does seem now that the mad people are controlling
I'd like to butt in there if you don't mind. If you don't mind, Mr. Oba, just sorry. The issue of profiling, and I'm not comfortable with the word, but then
we're all guilty. We're all guilty.
I was about to go there because I don't think we always leave the complaints at the foot of our leaders, but of course we are leaders one way or the other. Mr. Oba, you're a leader in your home, you're a leader in your community, and I'm saying that the average Nigerian. Go ahead.
That's why I said I will agree with Alistair that one of the ugly faces of our politics as at this juncture is the demonization of the other side. And I used the phrase rabid partisanship. And we all need to recline from that madness to a more profound degree of sobriety and sanity in our speeches and how we portray each other. But having said that, on the issue of this specific blockage, a group of people suffered a loss, and these people span a cross-section of our tribal portraiture. The Northerners brought their goods to the market, the Southerners owned properties, and the riot ultimately made them to suffer losses, the two sides. Should they now not be conjoining forces to seek a form of recompense to alleviate their circumstance? Should one group just say, you know what?
What if, Mr. Oba, what if the people who are in the South have somewhat been able to get some form of recompense from, or compensation rather, from their governments, like the Sasha? I'm saying, what if? And these Northerners cannot come to Lagos State government and say, well, our goods or our wares were destroyed and we want you to compensate us. They feel more left out, again, because we are a people divided, whether we believe it or not. We're divided along these lines of ethnicity, and so it pays them. Maybe it does pay them better.
No, let's speak to hypotheses. Let's speak to facts. Some governors visited and said to the victims who suffered the losses that the Nigerian Governors Forum would find a way of helping them as much as they could, not totally redeem their losses, but promises were made by a party of governors comprising of Southwest governors and Northern governors.
Once again, what if you and I live in this country, and I'm not in any way trying to hold brief for this group of people, but I'm just saying, we have had many promises made to us as Nigerians, and none of those promises have been made. Why should these people believe the Governors Forum? And what if the Governors Forum has not in any way, kept that promise? And these people need something to go back to.
Legitimate reasoning, but would it not be better and far more effective if they were to join forces with people from other parts of the country that also suffered losses during the same incident than to just yank themselves up and believe that they could use an advantage that they seem to have, not only on that particular instance, but to hold the federal government to ransom. This is almost kidnapping in another format. Okay. Wanting to hold the federal government to ransom to pay them for their own losses alone, when ordinarily they could have joined forces with other elements in the market who also suffered losses.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making.
All right.
But nobody can discountenance the importance of your point, because we get to this point, we have reached this point in the first instance because of the disillusionment of the people with those in leadership across the strata, local government, state government, and federal.
Okay. Alistair, the DSS yesterday invited members of this Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria, to their offices. And of course, they did say nicely that they were invited for questioning. Why do you think the DSS got involved in this in the first instance? It's just the people asking for compensation, isn't it?
Well, I wouldn't know why the DSS got involved. I wouldn't know the role the DSS has played. I wouldn't know the extent of negotiations for which the DSS should be involved. I am not in the know of the back-end working of the situation. But if truth must be told, we must understand, maybe Gwala is disagreeing with me on some point, we must understand that this is not the first time we are having this kind of riot. Remember, during the EndSARS protest, these same Northerners suffered massive losses in Lagos, in that, what do you call it, in that Yanakwaja area, I don't know, I can't remember the name now, where series of their trucks with their goods were deliberately targeted and burnt. That is just during the EndSARS. Now, was the EndSARS in any resemblance to the Northerners bringing their trailers with their goods into Lagos? Now, like I said, these are the first time we've had clashes. Mile 12, being a central market, has always been a theater of clashes between the Northerners and the Southerners on trump-ups, maybe some little things. But it has always been managed, and we didn't get to this level. How come Shasha got to this level that they now wanting to hold with 12 foot and that's out? That's why I said it has an origin. And that origin is the fact that people in the South, we in the South, have been too arrogant of whatever resources we have, and we think the North has nothing. What is happening now for me is just a showmanship, because I know the North cannot consume what they are producing. The South remains the market for the North. Most of the things produced in the North, tomatoes, pepper, all those things, they are not consumed largely in the North. They are consumed in the South. Even this beef, how many times did Northerners eat it? They eat ram, the cow and this thing is mainly consumed in the Southwest and part of the South.
I'm sorry, Lester, I'm really sorry, I apologize, but I need to butt in there. I want to take you back to my question. I didn't say you should tell me what's happening with the DSS. I asked what you think or why you think the DSS got involved. And let me set a precedence, for example, or let me set an example. The DSS only gets involved in issues when they feel it's a national issue, a national security issue. And I'm again asking, these people are asking for compensation, and they've said we're not going to send food to the South. Is this an issue of national security?
Oh, yes, it's a major issue of national security. Major issue. When you have to talk about food security, part of national security is food security. And that is why you have ministries of agriculture at every level. And that's why you have National Council of Agriculture. That's why you have every parameter talking about agriculture and food security. That's why you have silos, storages all over the places. But food is a national security. And that's why you have security for the ways, right of way for food to pass. In war, food is a major element of diplomacy and warfare. So food is a national security. Okay. If there is no food in a part of the country, of course there'll be riots, there'll be revolts, and of course that will threaten the entire nation. So for the DSS, they must have seen ahead for them to get involved, and so that they can nip whatever outcome in the board before it becomes. Food is a national security issue everywhere in the world. That is why you have the World Food Organization, you have the FAO, because worldwide, food is a security issue. All right, it's only a man that is living that can do anything. So if you are hungry, a hungry man is an angry man and can undermine any system.
Mr. Alba, I'm coming to you. Just in 30 seconds, I need you to be able to explain something to me. I find it very interesting that when we have issues such as this, when, you know, for example, what happened sometime in 2017, if not 2018, 2017, when we had the tomato scarcity, when, you know, something happened, we had pests invade some of the farms in the north. Then we all now had that light bulb moment in the South, and in the Southwest, we now realize that, oh, we have farms. We're not farming enough. We don't have enough people in agriculture. Why do we wait until something happens? We blame our leaders for, being reactionary. But of course, we the people are part of the problem. When I was in secondary school, we did agricultural sciences. We encouraged people to go into farming. But as it is today, farming is supposed to become, in fact, has become something bigger than hoes and machete. But we wait until things like this happen in the South for us to start thinking, oh, let's start looking within. Why do we always wait for stuff to happen before we really realize how powerful, agriculture can be, especially with the kind of land that we have in the South?
Because it is in our nature. It is in our nature to be like a bicycle. Leadership is like a bicycle. Followership is the same. Let's be very honest with ourselves. There's a part of me sometimes that wonders if the black man is actually a complete Homo sapien, because look around the world and show me that predominantly black society where you see leadership being proactive and where you indeed see followership.
Well, I can tell you one, Mauritius. I can tell you one. There are very many black African countries, maybe not in West Africa.
Mauritius. My sister.
There are countries that have good leadership and they're proactive.
I know, my sister. I've read too much of international politics than to be given Mauritius as an example or Botswana as an example. My sister, if you don't get it right at the level of countries like Nigeria, Democratic Republic of the Congo, countries, Ethiopia, countries with population well above 10 million, those ones could just be, you're telling me Mauritius.
But you asked for an example and I gave you one.
Let me just say it this way. There's nothing that is happening in the South that is not happening in the North when it comes to leadership failure and when it comes to even followership, not having the initiative to maximize the opportunities at their disposal. Okay. I am one who ordinarily was gladdened with the blockade. And you know why I was gladdened? Because I have an investment in a farmstead, in a vegetable farmstead somewhere in Badagry. And I got a text message from the Lagos State, from the farm manager, that the Ministry of Agriculture, the Honorable Commissioner for Agriculture and the PAMSEC would send a delegation to come and interact with farmers with a view to incentivizing how they could maximize productivity.
That's a clear example of medicine after death. But I said 30 seconds, Mr. Oba. Let me quickly go to Alesta. We're wrapping it up now. Alesta, in 30 seconds, what happens to the relationship that is already shaky around the regions, across the regions in Nigeria, especially the South versus the North, with all of this that is happening right now? And we're all advocating for unity. We're all advocating that we all drop our arms and, try to embrace peace. What does this particular move do? Quickly, as we wrap up.
Well, I think it is time for anybody to know that we all need ourselves. Despite who is the president of Nigeria, which party is ruling at the center or at the state, it is time for everybody to know that the common man on the streets has no business with who is in Aso Rock or which party is who will suffer more is the common man. The trader that is in mile 12 waiting to get a supply of tomatoes to sell that he wouldn't sell, that's who will suffer. So it's now time for us to understand that this country, everybody has something on the table. Do not think that only one person has this on the table. Everybody has something on the table, and we must respect each other. We must deal with each other with the highest level of respect and tolerance. That is where we must go. And talking about the South,
Alesta, we're out of time. I said 30 seconds.
I think it is time for us to know that we don't need to be building churches and estates, but we should go in agriculture. That's the only way to go.
Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. Wala Oba, Alesta Wilcox, both public affairs analysts, thank you for being a part of this conversation.
It's always my pleasure. Thank you for having me.
All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we will explore the means through which the abducted Jangere girls were freed. We'll be right back after this break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I have done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
The Zamfara State Governor, Bello Matawalle, has said that some repentant terrorists helped the state government to secure the release of the 279 schoolgirls of the government secondary school in Jangebe. The governor also said they were released without paying any ransom. And reacting to the kidnapping, the Minister of Aviation, Hadi Sirika, attributed rising insecurity in the country to the activities of criminals who, he said, desire to humiliate the federal government. He claimed that the recently reorganized national security architecture will enhance or end the menace in the country. Well, joining us to discuss this is Dr. Obadiah Mailafia. He's a former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Great. So you and I have had a conversation before about the insecurity that's been spreading like wildfire, not just in the northeast, but now in the northwest, and of course it's spreading all the way down to the south. Hadi Sirika, the minister, is saying that these bandits are out to embarrass the federal government with the abductions. And I'm wondering, is that the kind of a reaction that we expect in the midst of the kind of crisis that we're experiencing in the country, with girls and boys being kidnapped back to back, same form, same manner, and of course all we do is wait to negotiate and bring them back?
Well, for a government to talk in terms of somebody trying, or some group of people trying to embarrass them, I think looks totally irrelevant to what is happening. They are out on a mission. They're out to kidnap, to profiteer, to kill, to rape, and they're doing that on a daily basis. And we're lucky if it is just an embarrassment. What that has done really is to eat into the moral fabric of our society. So our country and our nation is now decaying from the inside. You see, what these things do to a state is to continually undermine its moral foundations. So if people can get away with kidnapping, with raping and profiteering from them, What stops them, carrying guns and starting a war if that looks even more profitable in the future? And very sadly, the anarchy we're experiencing is now going in that direction. It is very serious, and I don't think we're approaching it with the seriousness and with the sense of responsibility that this requires.
Well, the federal government has been giving a lot of assurances. They've been saying that these abductions, this banditry and terrorism is going to end soon. They've been saying that with the new security architecture that's in place, this is all going to be a thing of the past. Can we really take the federal government for their word? Because we've heard this, line of statement over and over again. Why should we take this particular one any serious?
No, I wouldn't take them at all any seriously. A young man was caught recently, a Fulani youth was caught, and he said that, look, we deal in cows. How much does an AK-47 cost? We are being given these arms, and, we are being encouraged. We're giving arms, we're giving money to cause this mayhem. We're not doing it on our own, and I regret this way of life. I'm tired of it. I'm fed up with it. This is what one young man said. And this interview has been all over the social media. So I'm sorry, I do not trust what we're being told now officially until we can confirm that they are walking the talk and that they are really resolved to bring this crisis to an end. But for right now, I have no reason to believe that whatsoever. Because, see, this culture of appeasement, that once you can take up arms and terrorize people, the government would treat you with kid gloves, and people like Sheikh Gumi going up and down and making rantings that are very incoherent and very disturbing, about, this is not their fault, they have been pushed into it, and they learned it from the men group in the Niger Delta. I mean, it's true. The men, kidnapped a few people, but mostly they were foreign oil workers. And how many of them did they kill? You can't count them in one hand, or two hands, you can't. They didn't kill many, but these so-called bandits, and they are not bandits, because a bandit is a common thug and a thief, like the Agbero in the streets of Lagos. But these people are not Agberos. They are bandits. They are terrorists that are well armed, and they are in a mission to kill, to maim, and to rape, and to profiteer from it. So it's not the same at all. It has absolutely no comparison whatsoever. And the government's attitude of appeasement to these groups is even more dangerous. Italy had that problem in the 70s. They even kidnapped a former prime minister. Some of us were schoolboys. And we read the story, the plea of the former prime minister, Aldo Moro, was kidnapped by some gangsters. And they were demanding ransom. When the money didn't come, they killed him. And he wrote a letter to his wife, deeply moving. After that, the Italian government decided to pass a law making it a crime for anybody to pay a ransom. It was a very strange and bizarre law, but lo and behold, kidnapping ended dramatically. When people are being forced, no matter who it is, you don't pay a dime. But
on paper in Nigeria, we say, oh, we don't negotiate with terrorists. I mean, we even if it does happen, we never own up to it until now, when it's become something of a. I mean, when we had to get the last set of girls back from.
Yes.
Right after Chibok girls, those girls were also negotiated. The Dapchi girls, yes, I now remember. We had to negotiate, even though the government still said that, no money was paid. But negotiations in itself makes it look like you're coming from a weak position. Now, I spoke to Sheikh Gumi yesterday, and he kept insisting that these people grew up, in the worst kind of environments. They have no access to education. They have no skills. They've not been able to acquire any. They've been forgotten by the government. Hence the reason why they've taken up these arms. And I asked the question saying, but we have these same type of people spread around and spread across the country. How come these people have not resorted to doing the same thing? And he said, oh, that it's a different terrain, it's a different environment, and that's why he's advocating for dialogue and negotiations is the best way to get them to lay down their arms. Does that not make us look like it's a double standard of sorts? Especially now, again, we're asking that these people be given amnesty. But there are people who are saying, especially you're kicking against the issue of amnesty. But then there are repentant terrorists that have been given a new lease of life by this same government. So if you gave it to terrorists, why not give it to bandits? Is that not a good argument?
Well, two wrongs do not make a right. And it is terrible enough that people who have killed people, innocent people in their thousands, can be given amnesty. Some of them I even heard were allowed to be inducted into the armed forces. No wonder we are not in a position to fix this issue. Some of them are, even as it stands, are being given scholarships. Look, it's not the same moral standard you can apply to men. Men were fighting for resource control, environmental damage to this thing. They had very clear aims and objectives. And government under Umaru Yar'Adua negotiated with these people. But these guys in the Northeast, these terrorists are killers and rapists. They're committing genocide. I don't see how you can pardon this kind of crimes. These are crimes against the state. They're not just crimes against individuals. So the fact that we made the ghastly mistake of settling them doesn't mean we should do that. And there are not bandits. I don't see any bandits here. They are all terrorists. In fact, even Gumi himself, and I don't know what moral universe he lives on. I think only he himself understands, and sheikhs of his kind understand what kind of moral universe they live in. But if they live in the same ethical universe like we do, he wouldn't say some of the things he's saying. I'm quite flabbergasted by some of the things he says. But let's not go into that. But I don't think he's thinking very clearly.
Let's go to the governor of Zamfara State, who's also all for these negotiations. Now, he said that some of the people who helped in retrieving these girls from these bandits are former terrorists. They helped the government to get these girls back. Again, for lots of people, it smacks of all kinds of negative, but then there are also people who are saying, well, they know this terrain better and they're repentant, so why not use them? Where do you stand on this?
Well, politics is the art of the possible, and I have worked in issues of national security and strategy, also being a development expert and economics expert. So I cannot sit here and say that you don't use anyone. Sometimes you have to use the terrorists. But what you must avoid is the body language that makes it look as if you are condoning and even encouraging terrorism. I have to be very honest with you. We have good reason to feel that in the past, a lot of the terrorists were treated with kid gloves. And it looks to us as if they had even infiltrated the system. And so before our armed forces can arrive, they're ambushed and they're wiped away. It has been an embarrassment and a disgrace for our once mighty armed forces. So the government need to examine themselves. They need to flush out within their body politic some people who are part and parcel of the killers. That is what they need to do. Short of doing that, this problem is likely to persist for a long time. After all, this young man that was interviewed just recently, since been on social media, he said that, look, I'm a poor shepherd boy. I was given guns, I was given ammunition, and I was given a lot of money, and given a mandate to do what I'm doing. I'm tired of it. I'm fed up with it. Is he lying to the world? Methinks not. I don't think he is.
Okay.
So those who are making all the noise now need to examine themselves. It's a case of the chickens coming home to roost finally.
All right.
Anybody that lives by the sword, anybody that lives by evil will reap the results and the consequences of evil.
All right. Well, on that note, I want to say thank you to you, Dr. Gobadiah Mailafia, former Central Bank governor. Thank you so much for speaking with us. It's a very sobering end to this conversation, but one would only wonder where's going to be the next hit. But we hope that that doesn't happen anytime soon. Thank you very much for being part of the conversation. We'll take a short break.
But thank you so much for this time, and I'm very impressed with you. You asked the questions with passion and patriotism. Unlike a lot of people who, you know, even from their line of questioning, you wonder whether they have a moral conscience at all.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Gobadiah Mailafia is a former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll find out what Nigerians are saying about the blockade of food to the south, and then I'll give you my take.
It will really affect people because like tomatoes now has gone up, tatashi and pepper cannot avoid it, and it's not here they are bringing it, it's from the north, so it will really affect us here in Lagos.
I think it's an opportunity for us, for the Southerners, to look more into our agricultural participation, you know. Now that so many things is falling apart, and I think our eyes should be more open to several activities that will help and boost the unemployment rates in the country. So if they are threatening to hold on to their food supply, I think it's a leverage for us and the government in particular for us to do more on our side here based on agriculture, and to make them know that we can also fend for ourselves agriculturally.
In my own opinion, let them open the road so that food can come. Everything now is cost. So if you don't have money now, you cannot eat anymore again. So let them open the road so that food will enter.
You can't say a broom, just a stick of broom, will do the sweeping for you. If we say the Northerners should go, we live by these things that they are supplying us. If there are no tomatoes, how do we survive? If there are no beef in the market, people, though we can survive without them, they are turkey, they are chicken and all that to eat. But the supplies, will they be enough for us? So we all have to, we have to live together. It's just a matter of understanding. People don't understand themselves. The Hausas, the Yorubas, the Igbos, they have to be our leaders. They have to come together and understand themselves. If there is no understanding, then there is no unity.
They are losing when they cultivate, they bring it out. They don't have anybody to sell it for. So the thing we spoil, they are losing now. So we can manage ourselves. Our banga there, we use our banga, we prepare it and use it and cook. So we don't have any problem. We can use crayfish and cook. We can use dry fish and cook. Any type of fish, we can use it and cook and eat and satisfy. So meat or no meat, we don't care about it.
Well, it's time for my take. Every time issues that have colorations of North versus South crops up, it takes me back to national conferences and confabs that we've held in this country and the so-called no-go areas. These no-go areas have become like the elephant in the room that no one wants to acknowledge. It's time that we have that Nigerian conversation where we address these tribal and ethnic undertones and passive-aggressive attitude that we display at every turn in the nation. I mean, we can't keep sweeping these issues under the carpet. Now, food traders and cattle sellers from the north are saying no food for you Southerners if you don't do ABC. It's like a cold war that's brewing, yet we treat it with so much levity. There are people who are stoking this fire, wanting things to go bust. Are we going to let those people win? Are we going to stand by and watch things really fall apart? Yes, Nigeria does have its problems, but we are Nigeria, and we need to step up to our responsibilities. These divisions can't continue without intervention. So we all have to come to the table and have that talk. Enough of these subtle resentments. Let's all speak our truths and chart a new course, because that's the only way that we can move forward as a nation. I am Mariana Kong, thanking you for being part of the program. Have a good evening.
With the level of poverty that there is in Nigeria,
150
government
million.
should have a complete vertical impetus, proper accounting process.
The day we want a better Nigeria,
We will
there will
get
be a
up.
better Nigeria,
Very
not the
true.
leaders.
I think our expectation is too high for the quality of what is possible. It is Nigerians that will stamp our feet and say, this is how it must be.
A Chinese man will register a company. His driver will be a shareholder holding 51% because that's the position of the law. And then he tells you it's a Nigerian-owned company.
You cannot discountenance the experience of the old. And the way to not discountenance that is to return to what they've done in the past and learn from it so that you don't make the
I
same
tried
mistakes.
correcting one. He told me, look, if you people can't support us, get out.
Our focus on one-on-one today is mental health, and my guest is Bukola Lamid, fondly called the therapy queen.
Most times when people have issues surrounding their emotions and mental health, the next place they go to is to seek spiritual. There is no good or bad emotion. We are the one that gives interpretation to emotions. It is okay to be sad. What is not okay is to stay sad. They're two different things. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Everybody have their strengths. Focus more on your strengths. Repressed emotion becomes toxic. So it is even more about you than whatever anybody wants to do or want to say about your issues. Most of the time, people who are depressed don't say it. Men are more emotional than women, but they don't show it. Always make sure that whatever you feel, however you feel, you let it out.
One-on-one with Bukola Lamid, airing on Plus TV Africa at 9 p.m. this Tuesday.
Traffic signs are important indicators that direct and inform commuters and motorists of dangers ahead. The National Bureau of Statistics has shown that there are about 11.8 million licensed cars on Nigeria's roads as at fourth quarter of 2018, compared to 11.6 million in the preceding year 2017. With an estimated population of 198 million, Nigeria's vehicle per population ratio is 0.06. Road traffic signs serve several purposes. Some are placed on the roads to point out directions to motorists. Some are placed to ensure the safety of motorists and pedestrians. How much of these signs are known to Nigerians?
That shows that the road is free for somebody to walk.
The traffic light is indicating red and it's time for you to walk across the traffic. Issued in case need be.
Majorly, it's meant for while children are meant to cross the road. So there's need for every vehicle that was passing by at that particular moment to stop by for them.
Facing me is don't turn left. Because if it was like this, I would say don't turn right. So it's if you see the sign showing like this, it's don't turn left.
It's a sign putting it on restricted areas where it is not necessary for such a vehicle to enter, especially a vehicle that has lowered height. It's not to enter in such a place.
Road signs are typically represented as symbols or annotations. Every motorist, and in some cases, pedestrians, are expected to have an understanding of what these signs represent. It is crucial for authorities in charge to produce road signs with symbols together with their meanings spelled out.
We need signs. Every country, every city needs traffic signs, otherwise there will be chaos on the roads. Drivers would not be informed. Nobody would know who has a right or who does not have a right. What can you do, what can you not do? Are you going to warn me about an impediment in front of me or not? So signs are critical. It's not about anyone taking advantage. It's about us utilizing it for our own safety benefit. In a city like Lagos or any large city, there are more pedestrians on the road, more than vehicles. And pedestrians are more vulnerable than vehicular movement because a vehicle is a matter that is enclosed, and so the occupant of a vehicle feels safer. Whereas a pedestrian is vulnerable because it's only their body structure, so on impact of anything, there will be serious injury. Any new road being constructed in Lagos must have a requisite walkway. Zebra crossing, typically in Nigeria, some drivers, when you tell them like, oh, why have you not allowed the pedestrian to cross at the zebra crossing? And the driver will turn back and say, well, I can't see no zebra. You must, as a motorist, you must stop and give priority to the pedestrian to cross. That's the purpose of zebra crossings.
Inappropriate parking on the road is another disturbing habit. Where can drivers park on the road in case of necessity?
Typically speaking, when you go and apply for a driver's license, you are foremost trained to say to you that where you park is very important because it borders on safety and it borders on obstruction of other road users. And so the first job of any driver or a motorist is that wherever you've parked, you must ask yourself the question, is it safe? Is it obstructive? Do I have any traffic signs that bans me from parking at this spot? If you're able to answer all those questions in the affirmative, then you're good to go. And it's not just that. You have to also ask, can where I have chosen to park, can it be perceived by enforcement agency to be obstructive or just not an appropriate place to park? I.e., it is not appropriate to park on an express road that even has 3 lanes, even for 1 second. Because why? From a safety point of view, vehicles on an express will be on a higher speed. If you park there and you obstruct, you're forcing them to change lanes. Now, forcing someone to change lanes on an express on high speed is very dangerous. More than likely, it will lead to a crash. So you can't park there. If you go to a market and you do not go into an off-street parking space or go and find a side street that is not obstructive to parking, and you now say, oh, because other people are parking there, I just want to park for 1 minute. 1 minute is more than enough for an accident to happen. 1 minute is more than enough for obstruction to other traffic flow to occur. So your 1 minute to you may be small, but for the country, for the state, for agency like ours, 1 minute at an inappropriate place is obstructive. And then that vehicle, if we have a tow vehicle, we will tow it.
What are the transportation agencies in Nigeria doing to educate citizens and motorists?
With a program like yours, it's all part of the education links that we have, that we use Federal Road Safety Corps, LAMATA, LASMA, any agency that has anything to do with safety on the roads, with transportation, would always look for an avenue to educate the citizenry. There's a purpose for the road. Your purpose is to move from point A to B, not to abuse other road users. Don't take advantage of vulnerable road users like children and the elderly and pedestrians. Don't say because you're inside your car that you just have rights to do whatever you want.
Obey the road signs and remember not to drive under any influence.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayua Mesale. Go Jenny. Both streets. Hey Jenny, I've missed you guys.
We missed you.
You were supposed to give me one extra week. I don't understand you people.
I'm sure you get more leave.
Yes.
More leave.
Now that I saw that you guys were amazing, you handled the fort very well. I am going to go on 3 weeks leave.
Alpha. Why? They're giving you finger. I don't take the whole hand.
Yes. So. How are you? How's work been?
Oh.
You guys have resumed full time.
Full time. It has been stressful, but we're pushing it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic. All right. So Lamidudu, or Lamide Onifade. I think you're muted, Lami. You need to unmute yourself. If she can hear.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not muted. How are you, darling? I love your red lipstick.
Like, it's so out there in our face. Love it.
Can you hear me now?
I can. We can hear you. Go ahead.
The struggle of my life
is real.
Today, I can't believe I'm not in the studio because I already planned to set out from my house at 6 o'clock to arrive at 6:33.
Yeah.
That was what Google Maps told me. I started my makeup at 5:30 and I did not get it. I washed my face 7 times, so I did not get the makeup to pass 7. So on the dot of 10 minutes past 7, I said, you know what, I give up. Probably God was trying to avert a danger or something.
It's possible. It's possible. I just keep saying
but
that.
I have never encountered such in my life. I said I applied full makeup 7 times and I didn't get it. It was sliding off.
Wow.
It was just like I had oil on my face. So my foundation was this
It doesn't
side,
go with you?
powder was this side, oil was this side. And I had a very hectic day
today. I can
You want to
imagine.
hear it?
Wow. Go ahead.
So in the morning, I went to VI, somewhere very close to the studio. I think that was about 2 streets away from the studio. I had a meeting. So I finished around 1 o'clock. So I knew I was going to come back in the evening anyway. So I was trying to get out of the island on time. But on my way, I just started hearing all about the food blockage and all that. So something just said to me that, you don't really have food at home. Maybe I should just go to the market and stock up. So I faced Mushi Market. And I went to the stock up. The traffic that hooked me rather, between Mushi Market and GRA, where my daughter's school is, took me 1.5 hours. I got there like 4:30. She was the only one in school.
Wow.
Seated like this.
Wow.
I picked her and we rushed home. Like, okay, so I rested for about an hour.
I think so. I think
Okay,
it's
let me start
that.
my makeup.
Yeah, it is that. You know, when you are not settled, makeup doesn't stay on your skin. I think that was what. Yes, it does happen. It happens. When you're not settled, makeup doesn't stay on your skin. Your skin has to be relaxed.
I'm out, burnt out. And I really wanted to be in the studio today because particularly I like the topic. It's my area of,
Yeah. Well, it's because
I'm just going to.
It's because of you we are having the topic, because you are the family lawyer now. You're always preaching, make sure you know your documentation, and with too many things flying around social media. So it's important that we have that conversation. All right, so let me just quickly bring in our audience. So here's what we found as today's quote. We're talking marriage today. So by marriage, the husband and wife are one person in law. That is, the very being or legal existence of a woman is suspended during marriage. I don't understand this quote, but I want to ask Lami about later. So every now and then we see heartbreaking videos surfacing on social media showing a woman supposedly married for years to a spouse finding herself in a situation that tells her that all her years of marriage was invalid. So tonight on Ladies' Night Out, as we celebrate women worldwide over this month, we want to be discussing some issues that affect women. Our focus tonight is the validity of marriage. Lami is always preaching, you have to know your document is valid. So Lami, Jennifer, and I will be discussing this. But first, let's take a break for what's in the news. Thanks for staying with us. So we'll just go straight into what we found in the news. So Lami did not find us a story. She's going to share from my story, but let me come to you, Jennifer. What did you find for us in the news?
COVID-19 vaccination. Nasarawa begins training of 300 health workers. So the Nasarawa state government has commenced the training of over 300 health workers ahead of the arrival of the vaccine in the state. The executive chairman of the primary health, he said that the training became important to expose the health workers on how to handle and carry out vaccination. Personally, I think this is actually a good thing. I mean, we don't know if the vaccination, it hasn't been mentioned yet that the vaccination is here. I know we saw that news.
No.
I don't believe that
I was
news.
watching it live. It's breaking news. No, the vaccines have arrived in Nigeria. About 4 million, 3.9 something million vaccines have arrived in Nigeria. Yes, they handed it over to NAFDAC, and NAFDAC is going to go and test. Then they will now hand it over back to the, what's it called, the health minister. It was a ceremony.
Oh, wait. So that banner was not a joke. Okay, that's exciting news. I actually didn't think it was going to come.
But I think this Nasarawa story, for me, I think is a little too late. Vaccines are already here. It's now you want to begin the training. Shouldn't they have trained them before now?
I think maybe they feel.
So this is the arrival of the vaccines today. It came in Emirates, yes. So that's the video of the vaccines.
I didn't see this.
Oh yes, no, you've not been monitoring the news.
I've been very busy.
Yeah, so it came in today. I think about was it 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. this morning. It landed, and so they've. All right, 12 noon. Okay, they're correcting me. Lami, you are laughing. You wanted to add something to this. They also do Ashwebi vaccine.
The ceremony, I just don't understand. A whole ceremony was done because of the arrival of vaccination. Anyway, it's a big story in Nigeria. something exciting to take us from the gloom and doom we've been surrounded with in the last couple of weeks.
What someone
So
said
I
that,
think it deserves the attention.
I think it was Temi who said it, that they must have allocated funds
Of
for
course,
the
now
ceremony.
for the ceremony. Nigeria, they will do party. You also see Ashwebi on vaccine arrival.
You see COVID. The red COVID-19 vaccination.
So Nigeria cannot shock me. I've said it that anything that will shock me in this Nigeria, I mean, it can't shock me anymore. All right, so my story is actually quite. This is a very sad story for me. So the headline goes. Let me try to pull out the headline. It's something on food security. It says food blockage. Lagos, other southwest towns grown under scarcity and soaring prices. You know, this is coming off the back of the conflict that happened in, I think it was Sasha. What's the name of that place? You know, Shasha. Shasha, yes. That's the name of the place. So they said that these people, the Fulani headsmen, had requested a 450 million naira compensation for the loss of their cattle and some of their people that died in the process. If not, they are going to, block food from coming down south, right? And so we started surfacing videos of people turning back vehicles loaded in with food items back to the north, blocking them, I think around, let me try to find the states now. It was Kebbi or what states that they were turning them back and all of that. So now, right now, currently I hear in Mile 12, there are no food items, you know, in Mile 12. Everywhere is really dry. Then there are pictures, you know. My husband was coming back from the farm today. He now saw that people are now using smaller cars. I think I sent the pictures. He took the pictures and sent to me. People are using smaller cars now to transport food because these big trucks are not allowed to come, you know, they're turning them back. So I saw the pictures and I think I sent it. I'm not sure if I did. All right, so Lami, you wanted to talk about this. While you are talking, I want to pull out something that someone wrote on the Punch newspaper. Very, very apt summation on this food scarcity thing. But let me hear Lami's thought on it because she wanted to share it on my story.
Oh, I went to the market today, like I said earlier, and I spent twice what I normally spent. You needed to have seen the tomatoes and pepper that I bought. It was unbelievable. But what I see is that, so all through today in the car, I was listening to people talking about this very, very hot topic. And a lot of people were of the opinion that this is a wake-up call for the South. I think, yes, it is. But at the moment, do we have any immediate plans? Because it takes a kind of timeline for crops and all these things to grow. So what are we going to do in the absence of that?
Okay, so
because I know, yes, it's an economic sabotage for the farmers, the drivers and all that. It is going to affect the businesses. But this is a major food crisis. This is the major food crisis for us in the South. So in as much as people are saying it's a wake-up call, we all should go back to the farm and all that, it's not going to happen overnight.
We don't have to. Sorry, Lami, we don't have to go back.
What?
Lami, we do not have to go back to the farm. And this is why I was saying that there was a beautiful story. I'm trying to pull it out. Where this guy wrote about everybody should understand that we are interdependent. You understand? We depend on each other. And everybody should understand their strength. So while the North understand that their power is in, you know, supplies of food and all of that, the South should also understand their power that they hold oil and gas. That this, as far as it's concerned, this is the beginning of conversations around restructuring. Yeah. So this is a completely
definitely, it's an implied restructure.
It's a business structure. So you give me this, I give you this in return. So if we understand the role that everybody plays, I don't have to be a farmer because the North are hoarding their food. No, let us negotiate. It's business. They need money. I need food. Do you understand? They need oil. We need the money. So we have to now get to that point where we understand everybody's strength.
I'm also very, very scared that this will not trigger other, you know, agitations, because Nigerian Delta people now can wake up to say, okay, we want what's it called, resource control.
Yeah.
And the agitation will start. Okay, but because these people are also taking part of of whatever proceeds that comes from the oil in that region.
Yeah.
So if they are going to hold their own produce, then they might also hold their own produce too.
But I think this is the height of it for us in this country. First of all, we have major security issues. You know, we have major security issues.
I don't blame them.
Why?
They know why they're doing this at this particular time. Because of the body language as we speak of
the president. Thank you. I was going there.
It's encouraging them.
Yes. He's not visible.
Everybody to ransom. Because they know Mr. President will not take any decisive decision. He's so bereft of ideas and all. So they know that they will get away with this. So I don't know. It's not their fault.
Absolutely. All right, so I think this guy, I can't remember, get his name now. He said, let the North own and hone its competitive advantage while others do same. Do you understand? Everybody should just understand where their strength lies and face their strength. So the North is known for food and all of those things. Everybody should gather their strength. Then we now sit down and talk restructuring. So, okay, how do we benefit and how do we, support each other? I give you food, you give me this in exchange. It's business.
I actually find this very shocking. I think that's why
You're still lost for words.
Yes, because it's a disaster. I feel like it is heading to a destination where we actually do not want it to get to.
Where?
This would lead to, I see it leading to a lot of disagreements, war,
that is the whole idea.
and all of that.
That is the whole idea, so that we can now sit down and understand what... Listen, Jennifer, there's something you bring on this table that I do not have, right? There's something Lami brings on this table that I do not have. I must be smart enough to recognize the individual strength of every lady on the team and respect it. Do you understand? We should learn what every region have and respect it and say, okay, you know what? I want this. What can I give you in exchange for that? That way we'll have a saner community. He was even advising that even the northern people should now sit down and build those ranches so that they don't have to be, going back and forth with...
Wandering about.
Yes. So everybody just understand your strength and hone your skill and know your competitive advantage from the next, the next region. And I think it's a fantastic idea.
Well, with this move, it means that everyone would they have no other choice but to wake up.
Yeah, because where we are now, security, there's problem. Now we're bringing food, there's shelter problem. It is because of the body language of the president.
What is it called is going to join? Fuel scarcity is also going to join. Because today I was seeing, probably it's artificial or not, but there were queues all over Lagos.
Yeah.
And it was in the news that APC was telling Nigerians that please do not panic, that there is fuel to go around. Not. All
right. That's not our hot topic today. But I think it will be worth discussing this conversation. This topic is actually an interesting one. All right, so we're going to take a break. Lami wants to tell us about validity of marriage. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us now. As we celebrate women globally this month, it is important to shine some light on some of the issues that affect a good number of women, and that is the subject of women's right in marriage. But before we even go further, we want to start from the foundation of the marriage by asking what validates your marriage? How valid is that document that binds you to your spouse? And in the event of conflict, how much backing will your marriage certificate give you? That's the question. So please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. On the second half, we're going to open our phone lines, but now we just want to have a conversation. All right, so let me come to Jennifer first, because Lami is our expert in this conversation. You know? Right, so when you're going into, because in my head, honestly, when I saw this topic, Lami has been harping on it, especially again with all the stories that broke, I think was 2 weeks ago, about one woman trying to bury the husband, and they are now telling her she's not, I mean, somebody you've lived with for 15 years, you're not his wife, and all of that. So I'm just wondering, you know, do we really need, this is me thinking out loud, right? Why, first of all, are we even married in the first place? Is it just because you want to have documents, you want to have properties, or what is it? Because I know if Lami start to open her mouth to talk now, she will tell you it's because of properties that you must validate that document. Because that's the only reason I can see in my head that really requires me to have a document. If not, I can live my life without having, you know, to sign any document to say we are legally married, but we stay together. But what do you think, Jennifer?
Okay. Over the past or in past times, I know that people, even now, people marry for different reasons. People marry for wealth. People marry because people marry for security. People marry because, oh, I'm getting old. I think I should have a man or I should get a wife. People marry for, oh, I need kids. People marry for love. People marry because they need companionship. So it depends on you. What's your why? Why are you getting married? What is the reason? So when it comes to having a marriage certificate or being legally bound or something like that, to a lot of people, it really doesn't mean anything to them. While to some people, it means a lot, especially if they come from a family that is broken, or they come from a family where the mom or the dad suffered a lot. So going forward, they're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to do this. We'll do court, we'll do traditional, we'll do white, we'll do everything. We even sign prenup. Do you get all those necessary things? So there are people that actually put those things in place. Why there are people that really don't care about things like that? But yeah, sometimes tradition plays a role in some of those issues that we see
the validity of marriage, is it a document that validates that you are married? Or it is the fact that both of you know that you are married?
Well, in a legal community or a legal system, yes, that document states, it shows that yes, you are married. Because if you want to do something and you're involving another human being, and you say, oh, he's my husband, you have to present a document that states that this person is legally bound to you, because the name that they know is from your father or your mother. It's your family name. So you're taking someone else's name. Why has your name changed?
Okay, well, our expert family lawyer, Lami Dudu.
So what is your question?
You are always harping on the fact that every woman should go and really look into their documentation when it comes.
Please, can you amplify your voice?
My voice. Okay, can you hear me now, Lami?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I was saying that you're always harping on the fact that women must go and check that documentation. They need to be sure that they are really, really married. Why? Why are you always doing that?
Okay, first, we need to understand that the family unit is the bedrock of every society. And it has to be regulated, whichever way, it has to be regulated. So I overheard you talking about, I heard you rather talking with Jennifer about the propriety of a document. The document is the evidence of that marriage anyway. So you still have to possess it. And now, let me even start from the beginning so you can understand. Let me put it into proper perspective.
Context, yeah.
There are two types of marriage recognized under the Nigerian law. The traditional marriage, customary marriage, and the statutory marriage. There are only two. Under the statutory marriage, you have the Marriage Act. You get married under the Act. Now, you cannot decide where you want to perform that ceremony. It could be in church, or it could be at the marriage registry. So some people, it's erroneous for people to refer to it as a church marriage or court marriage. There's nothing like that. It's just one marriage which is under the Marriage Act. And it could be performed in the registry or in the church. Now, the second one is the native law and custom of the bride. The marriage according to the native law and custom of the bride. So if you are a Benin woman, your husband comes to marry, he marries you under the native law and custom of the Benin people. And he must ensure that he does all what is necessary for that marriage to be valid under the Nigerian law. And part of what's the essentiality of customary law, customary marriage is payment of the dowry. First, consent of the parties.
Parents, yeah.
Payment of the dowry is very, very essential. Then handing over the bride to the groom's family. That is very, very significant. Then leading the bride to her husband's house. All those 4 steps, if they are not present in a customary wedding and customary marriage, then it's not a customary marriage. It's not valid. Then, on the other hand, the statutory marriage. You can, as I said before, you can choose to perform it in the church or in the registry. If you want to go to the registry, you are very free. But if you want to go to the church, there are other rules. You must ensure that you get married in a licensed place of worship. So you must ensure that the church that is marrying both of you is licensed by the Ministry of Interior. There are a lot of churches that operate under expired licenses.
Wow.
Any marriage performed by such a church, anybody can, even after 30 years, an outsider, a third party, can decide to challenge the validity of your marriage. And if it comes to the fore that at the time you contracted that marriage, that celebration was performed, it was under a expired license, the marriage is void. It didn't happen under the law. So
are you supposed to be asking the church if your license is updated?
Yes, you are the one who is going to bear the brunt. So I think that it is necessary for you to ensure that you see the license of the church. But most of these Orthodox churches are always licensed, most of them. But when you now talk of Pentecostal, all the small churches springing up and all that, you have to be on the lookout to be sure. There must be the presence of 2 witnesses aside the officiating ministers. And another issue is the officiating minister must belong to that denomination. So if, for instance, you're a member of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, but your parents are Catholics, so you want to ensure that you satisfy your parents, so you go to the Catholic Church to get married, but you now invite your pastor from Redeemed to come and officiate. It is null and void. Right? Yes, I'm telling you the law. It is null and void. And you must perform the marriage ceremony within the church. You can't take it outside of the church. It must be within the church, unless you obtain a special license. That is where you see people go to the beach side to perform, to celebrate their marriage ceremony. I would want to think that they probably got a special license for that. There are a whole lot of issues that I don't want to go into to bore you.
But you know what, Lami? All right, so
why I suggested this topic to you was the issue that was awash on social media about 2-3 weeks ago, and I was reading a lot of comments and all that, and I said, okay, I think we need to bring this topic and enlighten people.
Absolutely.
So do you want me to delve into that issue?
No, hold on first, because it's part of enlightenment now. Because you mentioned something about both parties, especially traditional marriage, where you said they must escort the bride and hand her over. So the people, in my head, because I've seen a lot of people do picture marriages, where they put the picture of the man and the picture of the woman. So is that valid?
No, it's void, though. As far as I'm concerned. It is void.
Wait. You have the consent.
Except the only way that marriage will have any validity if they now take a step further to perform the marriage under the act.
How do you mean?
But if they don't, then, okay, sorry, I didn't include the fact that Islamic marriage is also under native law and custom. That's the way they grouped it. So you can also do that. You can perform the nikah. So that's also fine. But all these marriages are very valid. But the only difference is the benefit and the burden. So if you subscribe to native law and custom, to get married under the native law and custom, you must be prepared to bear the burden. And one essential feature, one prominent feature of native law and customary marriage is the presence of polygamy. The man can take as many wives as he chooses. Then it also affects succession rights. When such a man, if such a man dies without a valid will, then his property would devolve on his beneficiaries under the native law and custom of that person.
All these things, is it not poverty that is causing all this? If I have my money, like I don't need your property. But let me come to Jennifer.
But wait. Let me ask
so if you're married under the Yoruba customary marriage and all, native law and custom, if the man should pass away without a valid will, then his property will devolve on his children, because native law and custom of the Yoruba people does not recognize property succession rights by marriage. It only recognizes property and succession rights by blood. So it only extends to the children, to the exclusion of the wife. They won't give the wife peke.
You see, is this peke?
So if you are getting married,
is this peke matter? You see, let me tell you something, Lami. Let us be honest with ourselves. We are not here to come and be speaking grammar. Why exactly do I need a valid, document when it comes to marriage? Is it not boiling down to property? Is that all marriage is supposed to be all about? But let me come to Jennifer. She wanted to say something. We'll come back.
Hold on, Uwa, hold on. Let me tell you something before you go on to Jennifer. You can't just say, can I just get married and not? When you're going into a marriage, don't forget that in most cases, that marriage will produce children. And it will trigger legal rights. Yeah. It will trigger economic rights. It will trigger issues like custody. It will trigger issues like property settlement and all that. In a case the marriage goes south. So you can't just say, I just want to wake up. Why can't I just do what I like? Don't forget that you are bringing people into third parties who never knew when you went into this. You are bringing them into the equation. So the law has to protect them. So property and all that has to be involved, because whether you like it or not, spouses will acquire property during the life of the marriage. So it's very important. So you cannot wish it away.
Jennifer.
Lamia shocked me this night.
What did she say?
What said, now what about couples that are probably wearing presents on the day of the marriage, but they just put their picture? I mean, there is already consent from both parties. There is consent from both parents. And I know that when you're doing traditional marriage, it is solely or mostly based on the consent of both the girl's family and the guy's family coming together to agree that, yes, we are blessing this union. So if you're saying that because they were absent and their family were present on their behalf, that their marriage is null and void, please, I need... Okay,
let me give you an instance. Yes. There was a particular case that was decided by a court in Nigeria, right? It's an old case. And in that matter, in that case, the man told his father to please go to at that time, his prospective bride, to ask for her hand in marriage and pay her dowry, which the man did, which the groom's father did. So the man now went on a journey and he went outside of Lagos, then found another pretty woman that he felt he should marry. So he took that lady to the registry to get married to the registry. To her under the statute, under the Marriage Act. So his father placed a caveat on that marriage, that the marriage could not hold because he was already married under the native law and custom of the first wife. And they took the matter to court. And the court found for the groom who took another man, who took another woman. And what the court said was, yes, there was evidence of payment of bride price, which is very crucial, but that is not the only issue that when it comes to validity of customary marriage. The other was the wife led to her father's house. No, they said that night, the lady, to her husband's house. They said that night, on evidence, it showed that she slept over in her father's house. And the court said it was an introduction. was not a valid marriage. So the other statutory marriage was valid.
Love me.
Like that.
So these things that happen, I was thinking it's just tradition and, you can choose not to do it. And so now you are telling, oh my goodness, okay, we need to take a break.
Things just got
Then another thing, can I go on?
Go ahead.
Then another thing, if you get married under the Marriage Act, it has its benefits and it has its burdens. Part of the burden is that you cannot get married to somebody else during the lifetime of that marriage. There are only two ways you can escape that marriage. It's either by death or by dissolution of that marriage at the High Court. Uwa, did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Dissolution of that marriage at the High Court. There's nothing like automatic divorce under Nigeria's jurisprudence.
Wow.
I've heard people say, maybe if we separate for 3 or 4 years, automatically, we are divorced now. Uwa, if you marry under the Marriage Act, if you marry in a registry or in a church, and you do not go to the High Court of any state in Nigeria to dissolve that marriage, even after 70 years of your separation, you are still married.
Wait, we had this conversation.
You are still married to that man, and he's still married to any other marriage. During the subsistence of that marriage is null and void and of no effect. So that was what happened during that lady's case, that people were saying 25 years, even if it's 50 years. It does not matter. The other woman who was smart enough just stood in she was looking around. She knew what she had. She knew she had that certificate, and she knew she could use it when it was necessary.
Wow.
So what should have happened was the man should have taken the step to divorce the first wife. You have to divorce first before you take another marriage. Before you take another woman. And likewise, I've also seen cases where a man, for instance, your husband marries you under the Benin
tradition, yeah.
Then after a while, he now sees Jennifer and likes Jennifer and takes Jennifer to the registry. And Jennifer starts flaunting her ring that she's the legal wife. It's a lie. That her marriage is null and void and of no effect.
Wow.
Once the man is married under the native law and custom with somebody else, you cannot take another woman to the registry. It is null and void unless you dissolve that traditional marriage. And do you know there are steps to dissolve traditional marriages?
So you repeat the step, return her back to her father's house. You know what, Lami? This got interesting. Hold on.
Return the bride price.
Yeah.
If you don't return the bride price, you must go to the customary court for dissolution of that marriage.
Wow.
Either of the two. If you don't get either of the two done, you are still married to that person.
Wow. Okay, so Lami, you know what? We're going to take a break. It means that a lot of us women, and I think even men, don't really understand marriage.
I think that a lot of people that are claiming to be divorced
are not
divorced.
They're not. All right, let's take a break. When we return, we're going to continue the conversation. It's really interesting. We're learning.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the result of tomorrow's election. You have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
If you're just tuning in, it's our ladies' night out. And tonight we want to understand what it means to have a valid marriage. Apparently, a lot of us don't have valid marriages. Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at Wayshow Africa 1 with the hashtag Wayshow, or you send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So we'll open our phone lines as well. For those that want to call in, please turn down the volume of your television set. Turn it off completely, the volume of your television set, and try to keep it within a minute. Thank you so much for your cooperation. All right, Lami. Hey, Lami has put me, she's got me guessing. So Lami, I was saying to you that, okay, for even those that have gone to the courts to get married, right? I am even hearing that some law courts are not even supposed to be the places where you're supposed to go and get married. You know, I heard that it's not every court that you're supposed to go and get your what's it called?
You don't get married in a court. You get married in a marriage registry.
Marriage registry. But I thought at some point the Lagos State government shut down some of those registries, saying that, you know, it was not valid, blah blah blah. But they were conducting marriages there.
Uwa, please, can you come again?
Oh, you didn't hear me. I said that at some point, some of those registries, right? I hear the Lagos State government had to shut them down, but they had already conducted marriages there. So how would you even know which one is the right place to go and get married?
Okay, do you want me to tell you the one that is recognized by the law?
Yes.
Marriage is under the exclusive list in the Constitution. So it does not rest on the state or the local government to perform or contract any marriage ceremony. It is strictly within the purview of the federal government, and it's the federal government that has marriage districts. They already have marriage districts, which is whichever one falls within your district. For example, the very popular one in Lagos is the Federal Ministry of Registry. Sorry.
Yeah.
Federal Marriage Registry. Excuse me. Ikoyi.
Yeah.
Right? That's under the law. That is the only recognized place of license, to get married. So all those ones performed at one local government and
because
all
my staff married in Ogududeo.
Who married in Ogudu?
My staff, that registry at Ogudu, she got married there.
Let her go back to the marriage registry in Ikoyi and revalidate her marriage. You know what? When you are married, with your spouse, if you don't have a problem, your marriage is presumed to be valid. But I have seen spouses use it against each other. When they want to move on to another woman, they will tell you that in the first place, our marriage is void. And ask me, why is it void? Because we didn't get married. Where's your Form E? Your marriage certificate, right, should be in accordance to Form E of which schedule, I can't remember in the Marriage Act.
Okay, wait, let me
because
ask
some churches even give you their own certificates. You see something Church of God and all that. It's not acceptable. The only marriage certificate recognized by law is the one emanating from the registry. Even the churches are supposed to get it from the registry. You are not getting married under the laws of that church. You're still getting married under the Nigerian law, but you're choosing to perform it in the church. So they have no right to give you their own certificate emanating from their church or their denomination.
Okay, I have two questions.
Yes.
Okay, so the first one is, so for people who got married in other registries that weren't Ikoyi registry, so let's say they go back to Ikoyi to revalidate, and why they did it before, they've probably been married for like 4 years. So when they go to Ikoyi, it starts counting from then?
No. So that's the process of revalidation, just to give it a bit more validation. Of course, the federal government, there was an issue at that time, so they had to resolve it. So what they'll just do, just take the step to revalidate it, and your marriage is, so they'll start counting like from when you got married.
Okay.
Not from that day.
Okay, so second
because
question.
Because to do that will bring a lot of confusion.
Yeah. All right.
Change
so second question, you said that the couple, they need to actually get married in the church. For those who decide to do it, probably the beach or let's say a hotel garden or something like that. Why does it have to be in a building?
You see, you have to have a
You can. I said earlier. I said you can get a special license
waiver, yes,
from the ministry, from the registry. But if you don't have a special license, it is null and void and of no effect.
Wait. If the pastor has obtained a license, yeah, to give you the marriage certificate from the registry.
What did you say?
If the pastor has obtained a license to actually give you the marriage certificate, why does he need to obtain a special license to do it outside of the church building?
The couple, it behoves on the couple to get that special license and deliver it to the officiating minister, who would fill it out. Then you can now go anywhere to get married.
Okay, so Lami, why?
Then do you know that even if, sorry, let me point this out before I forget. Even if you decide to get married, decide to dissolve the marriage, and you go to the High Court of any state and the process is on, there are two stages of dissolution of marriage. There is a decree nisi and the decree absolute. So after the conclusion of the trial and all that, the judge gives his judgment. So that's his decree nisi. And it doesn't become decree absolute until 3 months after. During that 3 months, you can still decide to reconcile. So it's just an allowance for probably you guys decide to reconcile and all that. But the snag is, or the catch rather, is that if one of the spouses, one of the parties to that dissolution of marriage dies at that time, the other spouse is still the wife or the husband. Until you get a decree absolute.
Okay.
That is the wife.
Until
the day it becomes decree absolute.
Lami, it's okay.
Wait,
off
you're
your
saying-
mic.
wait,
Let her off her mic first.
Wait, so 3 months, right? Before decree absolute.
Yeah.
So where did we get this?
So
2
during that
years?
3 months, if one of the parties died, the other party, the other spouse is the surviving spouse.
So where did we get this whole, it
So
takes
even
2
if that's
years
one
for
babe
you to
that has
be legally
promised marriage
divorced?
in one corner, who is heavily pregnant, waiting for the divorce to come through, and the guy dies during the period, the other woman is still the legally recognized wife, who would succeed him.
Okay, so let's take,
in the case the guy does not have a valid will.
let's take some
There's
comments.
something to succeed now. I mean,
Let's take some comments. Oh, Jehovah Shammah. All right, so let me take a comment from, I think this is from Rachel. Say, where do you place long-term partners who don't believe in marriage?
Well, I think the Nigerian marriage, the laws of marital laws in Nigeria has to be overhauled. It's still very traditional,
It's still outdated
and very conventional. It makes no provision for common law partners, long-term partnership, and it doesn't. If you are not married, you are not married. It's either you are in or you are out. So until that overhaul happens, that is the law. So even if you spend 25 years together, it's just trying to protect the sanctity of marriage and the family unit, so that it's not easy for people to go in and out. You know that under this Nigerian law, right? You cannot divorce until after 2 years of your marriage. You can't divorce. You
So
have
if
to
I
wait
marry,
for 2
wait,
years.
I don't understand, Lami. If I marry somebody today and I realize that he's a serial killer, so you're telling me
Well,
that?
No,
I think I'm
under such
separated.
circumstance, you can. But wait, you have to prove to the court that there are exceptional circumstances.
Okay, or what if he's not, let's not go to the serial killer. What is a serial cheat? That I get married
No,
to
you,
him
have to wait you would wait for 2 years.
2 years.
well, wait.
Because you're just trying to protect the sanctity of marriage. To
Which
say that
sanctity
in
is that?
2 years,
You want to,
sanctity
I'll run mad.
Wait, but this something they're trying to protect. Even
you
the
can
Bible
separate.
says it
You
now.
can separate.
So there is, okay, so there's room
You
for
can't
separation.
just
So you
get
can
an
be
official
separated.
dissolution of the marriage.
So you have to wait 2 years. All right, so marriage, yes, should be on the foundation of marriage, yes, should be on the foundation of love, but you must ensure all legal papers are intact. That's what Mrs. Ayola. That is. But I'm just thinking in my head, all of this validation that you require. You know, I think we have a phone call. Richard, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening, guys.
Thank you so much for calling. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yes, to tell you how serious what Lami is saying is, there was a wedding that was contracted. The church was using a rented apartment that was not registered in their name. These guys were married for like 4 or 5 years. And something came up, and it was discovered that the place they got married was not the church property, but was a rented apartment church used, which the church later moved away from there. Do you know that marriage was terminated?
How?
It is serious. What Lami is saying is very serious. It's very serious. Go and replace your certificate. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you kidding? Lami, there's problem. So you cannot go and marry in a poor church. They must own the property.
That's why I said all the small churches springing up. It behoves on you to ensure that they are properly licensed.
Let's take more comments.
Okay, so there is a comment here. What is legal is not moral. I may not say the religious institutions have no right to issue certificates. I'd rather say they lack legal backing. I want you to clarify this craze for Ikoyi. There are over 700 local governments in Nigeria. Can you clear the myth? Abi, is Ikoyi a special local government? And then there is another from Mrs. Adedeji from Bagada. Legal. Trust me, with all the happenings in this world, protect marriage by making it legal. I agree. I agree.
Lami,
okay, there was somebody who was happy on Ikoyi. And
yes.
I just made Ikoyi registry an instance. There are a whole lot of federal marriage registries scattered all over Nigeria.
No, how about Lagos? How many do we have in Lagos?
I really don't know. I only know the one in Ikoyi.
Because there's one my sister got married to. Hey, my sister.
What did you say?
My sister got married in one in it was around Ikeja Other Bridge.
If it's a local government, it is not valid.
I hope she's watching. Okay, so let me take a comment. Raphael, this is actually, I'm learning because okay, Raphael Akori is a viewer from Zaria. He says, marriage is a necessary evil that we cannot do without. If procreation is our watchword, what an advantage of faith from two parties of different backgrounds. Well, celibacy is not an option in this form of the world. I think we have a call. Tammy, are you there? Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. So please, my question is concerning the customary marriage. What is the proof of, is any certificate given if a marriage is conducted under that kind of environment, rather than under the act? So what is the evidence or proof of that?
Okay, Lami, that's for you. Thank you, Tammy.
Okay, if I heard her correctly, because I could barely hear her, she was talking about the proof of a customary marriage.
Yes, do they give certificates?
There is a law, right, that says that when you get married under the native law and custom, you must go to the customary court in your district to register that marriage.
Ooh.
Right? Mm-hmm. But if you don't even register it, there are ways to prove it. There were witnesses there that day.
Lami, right? I want to bring this.
Then pictures. You must show where he was handing the bride price.
Okay. Because I was going to ask you that if you have one bad belle in-law now, that now decides that it's by fire by thunder, they want to prove that you were not married. Because this one you say escort to my father's house. What if there are no pictures, no videos, no nothing, but it happened and somebody is saying that it didn't happen? How will you now prove
why
it?
The law says register your marriage.
Okay.
You must register it. Okay. Even some all this Alaga Joko, Alaga Juru and all that, they started issuing certificates. to show that it actually happened.
That they were the ones there. Okay. So do the
that they conducted it.
Do the states
so those are part of the burdens of a customary marriage, lack of proof. So that's why people just do the statutory marriage. That's why some people think it's not valid. It's valid. It's just that it's more of a problem where you now have to prove and all that. So that's why it's easy for those men to now go and take another wife because of the issue of evidence. But if you can properly show that you were married, even if it takes 10 women to the registry, it's null and void and of no effect.
Okay, so Lami, why are you advising women to understand this subject of marriage, especially, in these climes that we're, in the climb where we did for this Nigeria, it's always the women that are the receiving end. So why are you advocating for women to understand, whether their marriage is valid or not? Why?
Well, it's, to be very candid, it borders mostly on succession rights. Because when the man is alive to protect you, but when he's gone, how do you prove you were married to him? They will chuck you out of your marital home if you have nothing to show. So that is why the marriage under the Act is preferred, because it offers more protection to the family. Because if a man who was married under the Marriage Act, the statutory marriage, if he doesn't have a valid will until the time he passes, then the administration of estate law of that state will now come into play, where the spouse is given priority.
Okay.
As against native law and custom that does not recognize marriage when it comes to succession.
Okay, so let me quickly take Sanusi's call. I want to ask one last question, but let me take Sanusi's call. Okay, you have a question. Quickly. Sanusi, thank you for joining us. Let's hear what you have to say. Quickly.
Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Thank you, Sanusi, for calling.
Yes, I want to guest to please. She has not talked of the Islamic marriage or Muslim marriage, which is recognized by the Constitution. She has not spoken on that one, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I think she did. She mentioned it. Okay, well, quickly, Jennifer.
Okay, I think what I wanted to ask is, let's say I am married and my husband decides to step out of our marriage to marry someone else, and we probably didn't go through the normal route of getting the normal divorce certificates and all of that. Is there a penalty for him? Or if a woman steps out, vice versa?
If either you were still married to him, so at the time he stepped out, he was still married to you, right?
Yes.
Then that's bigamy, which is 7 years imprisonment.
Hey! Okay, let me answer Sanusi's question.
But that's unfortunate. It's never been tested in any Nigerian. I cannot know of any single man who has gone to jail on account of bigamy.
This is Sorosoke generation.
So for Sanusi, I actually touched on Islamic marriage. It's under native law and custom. That's the way it's grouped. So if you're married under the Islamic law, you can't take another woman under the statutory marriage unless you divorce under the Islamic.
Okay, Lami, one last question. If all of these things happen, that the marriage was not valid and everything, I have lived with him 25 years, but he leaves a will, and that will states in that will that I have access to XYZ. Would there be any contention? Can they still contend?
Please, can you come again, Uwa? Please, can you come again?
If he left a will, right? And that will, even though my marriage certificate is not valid, but he left a will that kept me inside that will, can it be contested in a law court?
No. Since he gave it to you willingly, yes, you're covered.
Okay.
But if he did not make a will and your marriage is void, you won't get anything.
There will be problems.
The law will not recognize you.
All right. I think we had a lot of fun. Lami Dudu, our lady lawyer. By the way, she's not a guest, so she has shocked us. She's not a guest. She's our in-house lady lawyer. All right, so Lami, we're going to keep bringing this stuff. I didn't think we were going to have a very fantastic conversation. I was wondering, what is marriage? Lami is always disturbing us, marriage. Thank you, Lami. Thank you so much for a fantastic conversation. All right, so Ways was birthed. Thank you, Jennifer. Ways was birthed from the need to inform, inspire, influence lives towards action. And this year, we started our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways and follow us on all our social media handles, as this will be an all-year-round engagement. Now, in case you missed today's quote, here it is again. By marriage, the husband and the wife are one person in law. That is the way sorry, that is the very being of the legal existence of a woman is suspended during marriage. This is the bit I do not understand. Why would my very being be suspended during marriage? All right, we'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power, and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare. Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Our focus on one-on-one today is mental health, and my guest is Bukola Lamid, fondly called the Therapy Queen. She's a certified cognitive behavioral change therapist, emotional intelligence specialist, a child mental health practitioner, and one of Africa's leading family mental health coach. She provides relatable solutions to persevere the mental and emotional wellness for every member of the family through counseling training, therapy, and advocacy interventions. Bukola is the founder of the Safety Republic International, an organization that is using the best 21st century skill set to influence healthy narratives in family, life, parenting, and childhood development. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, so my first question, I'm going to go straight to it and ask, look, depression, anxiety, mental health, it has become like the 21st century buzzword. Everybody's using it, and everybody's, talking about any small thing, oh, I'm depressed. And, can you just break it down for us? What does mental health mean? What does depression mean beyond just the fact that it has become now?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. Every time when we have opportunity to talk about mental health, we try to break it down to the basic, definition so that people can relate with it. Everybody has mental health. Just like the way you have your physical health, you have your spiritual health, whatever health that you have is just the same way you have mental health. Mental health is like the state of your mind. How does your mind work? How do you regulate it? How do you manage it? What goes in, what comes out? That is just a basic meaning. So everybody has mental health. According to World Health Organization in 2005, they define mental health. I hope I'll be able to define it word to word. They said mental health is a state of well-being, where someone can relate with themselves, relate with the environment, cope with the everyday stresses of life. So we should be able to understand that life comes with its challenges, and you must recognize these challenges. Then you have the capacity to face the challenges and bounce back, because there will always be challenges. So that is mental health. That means you have if you have the capacity to cope with everyday stresses of life, okay? And you have the capability, to give back to the society. That's another part of a good mental health. Once you're able to take care of yourself, you can cope with the everyday stresses of life, then you can now give back to the society. So we consider you having a good mental health. When those things are not in place, then it becomes a mental illness. So mental health is more or less like your emotional well-being, your social well-being, your spiritual well-being, your physical, whatever well-being, everything, yes, to one. Once everything can work, then you have a good mental health.
Okay, I wanted to find out, it seems like in this time that we're in, there's a lot of awareness about mental health, but there's still a lot of stigma despite the awareness. Why is that?
Yeah, you know, we've come a long way, and mental health has been stigmatized right from the beginning. So nobody wants to, face the reality that something is wrong with them. You know, we have lived for over so many years. We have lived in a society where people have been trained not to express how they feel. People have been trained to suck everything in. You know, people have been trained to wear what we call mask. So you're not feeling fine, but you don't want people to see your vulnerability. We were not trained to accept our vulnerability. So if you now cannot manage those vulnerabilities and they come out, it's a bit weird for people. Then they think that something is wrong with you.
Okay, so now this leads me to my next question. How do we begin to change that? Because I find that it's a very, I'll speak for Nigeria, it's a very cultural thing to want to say, you see, don't tell your problem to somebody, don't share this, be a man, be a woman. You're not the first person that it has happened to. So how do we now begin to draw the line to, okay, I'm not going to share my problem with anybody, but this thing is driving me crazy. I want to man up, but at the same time, I just sometimes just want to be vulnerable. Is it something in our culture that we have become, that we have trained ourselves that we can be vulnerable, and open up when we have problems? How do we begin to, solve this?
Yeah, we need to start changing our mentality.
How? How do we do that?
We need to understand that vulnerability is strength. Then we need to understand that every emotion is valid. Because people believe when you are sad is a bad sign. I mean, it is okay to be sad. What is not okay is to stay sad. They're two different things. So when we start changing this this mentality, this stigma around, oh, you're not supposed to, like what you said, man up, suck it up, it's over. I tell people in mental health, we don't believe in forgiving and forgetting. It's a scam. Because you see, the way God, wired the brain, you can't forget. But you have the capacity to forgive. But once an event comes that triggers your memory, there's somewhere in the brain where every event of life is stored. So once you are triggered, it comes back to your memory. But because of the environment that we stay, people would rather not want to talk about it. That is the mentality, that is the conditioning that we have lived with for so many years. That's why it's strange for people, for me to come and tell you that, oh, I think I'm not feeling fine. And the next thing the person will say, no, it's okay, drop it. Is that all? No, forget about it. You can't just forget about an emotion. You must express an emotion. You must feel an emotion. If you don't feel it, it won't go away. What you only do if you don't feel it is you repress it. And one thing about emotions is emotions that is stored up for a long time becomes toxic. So that's why you see emotions can be in your system for several years, but when it's coming out, that time, you will not have the ability to manage it. It will just burst in your face. You could do something you can't manage. So what we are trying to say now to change that narrative is, once you're feeling something, recognize it. Very, very important. If you are sad, recognize that you are sad. Understand why you are sad. Look at it. Once you are trying to dissect that emotion, it becomes powerless. But that is the opposite of what we were taught. So when we have a feeling, we were taught not to think about it, to push it aside. But you see, emotions don't go away, like I told you. They stay in. You would believe that recent studies even show that emotions are linked with medical health. So sometimes when you are so stressed, you could have headache. Emotions has been linked to people having diabetics. Emotions have been linked to people having stroke, because those things are chemicals in your system that goes to disrupt the normal function of the body system. So now the narrative, how do we go about it? We need to change the mentality, the mindset around sadness. For instance, every emotion is valid. Like I said the other time, I said, if you feel happy, you should be able to regulate happiness as well. There is no good or bad emotion. We are the one that gives interpretation to emotions. I give an example. I'm angry. My anger may be a positive emotion. How? I failed an exam, and I'm so angry and disappointed at myself. Instead of me translating that anger into something negative that can injure me, I could translate it to a positive anger that will help me to pass my exams when next I'm writing. Okay. So there's nothing like good or bad emotion. What we have is healthy and unhealthy emotion.
We'll take a short break, and when we come back from the break, you tell us more about our emotions. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this break.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
You're still watching One on One, and our focus today is on mental health. And we still have Buki Lamid here with us. So you're talking about the emotion, that no emotion is good, no emotion is bad. So now let me go back to the home or to raising children, because, you know, we tell them, oh, it's not good to be sad. It's not good to be angry. It's not good to be... How, as a parent now, or as a teacher, as a caregiver, what do I need to know and learn in simple terms in teaching children that, okay, like you said, that being sad is not a bad thing sometimes. So how do I begin to teach this to a child, and then it becomes part of his or her life as they grow older?
All right, thank you. So from the very basic, emotions are just our messengers. A lot of people don't know that we are the master of our emotions. But when we don't have the capacity to manage it, they become our masters. So right from when children are quite young, you let them understand that emotions are your messengers. But how do you send them on an errand? Is when you feel, when you express them. So you are not supposed to hold a particular emotion just because you don't want people to see you in that particular state. I mean, when you want to cry, a lot of times crying is therapeutic. A lot of people don't know. The glands that secrete the water for crying actually is therapeutic to the system. There's an hormone that is released.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's somewhere in China where if you're feeling very overwhelmed,
yes,
you go there. They call the place a crying temple. So you go, you find a place, you sit and cry. Oh, wow. You would notice that sometimes when you cry, you feel a bit of ease. Yeah. So there's a science behind crying. But because there's a label to cry in this part of the world, that when you cry, you show vulnerability, or you're weak. And like I said from the beginning, vulnerability is strength. In fact, for you to have the ability to express yourself is strength on its own. So while we grew up as children, adults killed that part of us. So that's why you see a lot of people cannot even stand up for themselves. They can't make decisions on their own because those emotions are supposed to build up those things.
So what should the adults begin to do now? What should parents and teachers begin to do now and differently?
Every emotions are valid.
Okay.
When I do training for teachers or parents or whatever, when we're talking about emotions, I make them write some things out. Those statements are very, very important. Every emotion is valid. It is okay not to be okay for some time. Then there are no negative or positive emotion. It's only healthy and unhealthy emotions. My emotions are my messengers. You know, those are the statements you create around children so that whenever they are feeling what they are feeling, they have the ability to express it. Then you as an adult should now become, I tell parents that you don't become a thermostat, you are a thermometer. What that means is that for children particularly, children hasn't really developed the capacity to regulate emotion because their brains are not yet developed, fully developed. The brain is fully developed between the age of 25 and 30. So you could see that children are still emotions in emotion. They're still moving. They're still trying to understand their world. So you as an adult have the responsibility to help them regulate. So when they're on 100, you try to bring it down for them. When they're on 50, if it's too low, you hype it for them. So you are like thermometer. You are not a thermostat that once they throw their tantrums or once they begin, you just add your own and everything. So before you even have the capacity to regulate another person's emotion, you have to regulate your own emotion as well. You must understand, you must learn. It's a learned behavior. You must learn how to regulate your emotions. The first thing is for you to understand that, see, how am I feeling? That's first. Why am I feeling this? What can I do as I'm feeling this? By the time you start thinking like that, you have won with your emotions.
Okay, so now let's go to, because I saw a recent stat about how the numbers, more women are depressed than men. So what in Nigeria, the stats I saw, but why is this so? Why? Because you would have thought that because women are more expressive, we cry more, we talk more, we gossip more, that, that we will be less depressed than the men. Why is this so?
Okay, so I will talk about this from neurobiology. So there is a research that has confirmed that the brain of the man is a bit different from the brain of the woman, and most times it's by nurture. As human beings, we come into the world by nature, then nurture now comes in. So when we are growing up, there's this particular part of the brain of the female that is being raised or that is being nurtured more than that of the male. I hope I'll be able to explain this in a very basic form. What I'm trying to say is, in our nurturing, parenting, society, environment, nurture the logical part of the brain of the male more than the emotional part. And it starts with as simple as colors. When we give birth to children, there's this stigma or this stereotype of giving young girls pink.
And then boys blue.
Yes, and there's a psychology behind colors. If you don't grow with some particular colors, you may have little emotion. Let me give you pink an example. Yes, pink is a very energetic emotion, and it brings sympathy. So if you are not raised with a pink color around you, you might not necessarily have sympathy for people because colors have energy. So that is nurture. And there's a way the brain communicates with things around it. So if the brain doesn't see something that will nurture that part, then that place becomes dormant. Do you understand it now? So, and as the male is growing up, the female is growing up, there's this way, there's this double standard that we do. There's a particular way we raise the young girls, and there's a particular way we raise it has an effect on the brain as well, and which in its own has an effect on the emotions of the male. That's why you see that women are more nurturers than men, because there's this attention on, you're going to your husband's household, you have to take care of your in-laws. They never tell that to men. You have to do this, and that helps the emotional part of the brain of the females more than the men. Now, the statistics that you have said is quite right. It's because most of the time men have been conditioned to mask their emotions. I tell you, as a mental health practitioner, that men are more emotional than women in a lot of things, but they don't show it. They hardly show it. It's strange for you to see a young man on the road and the young man is crying. In fact, you are the person that says, and you're a man, what's wrong with you? So he knows your response. He would rather not talk about it. But if you see a young woman, everybody will come and they'll start saying, oh no, you know, say you be woman, you know, that kind of a thing. And that has really nurtured that neural pattern. We call it neural pattern of the brain. So much so that women are more emotional than physically emotional, you would think. But more so, men are more vulnerable and they are more emotional than men. Girls.
Okay, so we have to go on another quick break. It's funny how you're having an interesting conversation and then time is not your friend, but we have to take another quick break, and we'll be talking about, and when we come back from this break, we're talking now about the barrier entry into your field. Everybody now is a mental wellness expert. Go online, do something short. So how do we begin to differentiate and know that, okay, this person is certified person I can speak with, a trusted person I can, relate with. We'll be right back after this. Thank you. You're still watching One on One, and our focus is on mental health. Okay, so now let's talk about the entry barrier for mental health. It's a good thing. I like how there's a lot of awareness now, how there are a lot of coaches, because I can remember a few years down the line, I had also experienced depression at some point, and there were not very many counselors and coaches like we see today, so I had to go to the Federal Hospital at Yaba. But there's a challenge with that, because I feel like because of this now, a lot of quacks have come into the industry. Everybody's a mental wellness expert, everybody's a coach, and then you can deal with this. How are you, the experts in the industry, how are you trying to regulate this? How do I know, for example, that this person, okay, I don't want to go to the psychiatric hospital in Yaba, but I want to speak to a wellness coach? How do I know that this person is a certified person and not a quack?
Yeah. For every field, it's not surprising that you always get people who leech on things like this and all that. But let me quickly educate people. You see, we have the academic part of mental health and we have the professional part. So for instance, you could just decide to say, okay, you want to do some courses in counseling so that you could do basic counseling, help people around, which is fantastic. Okay, so a counselor is different from a psychologist, is different from a mental health practitioner, and is different from a psychotherapist. They all have their area of specialty, depending on if it's academic or if it's professional, okay? But the holistic or the umbrella of everything is psychology. So the mother of them is the psychologist and the psychotherapist. They have everything. So it's under this psychology that you now have all the counseling, the coaching, everything bounces back to helping people, right? And to a large extent, we have professional bodies. We have professional bodies in Nigeria. We have professional bodies in counseling where you have the names and numbers or the details of everybody who is certified. Is everywhere on the internet, where you just type in, you want to, they will bring it out. You have professional mental health practitioners. They are there. You have professional coaches, because coaches too are quite different from psychologists, and they're quite different from counselors. But somehow they all work hand in hand, okay? So it is not unusual for you to get quacks.
Okay.
And one of the things that's why we are trying to push a lot of awareness, because, we are not used to these things from the beginning. Most times when people have issues surrounding their emotions and mental health, the next place they go to seek spiritual, because I think there's this link between spiritual
I was going to get to that,
and
because
mental.
many people just see religious counselor, and then we demonize everything, you reject it in the name of the Lord, and we do all sorts, and then we never really get to the core of the issue. So because we really don't have so much time, I want you to tell us maybe just break it down like 3 or 4 practical steps on how to protect our mental health. How do I protect my mental health in my home, in my workplace, and just everyday life? Just share with us some practical steps.
Thank you. So there's this thing that we call good body image.
Okay.
You know, you have to be real with yourself. If you are not real with yourself, you can't get yourself. What do I mean by that? Always look at the bright side of life. Everybody has their issues that they deal with. It is just the normal stresses of life. So when you are going through issues, look at the brighter side. It's not trying to sweet-tongue you, or because you see, the brain has been wired to always look at issues.
Okay.
You know, like I said the other time, that there's this thing in our brain called the amygdala. It's like a fire alarm. It's the one that catches all the issues of life and tries to magnify everything for you. But if you don't have a grasp of what is happening to you, it magnifies it. It makes it bigger. Then you may not be able to handle it, and that's where you have mental health issues, and that's why it aggravates to illnesses. Okay, so you should have the capacity to look at yourself and look at your vulnerabilities and your strength, and focus more on your strength. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Everybody have their strengths. Focus more on your strengths. Talk more to yourself. In fact, that's another myth. People think when you talk to self, you need to talk to self. You need to have like a meeting to yourself, sit yourself there, ask yourself questions, look inwards. I tell people that our work is not to find solution for you. You have to find the solution for yourself. But our work as psychologists and mental practitioners is to guide you. That's the skill that we have that you don't. You know, your solution may be on this right side, but you are looking on the left side. So our own responsibility is to guide you towards that path where you will find self. We cannot find it for you. So always ensure that you manage your emotions. Never allow anything to, I'm talking about emotions now. Never suppress anything. If you feel sad, I tell you, oh, I feel somehow today. I don't need you to say, why? No, I just need to express it. Always make sure that whatever you feel, however you feel, you let it out. And you see, you must always find someone to talk to, no matter what. Everybody needs a coach. You must always find somebody to share your issues with. The back is a myth when people say, don't share your story with any. The worst people can do is to share it around, right? But the thing is, it's not resident in you. You have been able to express it, because you see, repressed emotion becomes toxic. So it is even more about you than whatever anybody wants to do or want to say about your issues. Don't let it sit with you, because it becomes an issue. And that's where mental health illnesses comes in. So always let it out. Express, regulate.
Okay,
talk about it.
I have a question, though, or should I say more of like a concern? I find that sometimes some people try to manipulate you with their mental health, or claim that they have this mental health issue to get away with situations or get away with some things, to try and just, So for example, I could just give an example and say, you want somebody to do some work, and the person is coming every time like, I'm just stressed, I'm depressed, and this is like the constant excuse day in, day out. So how do you begin to draw the line and know that, look, this person is truly just being a lazy person, or okay, maybe truly this person is depressed? How do I, as a layman, I'm not an expert, but how do I begin to now draw the line and say, okay, this person is being manipulative here and just being plain lazy, or this person truly needs help?
Most of the time, people who are depressed don't say it. Most of the time, from my experience in the field, you are the one that actually, so people cannot literally come to you and say, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to work yesterday. No, it doesn't work that way. There are signs that you would see. Sometimes even they don't say it. If you are the one that's so observant, that you will not notice it around them, because whatever they are doing is fantastic to them. That's the irony of it. They don't even know that something is happening. Most of the time, it's another person. That's why we are creating the awareness that look out for people, reach out to them, talk to people, because most times, people who are depressed don't say anything. So when people come to you and say, yesterday I was depressed, I slept off, like I said the other time, they've bastardized the word depression.
True.
You have to be be clinically proven that you're depressed before you can say somebody is depressed. Okay, you can be in grief. You can be in sadness for over a period of time. But is it excessive? Is it consistent? Then we will now need to put some psychological assessment in place to now decipher. Is it mild? When we've understood that, okay, it might be depression. Is it mild? Is it moderate? Is it critical? Okay? So most times what people go through is just sadness. It's not depression. Depression has to be clinically proven by a certified psychologist for you to know that, okay, this person is actually depressed. So most times, they don't even want to talk about it. You are the one that would see the signs, the symptoms, the behavioral pattern in the way they talk. For instance, you hear somebody just talking about heaven every time. You hear someone just talking about death every time. You hear someone just talking about their grandfather that has been dead for so, they just talk about weird things. You see that there's an antisocial disorder. They don't want to go out. They don't want to interact. Sleeping patterns has changed. Eating patterns has changed. Or they are unnecessarily too happy. Because that can be tricky. So it is not everybody that is happy that has a good mental health. So a lot of them use that emotion as a cover-up so that you don't detect. So most of the time, they don't even want you to know. Wow. So if somebody tells you, I'm depressed, that's why I didn't come to the office for 3 days, know that is manipulation. It's not depression.
Okay, thank you very much. Sadly, we've run out of time. We've run out of really would like to have you again to talk about our mental health, because it's a very, in as much as a lot of people take it as a fad, but it's a very essential topic to have. And thank you so much, Buki.
Thank you for having me.
And that's all we can take on One-on-One this week. Please ensure to take care of your mental health, reach out to people, check up with your friends, see a therapist if you need to, and ensure that it's a satisfied one. That's all for this One-on-One this week. I'm Fumi Unuajefe.
On Plus News Now tonight, 4 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccines arrived in Nigeria as President Buhari and Vice President Oshibajo to be inoculated publicly on Saturday. Modeste Bahati elected as Congo Senate President. And 3 female media workers shot dead in eastern part of Afghan city of Jalabad. Well, many thanks for joining us. I am Justin Akadonye. Nigeria has received its first batch of COVID-19 vaccines. The NAFDAC-approved Oxford AstraZeneca vaccines arrived at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport around noon via an Emirates airline. Chairman of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, Bas Mustafa, had said on Saturday that Nigeria will receive its first tranche of about 4 million doses of the coronavirus vaccines. Top government officials were on the ground to take delivery of the vaccines. They include the PTF Chairman, Bas Mustafa, Minister of Health Osagi Ehanire, Minister of Information Lai Mohammed, and the Director General of the Nigeria Center for Disease Control, Chikwe Ihekwazu.
We have been working around the clock until even while I was coming. We are still working around the clock to make sure that when the vaccines arrive, we are able to test it very well. Once it gets to the warehouse, we're going to sample to be sure that what is coming from India is of quality. that what came from India is what our own people will be getting.
As you must have heard, 92 countries are participating in this particular deployment. Unfortunately, Nigeria has successfully received 3,924,000 doses this morning. We will begin the processes after the test by NAFDAC of deploying these vaccines for the vaccination exercise. And it's going to be in 4 phases. And the objective is that by the time we get to the 4th phase, 70% of our population would have been vaccinated. And that would take us near herd immunity. That way we can say we would have succeeded sufficiently in taming the virus and begin to return to what will be our new normal.
We have a country of 200 million people. We've gotten our first 4 million. We have a commitment of 16 from COVAX and another similar amount from the African Union. It takes some time to get this into the hands of people in our big and complex country. So our work is cut out for us. However, having said that, we have to try and hold on to the small wins we've had, the masks, the physical distancing. But the difference now is that the end is in sight. So we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It gives all of us healthcare workers the hope, inspiration to do more. But to be honest, we need to be patient with ourselves and continue these public health measures.
COVAX, led by the Vaccine Alliance, Gavi, and the World Health Organization with UNICEF as an implementing partner, aims to deliver nearly 2 billion doses around the world by the end of 2021.
Nigeria has a lot of experience of campaign management and how to work, both in terms of measles, for example, but also in terms of polio. So we will use the polio network to be able to ensure that people in the most extreme areas are reached as quickly as is possible.
I believe the government will not want to do anything that will kill the people to come in. So, but if it has been certified, we were excited about that. We have been taking vaccines in other things, polio and other illnesses. So I don't believe there's anything special about this one, that to be happy so that we move on.
If Nigeria can share as much as possible so that somebody like me and somebody like my family can get it. And we don't know how we can get it. Either we'll be walking on the street, they'll just start giving us, we don't really know.
And now to security matters, where students of Government Girls Secondary School Jangabe in Talata Mafara local government area of Zamfara State that were abducted by gunmen last Friday have been rescued. The 279 rescued students that were brought to Guzo in convoy of buses arrived at Government House around 4 a.m. on Tuesday and were received by Governor Bello Matawalle, the First Lady Aisha Matawalle, and heads of security agencies in the state. Meanwhile, the Governor Bello Matawalle says repentant bandits assisted security agencies in the operation that led to the rescue of Jangabe schoolgirls. The governor said the government has been discussing with the abductors since Friday and reached an agreement on Monday by 4 p.m. and at about 5 a.m. on Tuesday, the girls were released safely without paying any ransom. Matawalle said the girls will undergo medical checks and be given nutritional meals to recuperate before they are handed back to their respective families.
mun jijjimu a kafa mun ce musu mun ji ciwo suka ce duk wanda ba za ta iya tafiya ba harbin ta za su yi shine nan muka ci gaba da tafiya har mun ƙara nisa mu shiga can cikin wani daji ma haya wani rafi su samu wani kalugo nan suka sassaka mu a gurin.
They are here who went there, about 32 of them. They go and engage those bandits, and today you see all of them. And despite the fact that other media has said is 317, it is not correct. It is 279 children, and all of them are here. They are healthy, and we are going to take them to some medical facilities so that to examine their status of their health.
While staying with the schoolgirls released, the freed students have been reunited with their families on Tuesday in Zamfara State. The governor said gunmen released all 279 girls kidnapped from a boarding school in northwest Nigeria.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Tearful parents embraced their daughters as all 279 schoolgirls kidnapped in northwest Nigeria were freed by their abductors, the state governor announced on Tuesday. Reuters journalists saw dozens of teenage girls wearing blue head coverings and face masks filling up a government hall. Most appeared to be unharmed, but at least a dozen were sent to hospital for treatment. Uma Abubakar recalls her experience.
Most of us were wounded on our feet and we could not continue trekking, so the captors said they would shoot anybody who did not continue to walk. We walked across a river and they hid us and let us sleep under shrubs in a forest.
Gunmen raided the government girls' science secondary school in the town of Jangabi at around 1 a.m. on Friday. Earlier reports said 317 girls were abducted, but the state governor said some hid in the bush and the 279 missing were now back home.
I was born just now, and I feel very fine. Gaskiya we thank Almighty Allah.
Alhamdulillah. Balarabe Kagara was reunited with his 14-year-old daughters.
I'm very happy indeed. God has made this ordeal that we found ourselves in come to an end. We are happy. We thank God for everything.
The state governor said repentant bandits working with the government under an amnesty program had helped secure the girls' release. Armed criminal groups have targeted Nigerian schools with mass kidnappings for ransom in a trend started by the jihadist group Boko Haram. President Muhammadu Buhari warned against paying ransoms to kidnappers, which the national government has denied doing. He said ransom payments will continue to encourage kidnapping and urged the police and the military to bring the kidnappers to justice.
Meantime, President Muhammadu Buhari has expressed overwhelming joy over the release of abducted female students of Government Girls Secondary School, Jangabi. In a statement he released in Abuja on Tuesday, the president said he was excited that the ordeal came to a happy end without any incident. He added that being held in captivity is an agonizing experience not only for the victims, but also their families and the government. The president also called for greater vigilance by Nigerians and urged the police and the military to go after the kidnappers and bring them to justice. United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund UNICEF has urged government at all levels to intensify effort in making schools safe. This was contained in a statement from UNICEF Nigeria representative Peter Hawkins on the release of the abducted schoolgirls in Jangabi, Zamfara State. The governor, Bello Matawali, had announced the release of the kidnapped students of Government Girls Secondary School. The girls were abducted on Friday by bandits who stormed their school on motorcycles and Hilux vehicles. While still talking security matters, the National Security Advisor, retired Major General Babagana Monguno, says President Muhammadu Buhari has approved the declaration of Zamfara State a no-fly zone as part of efforts to tackle the security challenges being witnessed in the state. He said the president also approved the recommendation that mining activities in the state should stop immediately. Bongono disclosed these in an interview with State House correspondent at the end of a meeting of the National Security Council held at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. Bongono added that Buhari has directed security officials to clamp down on all those behind the security challenges being witnessed in the state and across the country. 6 persons have been killed by bandits during fresh village attacks in Igabi and Kauru local government areas of Kaduna State. This latest killing took place barely 24 hours after attacks by bandits in Zango, Kataf, and Chikun local government areas left 10 people dead. The Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs in the state, Samuel Aruwan, confirmed the attacks. He explained that the armed bandits barricaded the burning Yero Tami Road in Igabi local government area, where one Husseini Dari was killed and another resident, Dahiru Saidu, was injured. Arua noted that the bandits also attacked Gwada village in the same local government and killed 2 persons, Yahuza Saleh and Garba Sule. In its latest efforts to rid the state of crime and criminality, the Osun State Police Command has arrested and paraded gangs of armed robbers and internet fraudsters, among others. Commissioner of Police Wale Olokode says some of the suspected criminals were traced and arrested not only in Osun State but also in Lagos, Oyo, and Ogun State through intelligence reports.
Among those paraded are a 7-man armed robbery gang who confessed that their major operations were carried out within Osogbo Metropole. On the 7th of February, just before their arrest, the gang had robbed a victim of his property valued at 3.7 million naira, including an unregistered Toyota Camry in Osogbo. Another suspect who specializes in internet fraud, Ayola Olalekan, says he creates softwares by himself and uses codes to get access to victims' bank details and eventually carry out fraudulent financial transactions. Olalekan says he only requires the SIM cards which victims use to receive bank alerts for him to make transfers to another one and withdraw from POS agents.
So when I bought the airtime, I don't even believe that it could, that the PIN have successfully be created. So when I checked, I saw a message that your recharge of 1,000 is successful on my line. Wow, this work has been done. So I went to POS. I was now making a transfer because if I use my account, it can give me a problem.
Also paraded are Andy Umays and AJK Francis for allegedly obtaining money under false pretense.
This very one now, we only need it for our own business too. You understand? He got it from a man called Olokre. He's one that worked with us. He got it last year from him. We use it as a treasure. You understand? After you present original dollar for your client, you can still mix it up with this very one now. So that's what we do.
We are doing 419, local 419. I've never been too long to be the business. I learned weather. Now last year I started it because I have an accident.
The Commissioner of Police says the suspects either approach their victims under the guise of introducing them to a business or seeking collaborations from them to purchase chemicals to print fake dollars.
First day when my friend come meet me, say, we go somewhere. We go together to that robbery. So this kind of thing, I know get my, but as they disgrace me, say, see as my wife be, my father, they don't sack my father now. Since 2018, I ain't then sack my father, nothing to eat.
Shall continue to do our best to make the good citizens of Osun State sleep with their 2 eyes closed. The command assures all law-abiding citizens of adequate security of life and property. They are enjoined to go about their legitimate businesses unmolested. I urge and warn the criminally minded people to have a rethink before embarking on any criminal activities.
The Commissioner of Police, who warned criminals to steer clear of Osun State, says the suspects will be duly investigated and subsequently charged to court.
Now, the Senate has confirmed the appointment of the new service chiefs. They are Major General Lucky Irabor, the Chief of Defense Staff, Major General Ibrahim Atahiru, Chief of Army Staff, and Rear Admiral Awal Zubairu Gambo, Chief of Naval Staff, and Air Vice Marshal Ishaka O. Amao, the Chief of Air Staff. The Senate President, in his remarks, urged the new service chiefs to take the war to the bandits and insurgents and dislodge them in their strongholds.
Mr. President, speaking for myself, because of the personal relationship I share with some of these nominees, Mr. President, I have no doubt that Mr. President has selected the very best team to pilot the affairs of the military establishment for the next how many years, as the case might be.
That the committee did not receive any petition on the nominees.
3, that the nominees have been cleared by the Department of State Security Service. 4, that the nominees have presented their code of conduct acknowledgement slip. 5, the nominees possess the required academic qualifications as well as wide-range experiences to be the Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chiefs of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. 6, that they have experiences as seasoned public servants where they rose to the ranks of Major General, Rear Admiral, Air Vice Marshal that qualifies them for the positions of Chief of Defense Staff and Service Chief, respectively.
We expect them, our armed forces, to take the fight to the insurgents, to take the fight to the bandits. In a situation where bandits will come to a school, take over 300 students on motorcycles and disappear into the thin air without any trace, it's not acceptable. Something has to give, because apparently this is becoming an industry. Some people are benefiting from this, and we have to unravel who these people are and fight bandits and insurgents until we rescue our country. Let me also advise the service chiefs that there must be interagency cooperation.
We're staying with Senate matters. The Red Chamber has passed a bill prohibiting persons convicted of sexual offenses from working with children, either as a teacher in schools or under any other job description likely to expose children to any form of abuse, such as rape. The passage of the Child Rights Act 2003 Amendment Bill 2020 followed a close-by-close consideration of a report by the Committee on Women Affairs, chaired by Senator Betty Apiafi. The upper chamber, in an amendment to Section 195 of the Principal Act, inserted a new clause, 195A, which provides that, quote, in criminal proceedings, a person will be found unsuitable to work with children, A, on conviction of murder, attempted murder, rape, indecent assault, or assault with intent to do grievous bodily harm with regards to a child, end of quote. Benue State Governor Samuel Ortom and his Bauchi State counterpart Bala Mohammed have settled their differences over their face-off on the herdsmen crisis rocking the country. Mohammed had defended Fulani herdsmen wielding AK-47 rifles, saying they do so for self-protection. Reacting, Ortom had lambasted the Bauchi governor for allegedly supporting criminality while labeling him a terrorist. Now, the People's Democratic Party had waded into the altercation between the two governors who incidentally belonged to the PDP. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike and his Adamawa State counterpart Amado Fintiri met with the two governors on Tuesday in Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital, and initiated reconciliation efforts. A truce seemed to be reached after the meeting at Wike's private residence in Port Harcourt, with Ortom and Mohammed embracing each other. The Anti-Corruption Network has filed a petition to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, the U.S. Embassy, the British High Commission and Transparency International against the Kogi State government for an alleged diversion of public funds. Co-convener of the group, Dino Milai, says the group, through careful investigation, has uncovered huge financial fraud carried out by the Kogi State Governor, Yahaya Bello, amounting to 12 billion from 2016 to 2019. Milai, however, threatened a protest to the EFCC headquarters if the Commission fails to act on the petition.
We have just submitted to the EFCC. We are on our way now to ICPC. This is the acknowledgement copy submitted to the EFCC this morning. And the battle to salvage this country from economic cankerworms and financial scavengers is a battle of no retreat, no surrender. And we will see this to the latter. From here, after submitting to the ICPC, we are moving to the American Embassy. We are going to the British High Commission. We are also visiting the Transparency International office to submit copies of this petition. And we do believe that this is going to be a major first assignment for Bawa as the chairman of EFCC. And we will wait For a few weeks, if there's no reaction, we will be back here and we will protest in a civil manner until justice is done to the people of Kogi State.
Ahead of the 2023 election, Fix Politics is not mentioned words on the drive to birth a new order in the political scene. At the matriculation ceremony of the pioneer class of the School of Politics, an initiative of Fix Politics, keynote speakers say the time has finally come to phase out all forms of political retrogression in the polity. Plus, TV Africa's Destiny Momo attends the webinar. Here is her report.
Sending the strong signal that the Nigeria project is not just a mere talk. It is worth its salt. Hence, the webinar matriculation ceremony for students of Politics Pioneering Class 2021. One of the speakers, the CEO and Vice Chancellor of School of Politics, Policy and Governance, Alero Aida Otobo, emphasizes the importance of stewardship, accountability, and ethical leadership.
We are big on stewardship. We are big on accountability. We are big on ethical leadership. A moral compass based on integrity, honesty, and respect for the rule of law. We do not break the law. We are big on social justice and inclusiveness. Every Nigerian deserves to be heard. Our desire is that you become an elite force that the nation, our Nigeria, cannot ignore.
The one-month program envisions a Nigeria with a competent and responsible public leadership, family based on ethical principles and dedicated to serve the common good. With a mission to educate future leaders, the founder of Fix Politics, Obi Ezekwesili, bears her mind as technocrat in politics.
It is totally irrational to imagine that we will have good governance. And so those of us who in time past always thought that we just needed to do something about governance without caring about politics completely missed the boat. We missed the boat because politics is the foundation on which governance is conducted.
Students of the SPPG express their fierceness in politics.
I have had 5 guiding principles that influence my decisions. They are fairness, accountability, credibility, transparency, and sustainability. Facts. I coined this acronym to remind myself of my desire to continue achieving a society that promotes healthy values as well as principles that will nurture a well-balanced citizenry, which is what we all want as citizens of Nigeria.
For this group, the economic destination of Nigeria lies in the hands of this visionary youth. They say there is need for a new political class, history makers and nation builders. Destiny Momo, reporting for Plus TV Africa.
Away from government and governance to energy matters. Amid the speculations of an imminent increase in the price of petrol, experts and some residents say it will only bring more hardship on the masses. Jacinta Obioku has more.
Though the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation NNPC says it has no plans to increase the price of petrol in the month of March, the Public Relations Manager NNPC Kenny Obateru said, quote, "Corporation was not contemplating any rise in the price of petrol in March in order not to jeopardize ongoing engagements with organized labor and other stakeholders on an acceptable framework that will not expose the ordinary Nigerian to any hardship." End of quote. Reacting to this rumor, Lagos residents say such move should not be allowed.
No employment, nothing. When you now increase the fuel price, how much will I be entering public bus from here to Agege, for example?
The economy is so bad, and if there's any single increase, it's going to bring a lot of problems to particularly to the low salary earner and to the country in general.
It's not good for our economy because the hardship now is it's not good at all.
People cannot feed. So to increase
fuel now is adding injury, adding sort of injury.
It's going to affect every part of our life. We know we all depends on it. You can't go to anywhere without fuel.
Guest on Plus TV Africa's show, The Breakfast, also share his opinion.
People talk about panic buying, but I believe, as you do, that the average Nigerian doesn't have those kind of resources necessary to keep 20 kegs of petrol, in their houses. I still suspect really that there is something happening in the value chain, and this is being translated to what you are seeing on the streets. Whether it is the NNPC, the ministry, the PPPRA, whoever it is, needs to sit down, find out where that challenge is in that value chain. The average petroleum marketer wants to sell his product, get another truck in, and make as much money as possible.
No queue in sight at some filling stations here in Lagos. The NNPC spokesman has also called on relevant regulatory authorities to step up monitoring of the activities of marketers to sanction those involved in products hoarding or arbitrary increase of pump price. Jacinta Obiuku reporting for Plus TV Africa.
And still ahead on Plus News Now, the displaced families in central Tigray and Ethiopia get full supplies of aid. Details when we return. Stay with us. Parts of Africa. Ghana began its coronavirus vaccination drive on Tuesday with 600,000 AstraZeneca doses it received from the global COVAX vaccine sharing facility, aimed at providing shots to developing nations to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. The start of the vaccinations in Ghana and in neighboring Cote d'Ivoire on Monday, and the expected delivery of millions of vaccines from the COVAX program this week will enable more poor countries to start inoculating mostly frontline workers and the most vulnerable, months after wealthier countries began. COVAX is the program backed by the World Health Organization and Gavi Vaccine Alliance to provide vaccines for poor and middle-income countries.
So we are the people taking care of the patient. So if I've been vaccinated, I think it will help me or it will protect me against the virus or from contacting the virus from the patient.
Some of these vaccines are RNA vaccines. And I don't think RNA and DNA are not the same thing. And I don't see how the RNA vaccine will affect your DNA. So I don't think people should be afraid. I don't think they should have any resistance. I think they should just go ahead and have the immunization without any fear.
Well, I feel excited because I have been one of the lucky ones who did not get infected in the line of duty. But a lot of my colleagues have fallen to the vaccine. Some have recovered, some are still not feeling well, and some have unfortunately succumbed to the virus. So I feel excited that today marks the beginning of a new journey in the face of this, the fight against this pandemic.
We have gone through a series of interventions from testing, tracking, tracing, lockdown, a ban on gathering, closing down schools, reopening schools, and many other events that has taken place in this country.
Well, Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says the African Union Commission plans to hold a meeting on April the 12th to establish a framework for producing coronavirus vaccines on the continent. The director of the Africa CDC, Dr. John Nkangasong, made the announcement on Tuesday during a press briefing. Meantime, the COVAX vaccine sharing program says it will deliver 237 million doses of AstraZeneca's COVID-19 shot to 142 countries by the end of May, as it steps up the global rollout of its vaccine supplies. The timeline for the delivery of doses made by AstraZeneca and by India Serum Institute will be split into separate 2-month schedule, with the first in February to March and the second in April to May. COVAX is the World Health Organization-backed program to provide vaccines for poor and middle-income countries. It began its rollout last week with the first deliveries of shots to Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire.
Yesterday, Colombia became the first country in the Americas to receive its COVAX deliveries. And today, we expect deliveries to Angola, Cambodia, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Nigeria. In total, COVAX will deliver 11 million doses this week. And between now and the end of May, 237 million doses of vaccines will be allocated to 142 participating economies and countries in COVAX.
We're proud to be delivering this month vaccines from 3 manufacturers: the Serum Institute of India, AstraZeneca Oxford, and Pfizer-BioNTech. We're also excited by the progress made by the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine, which just received U.S. FDA emergency use authorization, and as you know, has agreed to provide us with 500 million doses, and by our recent memorandum of understanding with Novavax, which we hope to turn into a firm advance purchase agreement for 1.1 billion doses in the current weeks.
Save the Children says it is one of the first aid agencies to reach displaced families in Axum, Central Tigray in Ethiopia. The aid organization released a video shot on February 8 showing the distribution of food, shelter and sanitation items to families living in a former school turned camp for the displaced. Matt Sugru, Save the Children's humanitarian director for Ethiopia, described conditions as severe and difficult.
They're concerned about security. They're concerned that they are exposed in these schools, and at the same time, it's a very difficult situation because as we would be looking to have schools reopen so that children can resume education, where do people move to? Where is a secure and a safe place that they can move to? So I think the conditions there really are quite severe and quite difficult, and we're seeing the same hunger and food needs in those communities that are residing in the schools as we are with the people who are living in the host communities as well.
Save the Children are at this IDP site in Central Tigray where we're distributing to 250 households emergency food, shelter, wash, health and sanitation and dignity kits. Most of the IDPs here have fled from Western Tigray to Central Tigray, and they are living in this local primary school. The conditions are really terrible. They are overcrowded. There are up to 30 families living per classroom. We're hoping today that the aid that we distribute, the essential food, will see these families through for the next month. As of yet, none of these IDPs have received any humanitarian assistance.
A supporter of President Felix Tshisekedi, Modeste Bahati has been elected as President of the Senate in the Democratic Republic of Congo. His election follows the formation of a new parliamentary majority to remove the camp of former head of state Joseph Kabila from power. Senator Modeste Bahati garnered 89 votes, an absolute majority of votes, and becomes the President of the Senate, the provisional President of the upper house of the Congolese parliament. Bahati has on several occasions served as Minister of former President Joseph Kabila. The Congolese Senate has 109 members. Frederick Shava was sworn in as Zimbabwe's new Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade at the State House in the capital, Harare, on Tuesday. Shava, who has held various portfolios in government since Zimbabwe's independence in 1980, was appointed by President Emmerson Mnangagwa last month following the death of Sibusiso Moyo, who succumbed to COVID-19 related complications in January. He previously served as Zimbabwe's ambassador to China before he was appointed Zimbabwe's permanent representative to the United Nations. His appointment is one of several key cabinet appointments made last month by Mnangagwa following the deaths of 3 cabinet ministers from COVID-19. Now, the United Nations has called for holding a session of Libya's parliament for a vote of confidence in a unified government as scheduled, in spite of reports that the interim prime minister was elected through bribery. The parliament is scheduled to meet in the Libyan city of Sirte on March 8 for the confidence vote. In December, delegates from Libya's rival factions elected Abdul Hamid Dibé as interim premier and Mohamed Menfi as head of a three-man presidency council in a UN-hosted process in Switzerland. Libya has been in turmoil since longtime ruler Muammar Gaddafi was toppled in 2011. The oil-rich country has become a proxy battleground for rival forces and foreign powers. In outside Africa now, at least 15 people have been killed in a multiple vehicle crash in Southern California, about 10 miles north of the Mexican border. The crash occurred when an SUV struck a semi-truck on the State Route 115 in Imperial County, California. The director of El Centro Regional Medical Center's Emergency Department, Judy Cruz, said an Imperial County Fire Department official told the Los Angeles Times that the agency responded to a mass fatality incident involving a semi-truck and an SUV at 6:16 a.m. local time. 27 people were believed to be in the SUV, according to Cruz. 14 were dead on the scene and one died later in the hospital.
We believe there was 27 passengers in this SUV that struck a semi-truck full of gravel. 14 were dead on the scene. 3 of them were flown out from the scene. 7 patients transported to El Centro Regional Medical Center, where unfortunately one of those has died since arrival. And 2 patients were transferred to Pioneer Hospital.
Well, 3 female media workers were shot dead in the eastern Afghan city of Jalalabad on Tuesday amid a wave of killings that is spreading fear among professional workers in urban centers. Local broadcaster Anikas Television said the 3 women were its employers. Government sources said the women were killed on their way home from work, and witnesses said gunmen shot the women in the head before fleeing. It was not immediately clear who was behind the shooting. The insurgent Taliban denied involvement. Now, a wave of shootings and small bombs attached to vehicles in recent times have targeted journalists, civil society workers, and mid-level government employees in recent months. Now, the United States has announced sanctions on Russians over the poisoning of opposition leader Alexei Navalny. The measures target a number of Russian government officials and entities and are being coordinated with similar moves by the EU. They said U.S. intelligence had concluded that the Russian government was behind a near-fatal nerve agent attack on Navalny in Siberia last year. He is the most high-profile critic of President Vladimir Putin. Singapore's Prime Minister has called for Myanmar's military to release elected leader Aung San Suu Kyi to allow the country to move forward, and said sanctions would hurt the people rather than the military. In an interview with the BBC, Lee Hsien-loong said the military will have learned from the past that it was in the country's interest for it to work out an arrangement with an elected civilian government, as a military route would lead nowhere. The Singapore leader also does not expect sanctions to hurt the military leaders in Myanmar based on past experiences. Other associations of Southeast Asian nations members have also urged action following the coup. And up next on Plus News Now, Amalgamated Union of Foodstuffs and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria cries out over harassment by army. And that's on Business News after the short break. Stay with us.
It's Business News on Plus TV Africa. Thanks for joining us. I am Aneta Felix. The Debt Management Office of Nigeria, DMO, has denied the rumor making the rounds that it was unable to account for the sum of 2.2 trillion naira allocated to its office in the 2018 Appropriation Act. The agency, in a recent disclosure available on its website, described the claims as not only false but extremely misleading. The rumors became rife after the DMO honored an invitation by the Public Accounts Committee of the House of Representatives to explain how it spent the sum of 2.2 trillion naira provided in the 2018 Act. The DMO appeared before the committee on the 26th of February 2021. It explains that of the 2.2 trillion naira provided in the 2018 Act, only the sum of 721.251 million naira was appropriated to its agency. It says the remaining 2.1 trillion naira was earmarked for debt servicing. In lieu of this, the DMO emphasized that the appropriated sum of 2.2 trillion naira was not available as the DMO's total allocation. The Amalgamated Union of Foodstuffs and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria has lamented over the alleged intimidation of members and union task force on major roads by security operatives. General Secretary of the union, Ahmed Alarama, says the union had written to all the security agencies, including the army as well as the presidency, before commencing its strike action. The union had earlier claimed that it lost over 151 members during the recent Shasha crisis in Ibadan, Oyo State, saying that no form of harassment will deter its strike decision.
We'll use this opportunity to let Nigeria at large to know the present situation of our strike. Our members were being prostrated nationwide from the Nigerian army just because we called strike. Our contribution to peace, progress, unity of economic growth of Nigeria, gentlemen of the press, will reject what Nigerian army has done to our task force in the 4 places that we have mentioned.
Meanwhile, the Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Organization, Afenifere, says nothing will stop its planned campaign against the consumption of beef in the Southwest, billed for Friday, March 5th. And its National Publicity Secretary, Yinka Odumaki, spoke with newsmen on Tuesday while reacting to reports that some trucks conveying food items had started moving from the north to the south. Odumaki confirmed partial movement of food trucks from the north to the south, but noted that the development would not stop the launch of its Anything But Cow Day as a response to the blockade of food items to the south by northern traders. According to him, the campaign is not only going to be launched by Southwest trade leaders, but will incorporate partners from the Southeast, South-South, and the Middle Belt. The Amalgamated Union of Foodstuff and Cattle Dealers of Nigeria embarked on a strike action last Thursday. The price of Bitcoin saw strong gains amid high buying pressures, particularly from wealth investors, as the entire market capitalization surged by 5.62% at the time of this report. Bitcoin traded at $46,715.70 with a daily trading volume of $54.8 billion. Bitcoin is up 6.05% for the day. This is coming on macros suggesting the daily Bitcoin spend output profit ratio has seen a full reset and turned negative for the first time in 5 months. Investors were on average moving BTC at a slight loss, indicating profit-taking has abated. European shares paused on Tuesday as investors sought to guess the bond market's next move, while weak German retail sales were a stark reminder of continued COVID-19 fallout on the region's biggest economy. Overnight falls in Asian stock markets after a senior Chinese official expressed wariness about the risk of asset bubbles in foreign markets, and a drop in oil prices also weighed on sentiment, but the dollar was steady along with the U.S. Treasuries. Analysts say a pause was to be expected after European shares had marked their best day in nearly 4 months on Monday, when bond markets stabilized from a sharp sell-off last week. The Pan-European Stock 600 share index edged 0.2% higher, with Paris down, while Frankfurt and London eked out slim gains. European Central Bank Vice President said the ECB has the flexibility to counter any undesired rise in bond yields, helping to soothe the German bond in early trading. And that's it on Business News. Many thanks for watching. I am Annetta Felix.
And in entertainment, popular Nigerian novelist Chimamanda Adichie has lost her mother, Grace Ifeoma Adichie. It was gathered that her mother died on Monday. However, the cause of her death is still unknown. Sources close to the family confirmed the tragic news to a media site on Tuesday morning. Her mother's death comes more than 8 months after the author had lost her father, James Adichie, who died after a brief illness. The deceased couple are survived by 6 children: Ijoma, Uchenna, Chuks, Okechukwu, Chimamanda, and Kenechukwu, as well as 9 grandchildren. On to the foreign scenes. Chadwick Boseman was named Best Movie Actor at the Golden Globes Awards on Sunday. This is coming 6 months after his death at age 43 shocked fans around the world. Boseman, best known for the superhero movie Black Panther, was awarded the Golden Globes for the lead actor in a movie drama for his role as an ambitious trumpet player in the 1920s jazz drama Ma Rainey's Black Bottom. His widow, Simone Ledward Boseman, delivered a speech while accepting the award through tears on Boseman's behalf. He would say something beautiful, she said, something inspiring, something that would amplify that little voice inside of all of us, telling us that we can. That tells you to keep going, and I don't have his words. End of quote. Sunday's Golden Globe marked the biggest Hollywood award for Boseman in his career in film and television. Nigerian actor and filmmaker John Boyega has won his first ever Golden Globe Award for the Best Supporting Actor in a TV series at the 78th edition of the ceremony that held last night. He was nominated for starring as Leroy Logan in Amazon's anthology series Small Axe. The elated actor took to his verified Instagram to acknowledge his win. In the caption section of a picture he posted, which entailed his win, the actor wrote, "All I can say is thank you so much." Several stars around the world have taken to his comment section to congratulate him as well. Little Mix has graced their first cover as a trio for Jade, Pear, and Leah Ann, stand on the front of Glamour magazine's new digital issue. It goes without saying that the last few months have been eventful for the pop ensemble, who have navigated peaks and troughs. Indeed, the departure of fellow founding member Jessie Nelson shocked the fans, yet the vitality of the group was proven in earnest when they scored their 5th #1 single with Smash Sweet Melody just a few weeks later. The ladies discussed their resilience and overcoming industrial adversity within their accompanying feature. Little Mix is such a positive anomaly. In the last 10 years they are still going and growing from strength to strength. We remain all sorts of buzz for what is to come. And finally, in entertainment, it's only been a month since famed entrepreneur Sabrina Peterson sent shockwaves through the industry by calling for young women who had allegedly been sexually assaulted by rapper T.I. and his wife Tiny to come forward. At the time of her request, a number of young women responded, some even claiming they were underage victims of the couple's sexual misconduct, although the superstar spouses Clifford and Tameka Harris slammed the accusations, even labeling them as appalling. In a statement, more women have broken their silence to accuse the Harrises of sexual inappropriate behavior. Finally, in entertainment, Justin Bieber is speeding head full steam towards the release of his new album, Justice. The pop pin made up waves when he announced his 6th studio set last week, and it looks like he will be making an event of the weeks heading into the LP's landing on March 19th. Moments ago, the star revealed that he will be releasing his new song, Hold On, this Friday, 5th of March. Most exciting for the singer's believers and trackers who will be arriving alongside its accompanying video, which is teased in its freshly unwrapped artwork. Hold On, the song appears on the LP alongside previously released hits like Holy, Anyone, and Lonely. Bieber shared the news on his 25th birthday. Fans are buzzed for what's incoming from Justin Bieber. And that is how we wrap up entertainment news today. My name is Ifeoma Mai.
And now for sports. Former Nigerian stars Duke Udi and Tarila Okorowanta have called on the Nigerian Football Federation and the Super Eagles coach, Gernot Rohr, to exclude Ahmed Musa from the list of players that will be invited for the 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifiers against Benin Republic and Lesotho. The duo said that invitation of players must be based on current form and that Musa has been clubless since leaving Saudi club Al Nassr in October 2020. The Nigerian international was on the verge of joining West Bromwich Albion during the 2021 winter transfer window, only for the deal to collapse at the end. On the other end, Okorowanta urged the German tactician not to invite Musa for the 2021 AFCON because he's clubless. Former Barcelona president Josep Maria Bartomeu and his former advisor Jaume Masafera were released Tuesday after appearing before a judge investigating last year's Barçagate scandal, a Spanish court has said. The two men who were arrested on Monday exercised their right not to speak, and the judge granted them conditional release while the investigation continues. The Barcelona court said in a statement, two other club officials also detained as part of the operation, which involved the search of Barcelona's stadium. The club's current chief executive, Oscar Grau, and its head of legal services, Roma Gomez Ponte, were released late on Monday. The operation comes less than a week before presidential elections are to be held at the club. Part of the social media campaign, including criticizing current and former players like Lionel Messi and Xavi Hernandez, and iconic coach Pep Guardiola. Messi described the controversy as strange. He resigned in October, avoiding a vote of no confidence, triggered after more than 20,000 club members signed a petition against him. His successor is due to be elected on Sunday, when club members will choose between the final three candidates, Owen Laporta, Tony Freksa, and Victor Fonts. Manchester United striker Edison Cavani is in line to return from injury against Crystal Palace on Wednesday. The Uruguayan, who is 34, has missed United's last 4 games in all competitions with a muscle injury, but trained with his side on Tuesday ahead of the trip to Selhurst Park. United, who have not scored in their last 2 games, then visit league leaders Manchester City in the Derby on Sunday before hosting AC Milan in the first leg of the Europa League last 16 tie next Thursday. Solskjaer added he had a couple of doubts over some of the players, but confirmed Paul Pogba is yet to return to training. Solskjaer's hopeful long-term knee injury absentee, Phil Jones, who last played in the FA Cup 4th round win at Tranmere in January 2020, could return this season.
We're looking okay. There's a couple of doubts for tomorrow that we have to give as much time as possible. Edinson trained, so he's joined in. That's good. Let's hope there's no reaction after the session. So hopefully he will travel with the squad. With Phil, obviously we hope so, but he's working really hard. He's had a couple of setbacks, and it's just that kind of injury that you have to be patient and give him time. I know all about knee injuries, so I'm not sure. It's how long is a piece of rope. That's how I felt as well when I came back. So give him absolutely every chance to get back this season. If not, hopefully for the start of next. And
defending champion Roger Federer has withdrawn from this month's Miami Open as he works his way back to full fitness following surgery to repair his right knee. U.S. media reported yesterday 39-year-old Swiss star, who has not played since losing in the semi-finals of last year's Australian Open, is due to make his return from a year-long layoff at the Qatar Open in Doha next week. However, the Miami Herald cited that Federer's agent, Tony Gottsek, as saying on Monday that the 20-time Grand Slam singles champion had opted to skip the Miami. Miami tournament for scheduling reasons. Oka Federer could play in Dubai after Doha, but could then take a training break. Federer's withdrawal is a blow to organizers of the Miami tournament who were forced to cancel last year's event as COVID-19 chaos left sports in North America at a standstill. The pandemic has already impacted the 2021 calendar, delaying the Australian Open and forcing the Indian Wells tournament in California, the traditional lead into the Miami Open, out of its usual slot in March. And that's all from the world of sports. My name is Wally Scott. Do have yourself a wonderful night rest.
And sports news wraps it for us on Plus News now. Just before we go, here's a recap of our major stories. We told you that 4 million doses of AstraZeneca vaccines have arrived in Nigeria as President Buhari and Vice President Oshibajo to be inoculated publicly on Saturday. We also told you that Modeste Bahati has been elected as Congo's Senate President. And we brought you a report that 3 female media workers were shot dead in eastern part of Afghan city. And that's Plus News now. For more update, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We'll be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching. Bye for now.
This is show Nurture 9 to 5, where we feature individuals who have left their primary disciplines and ventured into something completely new as you do know it. Today, our guest on the show is Bolanile Olatunji, who left the world of tech and marketing to begin something quite new and different, which is not your regular 9 to 5, a vegan and also a yoga expert. She tells us her story in a bit.
My name is Bolanile. I am a certified health and nutrition coach. I'm also a yoga instructor, a culinary artist, herbalist, and healer. I run and own Thrive Alkaline, which is a wellness brand that provides different plant-based wellness products and services. I also founded Vegan in Nigeria, which is a community that helps to promote the vegan lifestyle. Prior to what I'm currently doing, I used to be a marketing professional in the tech industry. So I've worked with brands such as Uber and Google here in Nigeria, and helping work within the tech industry on the marketing end, helping to grow brands, their users and usage. And then I ventured into the health and wellness space. It felt more like a gradual shift for me and just a natural pull in terms of coming into my own in terms of where I'm supposed to be or what my passions are. And it actually initially started with my own lifestyle, personal lifestyle. So I had a shift around 2015 where I changed my lifestyle gradually and didn't know I was on this health journey and to obtain wellness and looking for a way to define health, good health and wellness for myself. And then I ended up transitioning to becoming a vegan. And after experiencing some of the benefits of that, it's one of those things that you just want to share with other people because you're just like, wow, I can't believe that, this is out here and there are a lot of people who are suffering with a lot of health ailments and just different aspects of their lifestyle that is detrimental to themselves, to society, to other living beings. And it's things that we have been conditioned into, and there's a better way of life, basically. So in experiencing these things for myself, I wanted to be able to share that with other people. It was a natural progression, basically, from what I was doing in tech, which I definitely enjoyed as well, because marketing allows you to basically use your creative skills to be able to come up with solutions in terms of how to grow brands, how to grow the number of customers, how to grow its usage. So that sort of analytical thinking was also a skill that I have, and it allowed me to utilize that. But also what I kind of evolved to into being passionate about health and wellness is another aspect of myself. So I don't necessarily see it as either or. I see it as, me expressing a different area of interest or a different skill set that I have. For me, my passion in the health and wellness space gets a lot of excitement based on the results from other people. People come into this lifestyle for different reasons. Some people weight management, some people they have health challenges, different things, but to actually see the transformation, not just from my lifestyle and myself, but working with different clients and different people and seeing it in their lifestyle, that makes me so excited. And it's proof that this lifestyle works. If people are willing to commit themselves and follow the regimen, that they will see results and they will notice the difference. And when they start to see these things and experience these things for themselves and they start to get excited, it makes me so happy.
Already we have some acha. We're going to make an acha swallow. So acha is fonio. And fonio is a grain. It's grown very similar to millet, like a relative to millet. It's grown in the north, in Jos. So we get it directly from farmers in the north. It's organically grown, and it's very good for the body. It's rich in iron and other minerals. So it's one of those things that everyone should take, because iron is magnetic. When you take iron, you take all other minerals with it. It helps enhance the absorption of other minerals, and it pulls it to the body as you're eating other things as well. So iron is really important. It's basically like the spark plug of the body. So if without iron, you won't be able to move or have any electricity in the body. So it's a very important food source. When you're living an alkaline lifestyle, which I follow a regimen, it's not just about eating plants. It's about eating high quality plants that help promote wellness. So even down to like the oils, we don't use vegetable oil or palm oil. Instead, we use things like avocado oil, grapeseed oil, or sesame seed oil, which right now I'm using sesame seed oil to prepare meals. And sesame seed oil I'm using right now is actually made in Nigeria. So I'm a big proponent of using ingredients that are locally sourced. The more local you get, the more nutrients it has, the more nutritious it is, because it travels less to get to you, which means the nutrients are higher and they don't die out in the process of transportation, so being transported towards you. So I try and buy as local as much as possible. So acha is my grain of choice. I like tete for my green of choice, but I also like kale. Now we have a number of farmers that have started growing kale. Kale is also another really good one. This is just a very comforting meal. So all of our traditional foods are actually plant-based. We just add meat onto it. So if you want to make a vegan or like a super healthy one, yes, you want to change some of the ingredients. We're not using any Maggi. We're not using any palm oil. We're not using any iodized salt. We're using, West African Atlantic sea salt that's harvested off the coast of Ghana. We're going to be using fresh herbs and spices. We're going to be using sesame seed oil. So all of these small little changes makes a big difference in terms of health, and in terms of not manifesting any disease in the body is very important. These onions are going to make me cry. I feel it already happening. It's very potent. It's so rude. You're like, my eyes. That's one of the things I realized when I first went vegan and I started making my food was that onions give your food a lot of good taste. And at that time, I used to also do a lot of garlic as well. But I don't do garlic anymore because it's not alkaline. But yeah, I have to figure out some techniques in terms of making my food taste really flavorful, because that's the thing, People think that they like animal products and animal foods, when in the end of the day, you just like food that has a good taste. If it has a good taste and it has flavor, you will enjoy it. So that's one of the things that I learned, is that, as long as your food is spiced nice, then you can enjoy it. Some people who are vegan curious, they might still be eating meat, but they want to try it out. And they're like, they'll be pleasantly surprised that this thing can actually taste really, really good, even though there's no meat there. But, that's just a false narrative to think that meat has flavor. Meat doesn't have any flavor. Even your meat dishes, you use plant products and herbs to give it taste. Even if you're using things like, spice cubes. Those spice cubes, if you look in the ingredients, a lot of them is just, some of it is chemicals, but some of it is also plant ingredients. I've started a garden. I have a garden on my balcony back there. I have some okra growing, which okra is also alkaline and very good for the body. We have also, I have peppers, I have lime, I have basil, dill, herbs, and then I have a kale, but the kale is struggling. This kale is struggling on my balcony, but it's out there. And then I have some dates that recently sprouted, date palms, which is very fun and interesting because I had a client reach out to me on my Instagram we just started chatting, and he was telling me about how he's in Ikeja and he has a date palm in his compound. On my own traditional food. So.
And that's true that how tasty it is.
And there's no Maggi. That's why I want people to realize, you don't need to put spice cubes and things that are gonna add, negative things or, disease, but it's very healthy. And this is like the healthiest of healthy. Everything here is alkaline, pure alkaline. When you go home, you can do research on a guy named Dr. Sebi. Everything here is Dr. Sebi approved. And Dr. Sebi was an herbalist who cured many things like cancer, lupus, blindness, diabetes, so many diseases that people say have no cures. He cured people, and he reversed their symptoms of it. And he used pure alkaline herbs and a regimen of eating alkaline foods, non-hybrid foods, these type of things. Everything here is approved. So this type of food helps to promote wellness, helps remove disease in the body. If you eat like this, you'll be very healthy, and you don't have to try much, like I said. So it's like a traditional food. You don't feel like you're dieting or feel like you're missing out, I should do like this. Maybe it's not your 9 to 5, but this is and I'll eat it. This is not your regular 9 to 5, but this is my life. My name is Bolanile Olatunji.
engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. You have it already, have you?
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
Away from yoga, healthy living, and vegan, we go to yet another interesting fellow, Tayo, who is a mathematician turned flotation therapist. If you live in Lagos and in Nigeria with all of the stress, you like to hear his story.
I'm a mathematician from the University of Ibadan, and I started my life as a research analyst, and I moved on to become an equity research analyst, moved on to become an investment banker, joined the Nigerian Export-Import Bank as a corporate communication professional, and then I find myself back to my love for sports, my love for swimming, and then I found out about flotation therapy when I traveled, and it was an amazing experience. Then I thought to myself, Tayo, you need to bring this to Nigeria. So you're welcome to Flow Therapy Lagos. This is the first of its kind in Nigeria. We bring you wellness, we bring you lack of stress, we take away stress, and in fact, stress is the leading cause of many diseases, and as we know, the mind also is a beautiful thing, and you don't want to lose your mind. The mind controls so many things in our body, so many ailments are controlled from when your mind is not processing correctly. So flotation therapy is here to help you with wellness, and also particularly not just wellness, but the fact that you are able to meditate and then heal your mind. Flotation therapy was born out of a need. I've had to go for massages, but I traveled some 16 years ago. I was at Las Vegas and I had a flotation therapy session, and being a swimming coach, I was thrilled. I was just laughing in the tub all through. Like, oh my God, what's this? So this is next level form of wellness. The 1 hour session spent in that flotation tank will make you feel like you have been swimming, like you were in space. I mean, can you imagine floating in space, being weightless, then all of a sudden, your mind goes to many areas of your awareness goes to many areas of your mind, and then you are able to come to a good understanding and clarity of things in your mind, and it helps you to de-stress. The magnesium seeps into your skin and then it helps you feel that sense of calm. So this is one of the reasons, because it is so amazing that it is all over the US, it's in the UK, all over the world, but we don't have any in Nigeria. There is just 6 in South Africa, and so we are the number 7th, and we are in Nigeria. So that is why I set up flotation therapy. The intention of flotation therapy is to become calm, is to become stress-free. So that calmness, the therapy itself, it's in the salt. The Epsom salt is magnesium sulfate. So the magnesium is called transdermal. It seeps in from your skin, and when it gets into your skin, it makes you feel that sense of calmness. That therapy itself is the Epsom salt. Do you understand? So what we are trying to do is to get those sore muscles, the joints, to become loosened. So when you lie on the salt, first of all, you defy gravity. That's the first thing that happens when you come in for a flotation therapy session. Imagine you are 150 kg and all of a sudden you can't feel your weight anymore. You're like, wow. And particularly, I need to mention that you don't need to know how to swim to do this. The salt itself is just there about 11 inches depth. So it lifts you up. It's the salt that does all the work. So once you lie in it, it lifts you up. Once it lifts you up, 5 minutes into it, you're like, where's my hand? Where's my hand? You know, so it makes you feel that sense of well-being. And then secondly, deep sleep. Most people, 90% of all our customers that come in, they end up sleeping for the entire session. Flotation therapy is shutting down totally, shutting out the world. And in fact, when we take it a step higher, it is called sensory deprivation, where what you see, you don't see anything again, you don't hear anything again, you don't feel that sense of touch, you don't feel any gravity acting on your body, you feel like you're just flying in space. Imagine, this is the feeling, you know, when you have children and you throw them up in the air, they say, oh, daddy, do it again, daddy, do it again. That feeling of levitating, imagine getting that feeling without coming down, just up there, staying up there for an entire 60 minutes. That is massive. Once people come out of here, one man finished and he said, suffer day for this Lagos. I tell you, it is phenomenal. You just need to experience it. What we are doing as Flow Therapy Lagos, we are birthing a new subsector in the wellness sector. So this flotation therapy is something extremely new. We are the first in Nigeria. Bringing this into Nigeria, we love to have a lot of partners. I mean, if you want to set up a flotation therapy center, just come to us. We're very welcoming. In the flotation therapy business, either in the US or in the UK or in Americas, they all come together. Why? Because it's a movement. We want people to begin to experience this therapy session. There is not, I mean, since we've opened, we've had a lot of sessions that has gone on, but we still want more people to come to experience this, because in Nigeria, most people don't know how to swim, and then they think that because you don't know how to swim, you can't do flotation therapy. In fact, the only skill you need is to know how to lie down. In fact, the people that don't know how to swim enjoy it a lot better. Why? Because they get to enjoy that thing expert swimmers enjoy while being on the water. In terms of business challenges, it's the same challenges you find with every other business. We have electricity, we have COVID-19. But particularly for COVID-19, I would like to mention the fact that, first of all, the reason why they call the Dead Sea is because nothing grows in it. But we don't bank on that. Our filtration system, while you are floating in there for like 1 hour, it is turned over, the salt is turned over 5 times over and over. And then secondly, we use UV light as a sterilization methodology, just the same way as drinking water uses UV light. Then thirdly, we use hydrogen peroxide, which is a more expensive disinfectant and more potent and healthier for the body. Why? Because hydrogen peroxide breaks down into H2O and oxygen, so it's a lot more better. So, and then secondly, unlike a swimming pool where people put in their face or their nose, this is salt. Most people don't do that, and it's just one person inside the room for the entire therapy session. So every rule around COVID-19 is already knocked off by the session itself. what excites me about this therapy session is this. When people come in and when they finish, their face changes. They don't know it, I always see it. Their face changes. It's like when you read the Bible and you say Moses saw God and his face changed. That is exactly how it is. Most people start talking the way I'm talking right now when they come in, but when they leave, they talk very slowly. Then I'm like, what happened? They said, now I feel calm. Why don't you have a bed here?
I feel so relaxed. It was really nice. It was very calming, soothing. There's candlelight, there's music, and flute music. So it was very, very relaxing. He said sometimes people fall asleep, but I didn't fall asleep. I was very in a meditative state, going from deep meditation to light meditation, floating there effortlessly on the water. Whether you know how to swim or you don't know how to swim, anybody can do it. It's very comfortable and relaxing. So you sit there and you lie in the water, almost like a big bathtub, and you relax in the water. It's really soothing. I feel really good and calm.
Now, 9 to 5, this is my life now. You understand? This is my life now. 9 to 5 was what built me for this. 9 to 5 got me prepared for this. I've been in business now, I've been off work, they're about 5 years now, and I'm having the time of my life. This, in life, when you begin to understand the fact that we're all chasing happiness, this gives me joy. This gives me sense of fulfillment. When I see someone coming here, somebody brought the grandmother, and then she went into the flotation therapy tank. When she finished, she said, Dolapo, you'll be going home, leave me here. That is bigger than any amount you can give to me. Flotation therapy is my legacy. I am the first in Nigeria. I brought this into Nigeria. And in fact, this is bigger than any amount of money you could have given to me. So 9 to 5, this is my life itself.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times, but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene. All right, a good hygiene practice, you know, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You know, you cannot just give any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nuts, watermelon, cucumber. Very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamin E, and you know it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity, and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet per time, greens and vegetables.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed, it's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Your Sunday evening can't be complete without your Daraprim on TV. Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. It's a panel of 5 with 5 topical issues. Definitely 5 thought-provoking topics discussed in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. But calling a spade by its name. Like we say here, no holds barred. Today, I'll be talking about the leadership loop in Nigeria. Evans is not in Ukwani today, but however is just coming from the rabbi and is bothered by the prevalent power of foolish people in our polity. The issue of population planning is on the mind of Bolahon, while Laborers is shouting from the rooftop as it draws our attention to the recolonization of Nigeria by the Chinese. And finally, Jumoke, in her controversial self, is asking who the Nigerian Senate is representing. We know you're here with us. We'll be back soon. Between ancient and modern, the leadership loop in Nigeria. It is disturbing to hear the youth discountenance the old and experienced in governance and the management of life generally. The conversation is recurring everywhere, and so I've chosen to address it today. In my book, Memories of Grandma, I reiterated the saying that "Owo ọmọdé ò tó pẹpẹ, t'àgbàlagbà ọwọ́ kèrègbè," meaning there's a place for both the old and the young in life. And this underscores the principle of interdependency between the old and the young. While the young in Nigeria, now known as the Sorosuke generation, may say technology has changed the face of everything, it must be stated that this has not nullified the wisdom that experience brings from the elderly. Rather, it complements it. The good book says, "The glory of young men and women is their strength, but the splendor of old men is in their gray hair." In other words, wisdom is often associated with age and experience, although there are some exceptions. The older you get, the wiser and better you become. So imagine a situation where you marry the two, experience and contemporary knowledge and technology. History is rich with important lessons the youth can learn from. Let's look at the success story of Lateef Jakande, a transformational leader. Who would have thought that he did all that he did in 4 years on a single term of administration of Lagos State, and in the days of limited technology, for that matter? While reference is often made to this, have we forgotten also that Alhaji Jakande had his tutelage under Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who's renowned for building the premier university and television house in West Africa? Any surprise that Lateef Jakande established Radio Lagos, LTV, and constructed the State Secretariat Alausa. He also built the truly low-cost housing estates in Lagos within those 4 years. Indeed, the youth have a lot to learn from history and experience, especially with regards to leadership. In my early days on this program, we had a conversation about it. And 2 weeks back, Chuka's advocacy titled Africa, My Africa, reiterated the need for young ones to read up and learn from past leaders. I heard that familiar scoffing again. As I mused over this disturbing trend, I stumbled on Reverend Sam Adeyemi's post on Twitter. I thought to myself, aha, my tribe. He said, what the elders see sitting down, a child cannot see if he leapt up as high as he could, is a proverb that the young love to counter gleefully with technological advancement. They'll tell you, well, we use the drone to see everywhere. Truly, a drone can pick any object from far away. However, that's figuratively. There was a radio Kudirat before there was a radio Sorosuke. The thinking is the same, only that one, because of the times, is online. For the purpose of comparison, Governor Yahya Bello is said to be 45 years old, having been born in 1975, and Pa Jakande was 50 when he governed Lagos. Both of them were relatively young. How come Jakande was able to do all he did in 4 years, and in the 6th year of Yahya Bello, all we see is titular chest adulation and TV commercials of being this and that, nothing concrete on ground? Prime Minister of Dubai, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, is 71 years old. At the time the building of Dubai started, he was much younger. And so I'm throwing back the enough is enough slogan back at our youth in governance. Enough of posturing. If you can't best the records of people like Awolowo, Sam Bakwe, Jakande, Maitama Sule, and the rest of them, don't discredit the experience of the old and don't scoff at their contribution or their history. In other words, the horse at the rear takes its bearing from the one ahead. You point a finger at the elderly saying they're old school, 4 of those are pointing right back at you. So we say, let's see what you can do in the shortest possible time with technology.
We will try. We will really try.
Well, I think this advocacy is very timeless in the sense that we've had this running battle between the old and the young as regarding who is most relevant in the scheme of things in leadership. The discussion actually would have been unnecessary if actually after the colonial master left off with the elderly, they were able to organize Nigeria adequately such that the young of today will respect them effectively. Respect them effectively on the line, because today you find a clear sum, not all the elderly, but a clear sum of them who have not done well at all. The little that the young met well was what the colonial masters left off. So that in itself has also inspired that rebellion. But I think that while we understudy the issue, we must not discountenance the contribution of the elderly. But the elderly also, they can be very reckless sometimes. They should never discountenance the contribution of youth in the scheme of things and in the economy of the Nigerian state.
For me, this is a recurring decimal. And the young people have always been saying, oh, we want the opportunities. It's not as if those opportunities have not been there, really. Some of these governors, like you mentioned, Yahaya, he was the youngest governor when he was voted in. We've had governors who even became governor earlier. We've had Rotimi Amechi was first a speaker before 8 years as a governor, before becoming a minister. So while by the time he was in the assembly in Rivers State, he was a young man, a very young man. We have a Bawa who has been authorized to be the chairman of EFCC.
Controversially, though.
Controversially so. It's another platform to say, look, that level of responsibility, I don't think it has been given to somebody that young in this republic. Will he live up to it? We'll wait and see.
You see, there's really no need for these debates. There's no need whatsoever for it. We're just deceiving ourselves. Because every old person you see today was once young and in governance. They were in governance while they were young. And how old was Buhari when he became federal minister? And even the young people today, the young ones today who are shouting, and the ones that have been given opportunity are also the same. So that's why there's really no need for the debate.
They're the same, like how...
The ones that, look, you gave example with Yaya Bello. Is that a representative of the young?
We had
He was.
He was.
Yes, but that's what
he
I'm
was
saying.
such a bright...
So that's what I'm saying. You gave example with Amechi.
We had Sanusi as the Speaker of the House of Assembly when he was young.
And we had Dimeji Bankole.
We had Dimeji Bankole.
So that's what I'm telling you.
He was in his 30s.
It was in his 30s. What did he do?
So what is the scorecard?
What did he do?
So it's about competence, not age.
Essentially, the problem has never been age. That's the reality.
It's not about age. You have people who at their 70s are doing so well as if they're in 30s. And then you have 30 years who are so laid back and so backward in their thinking as though they were 80. So what we should be looking out for me really is not the age. If you ask some people, they will tell you even the Sorosoke was a failure because the young people did not look back in time to learn.
Precisely the points I'm making.
They say we're on
you
drugs.
Cannot discountenance the experience of the old. And the way to not discountenance that is to return to what they've done in the past and learn from it so that you don't make the same mistakes.
I tried correcting one. He told me, look, if you people can support us, get out.
Some people think that theirs was the first protest in Nigeria.
I told him, I said,
that's why I said before Sorosoke there was Radio Kudira.
We have been protesting. We have protested at the SAP riot. IBB must go June 12th. And so...
Well, what did you people do for us?
What did we do for you?
No, you are saying it as if
the things you are enjoying today
it's not a very old man.
You see, it is sad these days that I look at the university and I see nothing. These are young people who wants to take over. And I see nothing.
No awareness.
Every young student union activist now, they want to ride big cars like the politicians that they are criticizing.
Because
they
their
want
fathers
to
have
behave.
materialized
That is
living
where
in
they
Nigeria.
But when we did activism in the university, I'm not comparing, but I'm saying there's no need for
you can
debate.
compare. There's
Look
nothing wrong
back,
in that.
learn from where you're coming from, so that you can shape the future better. Until you do that, you will just...
Our young people must go back and read.
After the break, Evans goes to the rabbi.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years. 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run, Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
Rabbi handed over some scrolls to me last year, and there I studied the works of one of his acquaintances, George Carlin, who said, "Never underestimate the power of the foolish people, for if there are many in a country, they will elect a president." So I speak on the power of foolish people. My attention was drawn recently by Lasisi Olagunju to a folktale on fools recorded by the poet A.K. Ramanujan in his folktales from India. There was a kingdom of fools. In this kingdom, both the king and his ministers were idiots. They reversed everything and denied justice to their people. They changed the day into night and night into day. They ordered their people to sleep during the day and work only after dark. Anyone who disobeyed this order would be put to death. The people did accordingly for the fear of being sentenced to death. One day, two men, a priest and his assistant, visited the kingdom and found everything in reverse order. They were surprised to see all the people sleep in broad daylight. And when darkness fell, everyone became active. Their surprise doubled when they went to the market and found that everything cost the same. This is no place for us. Let us leave, the priest told his assistant, who, however, said he was not ready to leave the place of good and cheap food. These people here are all fools. This thing you enjoy won't last. Fools are dangerous people. Soon, they will visit their idiocy on you, the priest said to his assistant, and left the kingdom. One day, a thief broke into a rich merchant house by making a big hole in the wall. But as he was going out with his loot, the wall of the old house collapsed on his head and killed him on the spot. The brother of the thief was mad. He came running to the king and pleaded with him to punish the merchant for not building a good and strong wall. The merchant was brought before the king. The king heard the case and found the merchant guilty of the thief's death. The merchant, in his allocutus, put the blame on the bricklayer who built the wall. The bricklayer pleaded with the king to punish a dancing girl who distracted him when he was building the wall by going up and down that street all day with her anklets jingling. The dancing girl, now an old woman, was brought to the court. She put the blame on the goldsmith. She told the king that she had given some golds to the goldsmith to make some jewelries for her, but he delayed the work and made her walk up and down to his house several times. The goldsmith was produced before the king. After hearing the accusation against him, he said he should not be blamed for the lady's up and down behavior. A new stake was ordered to be ready for the execution of the merchant. But it turned out that the merchant was too thin to fit the stake. So the king ordered that a fat man be searched for. The king's eyes fell on the priest's assistant, who had fattened himself for months of cheap food. He pleaded with the king that he was innocent, but his pleadings were of no use. While he was waiting for death, he remembered his boss, the priest, and communed with him in the spirit. The priest arrived at once to save his aid. He whispered something in his disciples' ears. Then the priest did the unthinkable. He requested the king to execute him first. When the servant heard this, he said that he was brought here before his master, so he should be put to death first. The king was surprised to see the fight between the boss and his boy over who should be executed first. When the king asked them the reason, the priests, hesitantly told him that whoever died on the stake first would be reborn as the king of that country.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I committed offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, oh, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Be fruitful and multiply. Last December, I got involved with an NGO's work involving identification of some troubled kids through the school system, reaching out to these kids and their parents to provide some support, food and school needs for the immediate, empowerment for the longer run, and in between, counseling both the kids and their parents. I followed a small group to 3 of the families. COVID prevention protocols were duly observed. There was a common denominator to the 3 families: too many children than the family could cater for. The first family lived in an uncompleted building surrounded by bush. Ordinarily, if I did not visit the place and was just told that someone lived there, I will assume that the resident must be a mental health patient. The family head had no stable means of livelihood, while the wife does some petty trading. You know, the trader money kind of target. You need to see the shock on my face when the children started to march out. They were 10. I learned 9 were siblings and 1 was inherited from a late sister. They were poor, very poor. It was similar with the 2 other families, albeit not with many children, not with as many children as the first one, but with glaringly much more children than they could cater for. The part that wasn't so obvious in the day of the visit was serious domestic abuse of the wives and children by the fathers. But over the few weeks of the counselors working with these families, the abuse situations have come to the fore. The more I get to know about my society, the more I know that I don't know much. Before these encounters, I could have said rather ignorantly that a Southwest family living in Lagos will not contemplate 9 children, and that it is something that you will find in the North. How wrong I was. Having said that, though, it is glaring that the problem is a much bigger menace in the North than what we have in the South. Even a security guard from that part of town in one of my former employments said he had over 20 children with a 40,000 per month salary. He lived in Lagos for 11 months of the year, and I just wonder how he was raising 20 children back in Kano. When I think about this experience, and I situate it with the promise of government to pull out 100 million Nigerians out of poverty in 10 years, without specific policies in the direction of population management, it appears government just like the sound of promises, with no sincere desire to make them come to pass. Social welfare, trader money, and other conditional cash transfer programs are helpful, but they will not be enough to put people out of poverty. Modern economic planning is highly integrated, and a plan to pull 100 million out of poverty without population planning is a huge joke. As population continues to grow faster than the economy, and we are producing more people with no education or skills, the poverty circle will actually continue to expand rather than shrink. I wish to advocate that we must take the issue of population planning much more serious. We don't even know for sure how close or far from reality is our population estimate. If we're going to pull 100 million people out of poverty, a start point is to know how many people are even in Nigeria. It appears we have just been multiplying without being fruitful. Nigeria is due for a census.
Nigeria was due for a census in 2016 because since 1966 we've had a census conducted every 10 years.
Yes.
But in 2016, President Buhari said we didn't have the funds, and I'm not sure that they've planned since 5 years, you know, to have a census done. Maybe they do not realize the importance of it in terms of planning for healthcare and education.
Or maybe they realize the
expansion.
And maybe we should ask government how they come by our budgets and income capital per head when the last census conducted in 2006. So how do they really, what is the economic plan of Nigeria? Are we planning?
They have politicized.
Or we are just...
but we have a Bureau of Statistics.
Exactly.
So just adding figures.
Bureau of Statistics, I mean,
so what they do
projection.
is from 2006. Every year they just project.
Don't forget that the foundation from which they are even projecting is flawed. It's all those politicized numbers.
Where Professor Wole Soyinka once said that the Nigerian budget, that the Nigerian budget were guesstimates, as we're guessing the estimates. And so everything about Nigeria is guesstimated.
So when are we going to stop that guesstimation?
So we'll say estimate population of Lagos. Last year you estimate to 15 million. Now you have estimated to 20 million. Next year we estimate to 25 million. Every year you just add 5 million. And so, but when you want to plan, just tell the people what they want to hear. We'll pull 200 million. These are statements made during campaigns.
God bless you, sir.
After election, when you dare confront them with such statement, it's either they tell you it was not from them but their party, or that you are a detractor,
Full stop.
that you're trying to derail them from the focus now that they have. We don't even know the number of people living below poverty level. We don't even know the number of people, the number of workers we have in Nigeria. We don't know the number of students. We don't know the number of children that are born daily. So how do you now
Which is
plan?
pathetic,
How
really.
can you
How
be?
do you plan? What are you planning?
Can you be fruitful?
This thing is very. This thing is annoying.
We are
me
just
so.
multiplying.
We're just multiplying.
We are not
You see,
fruitful.
as you are saying, this is
We're
annoying me so
multiplying.
much.
We're not sure whether we're fruitful even.
It's annoying me so much because I think that with the level of poverty that there is in Nigeria,
150
government
million.
should have a complete vertical impetus, proper accounting process for the citizens, for the economy, for the resources, for everything that we have, and then bring it to the fore. What exactly are we doing as a country?
Nothing, sir.
What exactly, like you said, who are these people representing? Is it us or them? I don't understand.
Nothing vertical or horizontal.
Perpendicular
It is all, no, neither is it perpendicularly impetuously. The only thing here is they will tell you that there is no money.
Always no money and always
But government
borrowing.
will not cut.
But
their
I have
earnings.
a question before we round off. How do you, as a parent, create 20, 25 children, even if you are a farmer,
Procreate.
and you can feed all of them from your farm? How do you educate them? Even if your
Jumoke,
education is informal, that is passing on your
one
own.
thing you don't understand.
They don't educate them.
For
That is the
fact-
reality.
Jumoke, you are lucky. You are lucky that you are educated and you are from where you are from, your parents. There are some people, they will tell you children is from God.
Yes, biological accident.
So they are from God. They come, they should come. Secondly, your cultural practice, religious practice,
Yes, polygamy.
all of these are in the mix. So they don't care. They will tell you
And
God,
highly
the
they-
children
they-
will come with whatever they will
So
eat.
whose responsibility is it to change our mindset?
Some will tell you, imagine a child telling you,
It's not the government's responsibility,
The government
though.
has a role.
It is.
There are family planning issues.
Education.
There are campaigns and
China,
awareness,
there's-
and
in China, there's a plan on ground for
Okay,
to curtail population.
The advocate is better with your participation. It is now time to share some of your viewpoints on the issues discussed here. Responding to the advocacy on corruption as Com Chopo, I am Uche Charles says, all talk and no action. Nigerians must learn to be proactive in calling a spade until we have people that can say things the way they are and call things what they are without fear of the bad people in government coming after them. On the advocacy on the arrest of peaceful protesters, Chris Bay 2021 says, why don't you call journalists push for obedience? Why don't you so-called journalists push for obedience? You talk about Nigerian constitution, how about bylaws? You also use the word massacre at the Lekki Toll Gate. I'm utterly disappointed in you. For your interest, Lekki Toll Gate is above one man you guys are targeting. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate.ng. After the break, Liberals is pointing out a new form of colonization in Nigeria.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
According to Hillary Clinton, as Secretary of State in America, Africa must beware of new colonialism as China expands ties to Africa. It should be about the good of all rather than the need to undermine good governance. Chinese recolonizing Nigeria. It seems the fear expressed by Hillary Clinton is already here with us, as shown recently when the House of Representatives Committee on Local Content invited the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation and some contractors for a discussion pending investigation into an alleged breach of local content laws in Nigeria. In the execution of the $2.6 billion AKK 40 times 318 kilometer Kano-Kaduna section of segment 2 of the gas pipeline project embarked upon by the current administration. Revelation made at the sitting showed that a Nigerian company, Bretes, in collaboration with a Chinese company, CPP, used the local content capacity of another Nigerian company, Bablink, an indigenous engineering company with huge capacity in engineering and gas pipeline project, to bid and procure the above job in NNPC in compliance with our local content law. Only for Bretes, citing a non-existent Chinese content, to surrender the entire engineering parts of the project statutorily reserved for Nigerian company, for which Bablink, the local engineering company, have been pre-qualified by NNPC and rectified by BPP to another Chinese company named Wiz China. This is in clear violation of Section 28(1) and Section 33 of the Nigerian Oil and Gas Industry Content Development Act, also known as Local Content Act, the Nigerian Immigration Act, the Nigerian Import Promotion Council Act, laws of the Federation 1990. This did happen for Nigeria. The project was originally to be financed by CPP, the Chinese company. But upon award, the Chinese company reneged on its promise to finance, forcing the federal government to seek loan from the Chinese government secured with the Nigerian sovereign guarantee, i.e., if you don't pay, they take over the project despite your sovereignty. Despite Dangote fabricating pipeline in Nigeria to execute job in Cameroon and other West African countries, the Nigerian government went ahead to award a $400 million contract to the Chinese company for importation of pipelines. You borrow money from China and give it back to China for jobs you can locally fabricate. Yet you will pay back the loan with interest. Someone said, you get with the African leaders see for China where they never tell us. By virtue of the law cited above, most of these jobs, also known as in-country services, are supposed to be exclusively preserved for our local contractors, since their profit is domiciled in Nigeria, which in turn will stimulate economic growth and create employment for our jobless graduates and youth. They are, in these cases, being taken over by Chinese companies, all in the name of Chinese loan and non-existent Chinese content. If you take your money to China for production, you can never bring it back to Nigeria. All you get is goods. So why is our own relationship with them different? You can call it Chinese using Nigerians to defraud Nigeria and Nigerians. You are definitely spot on. The immediate and long-term implications of all of these to the Nigerian economy are very grave, and they include, but not limited to, the following: diminished job creation capacity at all times when the country is expected to reap the benefit of local content growth. Capital flight as an encroachment of in-country services area and repatriation of borrowed Chinese loan secured by a sovereign guarantee, including profit back to China. This will reduce local capital available for development, hence we'll keep going back to China to borrow. Gradual phasing out of the local service industry in the oil and gas and fabrication sector. Erosion of in-country service market. Lack of technology transfer and development, as the job that ought to have been reserved for locals are completely taken over by foreigners, which eventually lead to great loss of revenue to both the local companies and the government. Lack of opportunities for growth of our local industries and companies, technically not to talk of competing globally. Massive retrenchment of workers by local service contractors, thereby fueling the already existing insecurity situation. I will therefore advocate, as posited by the spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, any law made by the Parliament for the benefit of the country, it should be the interest of every person, including government and its ministries, parastatals and agencies, to see that such laws are observed to the latter for the benefit of all Nigerians. NNPC, being a government agency created by an act of Parliament, should be interested in how our local content laws are applied especially in the feed it dominates. And I'm happy to say that the NNPC acting GMD is already trying to find solution to this. After all, if you allow China to repatriate 100% of the loan they are providing through payment of contract to their own local companies, same jobs your local companies can ordinarily do, don't cry when your people go sorrowing and take up arms against the state for lack of jobs and funds, as Boko Haram and bandits are already saying. And like Ekene would ask, this is our love for Chinese, even when we can't claim Chinese relatives as any reason for the favoritism. Who they benefit? We all know the answer, but fear no let me talk am. You fit talk am sha. Until we collectively avert this practice and ugly trend, soon our children will not only be recolonized by Chinese in their own country, they will have to beg the Chinese for food, jobs, shelter, and clothing. And here you say, God forbid. God would forbid until we and our government resist this by insisting on protecting our own laws against Chinese invasion. A word said in half goes into the wise and becomes a whole.
I feel we should go to court on this matter. As public interest litigators, we must file an action right now because local content, the essence of it in our laws, is to improve our own economy and better the life of our citizens. But right now, even our local companies are undercutting the process, are conniving with foreign companies to get the contract and then, turn it back to the Chinese, and then we get loan from the Chinese. It just means that, this whole analysis has opened a new vista for public interest litigators. I'm calling on lawyers who are public interest litigators to look at this matter critically, and let's file an action against the local companies, against the Chinese, and then ask the court to interpret our laws, the Mining Act, the Petroleum Act, the Local Content Act, and the rest of it. And let's have a judgment against this process. And let all Nigerians come out and resist this unreasonable, unnecessary recolonization that we are signing in for to forestall.
Are we even through with the first colonization? I'm not sure. I think they're still here as much as we would have loved them to have left us alone. You see, the way these things work, I once had a meeting with the Department of Trade, the country manager for the Department of Trade of one of the Western countries, when telecoms, cables first came to Nigeria, the landed intercontinental cables. They were going to give us some money. When you see the conditions attached to this money, all the consultants were going to be pre-qualified by that country, and they were from that country. Then the primary contractors were also going to be qualified by these same people. The only thing they were leaving for Nigerians, the digging of ground and whatever. Essentially, 80-90% of that money will have gone back to that country. So that is the way they approach this matter. It is Nigerians that will stamp our feet and say, this is how it must be.
So what is the Bureau of Public Procurement doing? What is
like I said, you find out that Bureau of Public what they do, I have seen situations where, because I've been on this advocacy for local content for close to 10 years now, even in telecom sector, where the same Chinese people would come as portfolio investors, bring nothing and take away so much. And you find that Nigerians will collaborate with them. A Chinese man will register a company. His driver will be a shareholder holding 51% because that's the position of the law.
Yeah.
He will hold 51%. The driver does not know anything about the company. And then he tells you it's a Nigerian-owned company. And then he's using it to siphon money. And so what they do, once you are able to settle, our regulatory agencies look the other way. But NNPC and BPE are strict. Mm-hmm. But in most cases, when you bring this thing to their attention, they address immediately.
That's the reason we should go to court.
For me, I think we have a squandered economy and an economy that is perpetually being squandered.
Yes, if you get one.
I don't know how we're going to get out of this, but this present crop of leaders are
Just use Yoruba word.
You have
I like it when you use Yoruba to.
Yoruba to say, "Kumurukwa swire."
It's as if this country is sold. You should just give us
it is.
change.
That's why Bolaho said we sold to the British, we are selling to the Chinese.
Who bewitched Nigeria?
Nobody
That's-
bewitched Nigeria.
That question will be
Nigerians are not
answered.
bewitched, it's our leaders.
That question will be answered by Jumoke after this break, as she's asking who Nigerian Senate is representing.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
Let's discuss the Nigerian Senate today, shall we? I once said on live TV how I didn't know what the senator representing my constituency was doing in the Senate. He said it's called to tell me he's empowering constituents with grinding machines and motorcycles. Am I a joke to you? Are senators in the Senate to empower their party loyalists and friends? Who is the Nigerian Senate representing? When the 8th Assembly, led by Dr. Bukola Saraki, questioned and investigated issues, supporters of the Buhari government labeled him anti-government. The 9th Assembly promptly told us they would align and accede quickly to requests from the presidency. The government supporters hailed the Senate's president. Who then is to check the excesses of the presidency? What exactly is the role of the Senate in a democracy? Who is the Nigerian Senate representing? Definitely not me. But let's take all that and say that they represent their own supporters. Is it to Nigeria's advantage that her Senate is a rubber stamp? You criticize the service chiefs for insecurity in the country every day. They're removed, and then you accede to them being made non-career ambassadors. Is Nigeria a joke to you? Nigeria's former ambassador to the US, Professor Silvanus Nsofo, was 85 years old. He could hardly walk, talk less of being actively involved in seeing to the plight of Nigerians in the US. He couldn't even recite the Nigerian anthem when he was interviewed by the Bukola Saraki-led Senate. He was rejected. President Buhari sent his name again. Professor Silvanus Nsofo was the only appeal court judge who agreed that President Buhari had a case in his 2003 election petition. So it seemed President Buhari was hell-bent on rewarding him, even though he was long retired and really too old for active service when he was made Nigeria's ambassador to the US in November 2017 at age 82. Indeed, he passed on in December 2020 at the age of 85. His counterpart in the UK, George Okuntade, also celebrated his 80th birthday while representing Nigeria in the UK. Yet, the Nigerian Senate doesn't see anything wrong with these representations as far as it's from their leader. I am flabbergasted. Now, we are approving former service chiefs to do what exactly? Have military diplomatic discussions on our behalf? Diplomacy is not a child's play. Countries around the world take it seriously. An ambassador is received in their assigned country like they are the president of the delegating country. Even though there are good reasons for appointing non-career diplomats around the world, Nigeria seems to just settle the president's supporters with these important appointments. And the Nigerian Senate just rubber stamps it. Imagine. We now reward failure? Service chiefs who totally failed at their one assignment of securing the country. Service chiefs, under whom every section of Nigeria became more insecure. You want to settle them for staying loyal to the president and not Nigeria? It's Nigeria's President Buhari's private business, where he does as he wishes at the time convenient for him, and our National Assembly just looks on. Who is the Nigerian Senate representing? When will Nigeria stop being embarrassed by this government? I just tire. Is the Nigerian Senate representing you? Is the Nigerian Senate representing you? Please explain this to me.
Yes, they are representing you. I'm explaining to you now. They are representing you because you voted for them during the election.
Or you chose not to.
Or you chose not to. Or you look at the other fringe parties and you say, I don't want to waste my vote.
Exactly.
I don't want to waste my vote. So
Were they really voted for?
They were not.
They were voted for.
I know that statutorily
they were voted for.
Yeah, statutorily they are
even if they rigged more, but they were voted for.
Statutorily they are representing us, statutorily. But in reality, in terms of value and reward, and then competence and capacity to deliver, they are not representing.
When the man
they are not
asked you for
representing
vote, what did he tell you was going to do?
They are not representing their
ask
constituency. Otherwise, you will not find them confirming or about to confirm the set of service
Oh, they've
chiefs.
been confirmed
already. They've been
Yes,
confirmed
they've
already.
been confirmed
Okay,
already.
and then you know that this same National Assembly at the outset of their administration told us that they did not come there to fight the president.
Yes,
that whatever the president brings to them, they are going to do it. And Nigerians kept quiet, and that was when we were supposed to mobilize.
Let's
to recall them.
Let's paint the right picture.
Recall
Not
is a long story.
The leadership of the National Assembly.
Yeah, the leadership. That's what I'm saying. The principal members.
What's the difference?
No, there's a whole lot.
There are some dissenting voices, but they are just few.
Dissenting voices.
But they are just few.
Dissenting voices will have
number
their
one,
say.
they're very few. Then in the crop of those people, I saw a video by Cosmos Maduka just this morning talking about an incident, the most regrettable business incident.
Even though he didn't call names.
Even though he didn't call names, we all know the person. And that person is sitting in that auditorium as your lawmaker. And you also have retired governors who have made the place a retirement home.
Yes,
where they're sitting. So, honestly, the quality, I think our expectation is too high for the quality of what is possible from that kind of an
The
assembly.
thing is, we've never had it this terrible in terms of governance.
Let the eyes have it.
It is the same Senate that will rubber stamp a Bauer for EFCC, head of EFCC.
I think Bauer even had a discussion.
I am not saying he does not have a
did not have
discussion.
anyone.
But you see, in the civil service, you just jumped ahead of other people. You want to tell me that you didn't invest in other people, but a level 13 officer? Really? I worked in the civil service for years.
That the former EFCC was denied 3 times by the Bukola Saraki Senate. And President Buhari kept on sending his name.
Meanwhile, Bukola Saraki also passed the Nsofo that you're talking about.
Yes, he had rejected
so what's the difference?
Nsofo. Listen, he had rejected Nsofo twice. Right. The president kept on resending his name. The first time Nsofo could not even sing the national anthem. The second time, they asked him for pledge. He said, what's his business with that? It's for young children.
See, wait, let's tell ourselves the truth. Truly, the national anthem is not his business. As at his time, the national anthem was not. But really, I'm saying this sarcastically.
A representative of the country outside.
If the man were competent. What if he recites the national anthem and he knows next to nothing?
That's the point I'm going to make. What if he recites the national anthem? I can learn it.
But at least he should know it.
And then I'm not competent.
What
it's
is
the same
the foreign
thing.
policy trust?
What I am saying,
because that is what drives.
We need to go to.
That's the point. It's not about. It's not about.
Let me tell you, the problem
reciting
here.
The
problem here really is the fact that a government came on board on the crest of promises to do it differently.
Yeah.
And then the government came, rather than challenge them from day one to consistently do these things differently, we started creating excuses for their failure.
On their behalf.
And the President Buhari will fail to appoint ministers. He says they are noisemaker.
6 months.
We say, after all, when Goodluck Jonathan appointed them, what did they do? When he appointed Eli, what did they do? We kept benchmarking Buhari with failure of Jonathan as if Jonathan was so good that you need to match his failure. So, but we didn't know that when all of this were happening, what we were gradually doing was preparing a big pot of recipe for failure.
For disaster.
For disaster. And so today, it has snowballed in your face. And so all the Senate is just simply doing is enjoying the ride with the president.
Because it doesn't make sense,
we still
liberals,
ask that question.
it
Who are
doesn't
they
make sense for the
You
Senate
bring Lawa.
to
We need to know who they are
criticize the same service chiefs perpetually, repeatedly, and then they leave, and then they had the guts to tell the Senate and Nigerians that our security issue can't even be solved in the next 20 years. That we have a problem with intelligence.
Even the petitions
Intelligence was
them,
compromised. I opened my mouth and I went like, really?
Even the petitions against them
were
not discussed.
And I think that is where the main problem.
No, that is part of the excuse
it's
we
part of the
made for
excuse.
Buhari. You brought Slawa. They say, yes, you need a Senate that can work with him. It is us. The day we want a better Nigeria, there will be a better Nigeria, not the leaders.
We can never have enough time here on the program, but we hope our conversations resonate with you. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa. The hashtag is the Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, same hashtag, the Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, please go to plustvafrica.com/the Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Please join us next week, same time on the station. Let's keep advocating for a better Nigeria. We'll see you next time.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
First of all, symptoms of COVID-19 in children are very clear. You talk about fever. Most of the times it could be low-grade fever, oftentimes continuous high-grade fever that is not relapsing with your regular paracetamols and your tepid sponging. One of the other symptoms, aside the respiratory symptoms that you have to look out for, is the stooling and vomiting. It's been seen to have very strong effect on stooling and vomiting in recent times among children. And when you do a culture for that, you don't see anything. There are no bacterial infections associated with it. So then, of course, the baseline is your respiratory findings, which you can have the regular cough, nasal discharge a few times but dry cough more often in children. You want to watch out for temperature changes. You want to watch out for, loss of appetite and some catarrh for a long time, what we know as nasal discharge. Then you have to teach and model hygiene, all right? A good hygiene practice, using the hand sanitizer, washing your hand regularly, in fact, should be the stated one. And in cases of no water, you can teach them for hand sanitizers, especially those more than 60% alcohol. And then they don't necessarily have to use the face mask often, but you must teach the intake of good, clean water. And then more importantly is diet. You cannot just give any child any food now. You have to pay attention to vegetables, greens especially. You have to have a high protein diet and high calorie diet. For example, fat and oil is important for a child to improve their metabolic state, for protein to improve their growth rate, and more importantly, fruits to improve minerals and vitamins. And so you're not doing substitute of fruits, you're doing the real fruits, the vegetables, and things like pear, cashew nuts, watermelon, cucumber. Very important for them right now. Pawpaw has been seen to be very effective, especially for vitamins E, and it contains the tocopherols, vitamin E and Co, which is very important for their immunity. So you're focusing on building their immunity, and you're focusing on them having a good diet. So a summary of what parents should do in preventing COVID-19 amongst your children is: 1, teaching and modeling good health or hygiene practices. You don't just teach it, let them watch you and let them be conversant with it. Secondly, you must monitor their health. Don't take anything for granted. Once you notice fever for more than 24 hours, you want to report to the hospital and be sure that that fever is not stepping its bound. The third and very important thing, you want to see that this child is eating appropriately, and appropriately not giving junks. You want to see that they're eating the right high protein diet, a good calorie, which is fat and oil, and lastly, vegetables, of course, fruits and vegetables, so that they can build their immunity. Don't necessarily do fruit substitute. Some people want to do multivitamin. Those are placebos. They're good, but it cannot take the place of the right diet pattern, greens and vegetables.
Good morning. It's Tuesday, the 2nd of March, 2021. Many thanks for joining us on The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Anetta Felix.
And I am Osaogi Ogbon. It's an absolutely beautiful Tuesday morning here, second day in March, and of course a few more steps till the end of the month already. I'm already counting down because that's when my birthday is. But we hope you had a great night and you are charged and ready for the new week. Did you sleep good?
Yes, I did. How about you?
I did.
Okay. You didn't stay up all night just with your brother?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Anyway, we have a lot to share with you this morning. There's so much, coming on our plates this morning. First of all, we always, as always, will start with going through the newspapers and sharing with you the major news stories making headlines across the country this morning. We'll have our guest here, of course, joining us via Zoom to share his thoughts and analyze these big stories.
Yes, and after that, we'll be going to a time travel and tell you what happened today in history. I'll be telling you about a man whose name would not easily be forgotten in Nigerian history. And Osaogi Ogbon will be going over back to
1978, actually, and there's one thing that happened in France, and of course we're going to be talking about it because I read further and found out that it has happened here in Nigeria twice.
Oh my!
that made the news.
Event.
We'll talk about it. Okay, that comes up right after Off the Press. And our first major conversation for today. If you look around you, and of course if you've heard conversations, you must have heard people whisper about fuel scarcity and the possibility of an increment once again of petrol price to as high as 200 naira. So it's going to be one of the things we're talking about this morning. How, what's it like in your area? Are the petrol stations in your area, selling at the, expected price, or have the prices, moved even higher? That will be, an interesting conversation to have this morning.
Yeah, the report says some fueling stations are not even selling fuel at all. In Lagos, Abuja, and other major cities, the queues are getting longer, and everybody is, there's just this anxiety, even though the NNPC has tried to, calm people down to say there will be no fuel price increase in March, but nobody seems to be listening to that.
Will there be in April?
Good one, since it was so specific as to when there would not be a fuel price increase. Anyway, after that, good question. Have you registered for your COVID-19 vaccine? Have you?
No, I haven't.
I intend to do that maybe during the course of the program. I'll be speaking to somebody who has registered for her COVID-19 vaccine. And just so you understand better what I'm talking about, the federal government announced yesterday that since we're expecting some doses of vaccine from COVAX Alliance from India at about 11 a.m. this morning, all Nigerians can go and register on a particular website to get vaccinated when the doses arrive here. So we'll be talking about that on the breakfast.
And great thing yesterday, we spoke about zero discrimination and how it also affects COVID-19 vaccines. And so we're going to see if the things that we spoke about yesterday, we can apply them to the conversation today. Now that people are getting registered, how does everybody stand a fair chance and an equal chance to get registered and to get vaccinated?
This is a very important issue, because in as much as we can argue that, it's good, we're taking this digital, but how about the people in the rural areas who have no internet access? How do they get vaccinated? Conversations we need to have.
Absolutely. And of course, the same way, the former, head of a Lagos State governor, administratively, I can't remember his name now, who took over the NDLEA, and immediately he got into office, there were drug busts left and right.
Yes.
Same way, Abdulrasheed Bawa has started at the EFCC. There are two major cases this morning that we will be talking about. 26 billion naira fraud that, of course, the EFCC has charged the former BPE director, Dicky, to court for 26 billion naira fraud, and also 419 million naira fraud, by a Nigerian senator. So these are some of the things that we'll talk about this morning. Has Bawa gotten straight to work? Has he hit the ground running? Is the EFCC now better charged to ensure that we fight corruption to the ground? Interesting conversations all around.
Yes, we need to have that talk. Really, is Bawa challenging all the stereotypes, all the negative impressions that people had of him based on that fraud allegations? We'll discuss that soon enough on The Breakfast. So stick around, and we'll be right back to go straight into the newspaper headlines.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 when they pay.
Welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. We are going straight into the newspaper headlines this morning. Let's see what we can find. And we will be having a great analysis by our guest this morning, Mr. Chris Wandu, publisher of CKN News. Good morning, Mr. Wandu.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Let's start with the Nigerian Tribune this morning and see what we can quickly find here. The big one there says, prices of food items rise in Kano, Abuja, Lagos and others. It's a great thing, to look around the markets in Lagos this morning and see, how much difference there is. I noticed tomatoes was a little more expensive yesterday. I'm not sure what, has prompted that. Also, what bandits gave us as reasons for abducting 317 Jangebe students. Enforced scarcity queues resurface in many states. EFCC arraigns ex-BPE DG, Dickey, over 26 billion naira PHCN staff severance package. Not very different from Abdul Rashid Maina and the police pension reform funds. And now it's a PHCN staff. All right, also this morning on the Nigerian Tribune, federal government launches online portal for COVID-19 vaccination registration. Court slams 50 million naira damages against EFCC for unlawful arrest. Also, normalcy returns to Jebba Road after military intervention. DSS invites foodstuff and cattle dealers president for questioning. Foodstuff blockade and insult, an empty threat, and a failed project, says Gani Adams. And also, the North can't claim monopoly over feeding the nation, Okeogun farmers are saying. Abduction of students. Federal government orders NSCDC to provide security for schools. 20 killed in Sokoto and Kaduna. On fire raises 200 hectares of cocoa plantation in Ekiti State. Congratulations to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, of course, as she resumed work yesterday with her very, very attractive and beautiful Ankara outfit that she put on. So she's also on the front page of the Nigerian Tribune this morning. Chris Wandu, let's start with, let's go straight to you this morning. Which of the stories would you like to pick up on?
Well, I want to start with the major headline about the rising prices of food items in some parts of the country, especially in the south, and the reason being that there have been some level of blockade of food items coming in from the north to the southern part of Nigeria. To me, that was ill-timed. It's an ill wind that will not blow any one of us I see no reason for that. If there's any reason for those, the farmers or those in charge in the north, agitated by some of the activities in the southwest, there are much better way to go about it than trying to block food items from coming from the north to the south. It has so many implications. First and foremost, most of these items are perishables. Although they say they have been diverted to other part of the other countries, Cameroon and the rest of them, don't they have their own market there? By the time you try to transport tomatoes from north to Cameroon and other places, do you think it will be easily accepted at the borders? They are all perishables, and they're also going to lose millions and millions of naira. I think this should be resolved. Trying to use such tactics will not work. We are not in a war situation. By the time you start doing that, and the South also start with their own, we're hearing people saying that, oh, okay, let us go and tighten up the pipelines so that there won't be any level of supply and the rest of them. So, but to me, I think this is where the government should come in and intervene. Good enough. I heard that security agencies that are trying to do something about it, but I don't think it's the work of the security agencies. It should be the work of the federal government. I'm looking at the Minister of Agriculture. I'm looking at the Minister of Interior. I'm looking at the other ministers who are government officials who should be able to come in as quickly as possible to get this result so that supplies can resume.
Well, there is also, let me just quickly add that there's also, I saw a few reports yesterday, first of all, from Middle Belt farmers who had said that they were not part of any blockade and they will continue to, sell and transport their goods to the south, and southeast, and wherever needed agricultural produce. And there's also a report that I saw yesterday detailing how much loss northern farmers had suffered in the last 24 to 48 hours. And so, like you were saying, it's not, something that will benefit them or benefit anybody. But, how stern do you think the government can be at a time like this to ensure that, all of this is not, doesn't work?
leadership problem. That has always been a problem. Our problem here. Our leaders don't tend to do the right thing at the right time. So if we're having this kind of, they issued a warning about a week or so ago, threatening to do that. What did the government do? What did the federal government do? Did they engage them? Did they bring some level of, did they arrange a meeting between them and those of them in the South? But as I said, it will hurt the South as much as it's hurt the North. But let those in the North not think that there's a monopoly to this. There's practically nothing that grows up that they are putting up, that growing in the North that will now grow in the South. It might just take some time, but that can be done. But we shouldn't use such bases. We shouldn't use such things as a basis for halting food supplies and the rest of them. The South also has its own comparative advantage when it comes to issues that they send to the North. And if they decide to cut off the supply, what happens? So, but I think this is where government have to come in, as I said earlier on, and let's get this undusted.
Hopefully it's not
already.
Yes. Well, I was just going to say, hopefully it's not as serious as it has been painted in the news, and of course, people would not have to suffer for the high-handedness of a few Nigerians. But let's quickly also get you to speak before we move to another paper. Let's speak on the COVID-19 vaccination registration. The government announced this yesterday. Earlier we had a conversation. You said you had done your registration. So tell us about that. How easy is it?
Yes, I went to the portal last night, and within 2 minutes, I just got it done. And I was issued a number, and I had the privilege of picking my date, picking where I want the vaccination to be done, as well as I was asked certain questions about my health conditions and the rest of them, my age and the date of birth and the rest of them. Very, very comprehensive. That's a good one. Kudos to those behind it. But I know, as just everything about Nigeria, it's not just registration. I know that with the way our leaders go about such things, even when they have picked a date, I doubt if I'll be able to get that done. Because what will happen is that once the person comes in, they channel it to their families, their friends, and their chronics and rest of them, that at the end of it all, those of us that don't seem to know anybody within the system might just not be able to get that done, which is not what is happening across the globe. But we are told that about 4 million doses will come in by today, and they've given a channel of distribution, and those that we are going to get the first shots, and those in the health sectors, those are above 65, government officials, and the rest of them. It is only when they finish with that I'm sure that they will start looking at people like us. But let us do the needful. Let everybody try as much as possible to get registered. But as you rightly, when we are discussing off camera, what will happen to those in the rural villages who don't have access to internet or who don't have access to be able to get themselves registered? How will they register? Yes. That is the problem. And that is why we have a majority of our people, close to about, I'm sure it's about 60, 70% of our people are within the rural areas and who might not have access to some of these things. So how do they register? Do you mean that if they don't register, they don't get to vaccination? That is something we should be looking at.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Wandu, let's quickly turn to the Punch newspaper this morning. This one says, Southern states dismiss blockade. North food traders insist on strike. And external reserves dropped by $1.1 billion in 1 month. NMA faults NPHCDA's registration portal for COVID-19 vaccine. Reps summon amid Customs Budget Office over duty waivers. Petrol scarcity, ploy to hike price, says marketers. And below here on the Punch newspaper, it says Lagos court finds 172 arrested at Cubana nightclub 6.8 million naira. Over 1,000 Ogun refugees now in Benin. Villagers tell government. 2 break into Ogun co-tenant apartment. Rape 16-year-old daughter. Amnesty. Ransom will encourage bandits and kidnapping. And that's according to Peter Obi. Divorce-seeking pastor's wife accuses husband of sleeping with members in church. Akeredolu bans NURTW, RTAN over leadership tussle. and 7 northern states shut schools over rising banditry and abductions. All right, Mr. Nwandu, these are the stories here on the front page of the Punch newspaper. Do we begin with this one in the north? 7 northern states shutting down schools over rising banditry and abductions. Just yesterday or so, I think, one of the analysts we had mentioned that if the response of northern governors to this situation is to shut down schools, then the terrorists would have won the war. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it's neither here nor there. But first and foremost, some news coming in, although we've not been able to fully verify this, that some of the girls that were adopted in Zamfara have been released. We are still having news coming in that the governor has stated that some of them have been released, about 270 or thereabouts. And if that is true, then that's good news for us. But shutting down schools, just because bandits have been trying to abduct them and the rest of them, is not good enough for us. Don't forget that we have a deficit of in terms of education in the north. And there have been a lot of talk to encourage students to go to school. A lot have been done in the north to encourage them. They practically go to school free, unlike those in the south here. The marks are lowered for them. Entry requirements are lower for them to encourage them to go to school in the various higher institutions of learning through JAMB, SchoolSat, and the rest of them, all in a bid to make sure that they're able to send most of their children to school. We have the problem of Amajari raping riots in the north. Practically all the young kids are not going to school, rather roaming out the street. So to me, that is a time bomb. Now we're adding that of banditry and kidnapping, which to me is a very, very, very terrible situation. So what we need to do is to make sure that most of the schools, practically all the schools in the north, are well secured. But we have the number of security agents to be able to man every school in the north. That is a big task. But what we can do, which is why some of us have been advocating for state police and community policing, is this is where they come in play. Situation where the conventional police cannot be able to handle, then the community police and the state police can be able to handle and take care of these schools. Our security architecture is totally overstretched. The army is overstretched, handling Boko Haram and so many levels of insurgency across Nigeria. The police, we have very, very high speed. We have the shortage of police to even man every part of the country. So
all right.
The situation as it is very, very, very terrible.
Are they even equipped enough?
All right,
Sorry? Are they even equipped enough? Even if you have those numbers to man those schools, do we have the police or the NSCDC equipped enough against bandits? We
don't.
Okay, so just on the back of what...
We have enough, so we do more.
Okay, so yes, indeed, as Mr. Nwandu said, the news reaching us, especially from BBC Hausa, confirms that Governor Bello Matawalle of Zamfara State has confirmed that 279 schoolgirls who were abducted from the Government Science College in Jangebe, Zamfara, have been released. And again, that's 279 girls. Still looking forward to, good news regarding the remaining girls. I think in total 317 were kidnapped from that school. And still on the front page of the Punch newspaper, the stories here about club goers, being arrested from Cubana nightclub, and they had to pay 6.8 million naira. I don't know if you have a brief thoughts on that before we quickly turn to the next newspaper. And I'm sure this will be for breaking COVID-19 protocols, gathering, lack of social distancing, lack of wearing a face mask, and all of that.
And breaking a curfew also.
Indeed.
Yes. The law is law. So anybody breaks the law has to hold himself accountable. That was law and banning clubbing in Lagos, and also asking people with the curfew. People don't know that it's still in place in Lagos after 12 midnight, and I know some people that are arrested and for that. So if you are moving around Lagos, once it's 12, quickly find where you can stay to the next morning, because most people are not aware of that. So if the club goers get them arrested, well, they have to the law. For now, that has not been limited. Even social gathering and rest of them to a large number, they still banned in Lagos. So I don't see anything very anything that sounds they are there. So they just refused it. But I think what is giving it fine, and then they said that some of them will be tested for COVID, and if they want there will be some attention.
A lot of them, have been released. I'm not sure if they're going to test all, 172 of them. But it also, tells about the attitude of Nigerians.
Yes, also have been released, I know.
During a pandemic. Regardless of what the government's enforcement is at times like this, it also tells that Nigerians sometimes may not, understand the severity of what we're dealing with. Let's quickly move to the Nation newspaper, see what we can also quickly find there as we wait confirmation from Zamfara about the release of these schoolgirls. So far, 279 is what the news says for now, but would await confirmation before clarifying. Court remands ex-BPE DG Diki over 1 billion naira bribe. Also, gunmen set police stations ablaze in Ebonyi and Akwa Ibom. Bandits killed 10 in attack on Kaduna communities as Akeredolu sacks NURTW and RTEAN from parks. Also, abductors of pupils do it to embarrass government, says minister. The major one you can see on the Nation, PTF, no COVID-19 vaccine for states without facilities. And that's is one of the things that we will bring up this morning during the discussion. What exactly do all states across the country have the required facilities to receive this vaccine? So everyone who's registering, across the country, do you think that every state and the facilities are available to store and administer these vaccines there? Chris Wanda, let's have you speak on that quickly.
Yes, I know the one we are getting. We have various things, but I think we're getting is the one that is a bit much. It's not as complicated as the one that they have in the US from the beginning. The one we're having now is much story-friendly type, where we don't need to put in very extreme cold condition and rest them. So, but I totally agree with PTF. If a state doesn't have the necessary facilities, then why are you collecting the vaccine? Because at the end of it, it will just spoil and it will be unusable. So what they need, the state needs to do now is to encourage the state to get or to give them the guidelines and all the necessary guide for them to put that in place, and they will go on inspection to make sure they have that. And once they put that in place, once the vaccine comes, they can bet. If that doesn't have it, totally agree that shouldn't be sent to the states. But the problem there is that what happened to the people? If the state is not doing what it's up to do, should that also affect the lives of the people? So I think it's a two-edged sword, and that we should be very careful in using.
All right. Chris Wandu, thank you so much for your time this morning. Thanks for speaking with us and sharing your thoughts on these big stories. Looking forward to another time when you join us.
Yes, and have a great day.
Thank you very much for having me. Do have me.
All right. 2 points I'm just going to quickly throw in. First one is now he's talking about states and whether they have the facilities on ground to receive and administer these vaccines. It's a great point from the PTF. What I'm going to be bothered about now is truly how much healthcare investment each state has been able to put in the last couple of years to ensure that they have the facilities to receive the vaccines. And when you see the wives of governors going to the United States to take vaccines, it really tells the people that if, the worst case happens, that the state doesn't have facilities, the family of the governor is not affected. He's not bothered.
Indeed.
His family has taken the vaccine already somewhere in the United States. So anything that the rest of the people want to do, that's their business. And it's going to be very embarrassing and painful to see that play out. I hope it doesn't play out. Second one is, Leah Sharibu is an example of the rest of the girls were released, but she was left behind. Indeed. Now that there is one story this morning from BBC Hausa that 279, so we have 38 girls still unaccounted for. I hope it's not the same thing that plays out with regards to those girls.
Yes, indeed. The Zamfara State Governor said negotiations are still ongoing. So we're looking forward to getting more, confirmation from Zamfara State and hopefully good news about the return of the other girls. And of all the other points you mentioned, it just goes to show, the quality of service that we have, quality of leadership, quality leadership of self-interest and not of service, really. I mean, and it's just so sad. And I do hope that when the vaccines get into Nigeria, the people who need it most, the healthcare workers, the people who are 68, 65 and above, actually get vaccinated first, regardless of whether you're a politician or your status in society. Still going back to Zero Discrimination Day that we talked about yesterday, March 1st. Anyway, this is where we draw the curtains and off the press. Let's turn now to Today in History after this break.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
You're welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We're now going back to many years ago to talk about, like I said earlier, one man who's very important in the history of Nigeria. His name is Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu. He was Ojukwu, I beg your pardon. He was a Nigerian military officer. He was a statesman. He was a politician. He served as the military governor of the Eastern region of Nigeria in 1966 and the leader of the breakaway Republic of Biafra from 1967 to 1970. Ojukwu was active as a politician in Nigeria from 1983 to 2011 when he died at the age of 78. The big story about Ojukwu and his involvement in politics in Nigeria began in January 1967. And that's when the Nigerian military leadership, they went to Aburi, Ghana for a supposed peace conference. We all call it the Aburi Accord now. It was hosted by General Joseph Anka. But the issue with that peace accord was that different people left that meeting with different interpretations of what the Aburi Accord meant. So the implementation of the agreement, was subject to different interpretations. And as a result of this, on 30th of May 1967, Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu declared Eastern Nigeria as a sovereign state to be known as Biafra. And on July 6, 1967, Gowon declared war, attacked Biafra. It was 3 years of fighting, 3 years of starvation, 3 years of darkness in Nigeria's history, fighting for the soul of Nigeria, the sovereignty of Nigeria, and the independence or self-determination of the independent people of Biafra. And after 3 years of fighting and starvation, Ojukwu was convinced he had to leave the country. They had lost the war. And we saw, Gowon began to implement the 3 R's: rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reconciliation. He declared at the end of the day that there was no war, there was no victor, no vanquished, asking for reintegration. Reintegration. And at the end of the day, 9th January 1970, Ojukwu handed over power to his second in command. He left for Ivory Coast, where the president had recognized Biafra, granted him asylum. November 26, 2011, Ojukwu died in the United Kingdom after a brief illness at the age of 78. And it was this day in history, 2nd of March 2012, that Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu was buried in Eastern Nigeria.
It was almost like, because I was in the East in that time, and it basically was a shutdown of the whole Eastern Nigeria. Throughout, that period, from his death to, of course, the burial, those controversies here and there, about, what state he should be buried. Initially, of course, there was a little also, squabble in the family. Bianca also, had her own little challenges here and there with the family and with, the political aspects of all of it. But it was one it was a week basically of, complete shutdown of the Southeast when he eventually was buried. And of course, there are people who are still very sensitive to that name and to what he holds, and of course the values and the perspectives that he brought into their lives. People would also challenge, the likes of Nnamdi Kanu and the Masob leader, don't remember his name now, about whether they're really towing the same lines that Ojukwu was towing back then. But it's a sensitive story to share. It's a sensitive conversation to have in certain parts of the country. And I know a person who almost got beaten up, in a fast food restaurant sometime.
For
a friend of mine,
this?
for speaking and not agreeing with the idea of Biafra. He's from Southeast, but speaking about it in that way, he almost got beaten up by the waitress in the restaurant. So
Thank God we have security guards at the gates.
So rest in peace to Chief Odumegwu Ojukwu. There's also some parts that I'll quickly mention. So in 1982, and this one, what I'm talking about now is very related to the current administration. So in 1982, Shehu Shagari granted amnesty to Ojukwu. He eventually returned to the country, I think through Ivory Coast. In 1983, he contested for Senate in Nigeria, lost by about 12,000 votes. But this is where it gets tricky. In 1983, then, there was the coup by persons in the current administration, current government, that eventually, of course, destroyed whatever, plans. They had gone to court. Ojukwu had gone to court to challenge the election to, say that he won, and all of that. But in that process, that's when there was a coup. And so all of that was thrown out. Ojukwu himself was thrown in jail. I think it was in Kirikiri for a couple of months before it was finally released. So just wanted to quickly mention that. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll tell you a little bit more today in history. Welcome back to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Also, today in history, our next story is from 1978. For those who remember the name Charlie Chaplin, it was on this day that his body, it is described as one of the most famous stories of a corpse being stolen. It was on this day that his body was stolen from where it was initially kept after his death in 1977, December 1977, when he passed. So on this day, of course, Charlie Chaplin was a very popular comedic British actor. Became one of the biggest stars back then in the 20th century. He was... of course, his body was stolen on this day from a cemetery in the Swiss village of Cossières-sur-Vouvet, located somewhere in Lake Geneva in 1978. He died on Christmas Day in 1977, and between Christmas Day and on today, 1978, his body was stolen. His widow at that time received a phone call, and of course there was asking for $600,000 in ransom. The police, of course, at that time then started monitoring her phone calls and monitoring all the phone booths in the area, about 200 plus phone booths in that area. She refused to pay the ransom, saying that Charlie Chaplin would have, seen that sum as completely ridiculous at that time. After 5 weeks of investigation, police arrested 2 auto mechanics, Roman Wadas of Poland and Gansho Ganev of Bulgaria. On the 17th of May, the 2 of them led the police to where Charlie Chaplin's body was again buried, not far from his family home. That December, the both of them were convicted of grave robbing and attempted extortion, and they were both sentenced. Wadas, I believe, was sentenced to about 4 years, while Ganev was sentenced to about 18 months in prison. For their crimes. They blamed it on, being poor, and they were trying to make some quick cash, and that's the reason they, committed that crime. I would also quickly mention that Charlie Chaplin was one of the highest paid actors at that time. He got certain deals that paid him almost $700,000 a year in the, in the 1930s, and which was very, 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 very high at that time. Well, that's on Charlie Chaplin. So now let's bring it down here to Nigeria, because I did a little more reading and I found out that in 2018, 2 men actually, Chukwudi Chukwu, a 38-year-old, and Ibe Bethel Lazarus, 28-year-old, committed the same crime. So they took the dead body of a woman after they broke into a hospital or mortuary rather, in Imo State. They took her body and they were also, eventually caught. And they asked the mortuary owner for 5 million naira ransom.
What?
Apparently, both of them were ex-workers of the mortuary home. And so they were trying to make some quick cash. Also in Enugu, and this one is actually very, very wild, because in Enugu in 2014, this same thing happened, and it was the body of a senior advocate of Nigeria who was stolen back then. But investigations further then showed that it may have been a family squabble, over where he was going to be buried or who was going to handle the burial. And so between the son and the daughter, I think, his name was Chief Theodore Ezobi. His body was stolen from the mortuary also in 2014, before it was eventually found.
Just imagine, that man thinking of his children stealing his body because they wanted to control where he was going to be buried. Yeah, well, this is terrible.
Well,
from grave robbers, people who go to graveyards and steal all the jewelries that are buried with, corpses, to people who actually steal the corpses. For this particular story, Charlie Chaplin, they said the plan for them was to take his body and bury it under the grave, such that they can't find the body anymore, but it's actually there, so they can get some money and save themselves from their financial troubles. But they changed their mind and changed the plans along the way, stole the coffin, and they made 27 calls to the woman asking, this is just
for 600,000.
Yes, for 600,000 naira.
Which was, quite a lot.
But the thing is, they said they were truly remorseful. I mean, you need to check that out. In all the things I read, they said they were truly remorseful. They were very sorry. Please forgive me.
They still got 4 years and 18 months sentence individually. So 1978, actually, that's when this happened. Charlie Chaplin's body was stolen from a mortuary where he was buried, the cemetery was buried, and eventually was found sometime in May of 1978. And of course, I also shared the story of 2018 when it happened in Imo State by two former staff of a mortuary home that also stole the body of a woman and demanded 5 million naira from the owner. And then in Enugu in 2014, a former senior advocate of Nigeria who passed on also had his body stolen.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to mention, it's bad enough that people kidnap living people.
When you take the dead, what?
Can God forgive that crime? Anyway, then we talked about 2012, Tuesday, March 2nd, when Odumi Gojuku was buried in eastern Nigeria. So thanks a lot for staying tuned on this segment of The Breakfast. We'll be back to talk important stuff like fuel scarcity. Do stay with us.
And welcome back to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. Our first major conversation this morning is on the anxiety and the little confusion across the country with regards petrol pricing and fuel scarcity. Reports have it that in the last 48 hours, some petrol stations have stopped selling petrol. And of course, some people would describe it as hoarding petrol. Some others, of course, are increasing the price on their pumps to Nigerians. We asked earlier on the program this morning what it is like in your location. Do you have petrol, available? Is it still sold at 162 or 165?